this starts off well enough. We're going to go to live stream, see if it connects. And okay, everyone, it says we have an excellent connection. Let us know. Report in, please, and let us know how we're sounding, how we're looking. Let me reset my homepage on the channel, see if it's showing up, which it is. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. There may be some echo feedback. And we're going to ask people, of course, to start upvoting. Aristides will handle that. And we're going to spend a few moments trying to reset the live stream page and see if it loads up there. And it did. Holy shit.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so good. So everyone, this is our first official MōENLESS transmission. I don't know how this is going to go tonight, but I do want everyone to know it's not going to be all that long. We're going to do 3 hours at the most because I have an appointment tomorrow at 10:20 a.m. in the morning at the Department of Motor Vehicles to renew my California ID card in person, because their website is unnavigable, and you have to be there in person anyway to take the goddamn photograph. And so they're not going to accept a scan of an old photograph, which makes the whole website thing they keep pushing you towards insane. Just an act of stupidity. So I made an appointment with them, and we'll be showing up for that, and we'll see how that goes. Hopefully everything goes well with that. Obviously, I have other things to report. Just a lot to do over the next 48 hours that will keep me insanely busy. I probably will have very little time to write, though I do find myself more and more writing these days when I'm alone here in the crypt as a relaxation mechanism. So, and that's going to be helpful now. T. Tankberry says, God bless DDD for life. God bless you, T. Tankberry. You're the man. And so we've got people joining us. And, well, let's start calling other people. We'll start adding other people onto the call. We'll see who responds. Now, this is going to be something that I dread, because it seems to work sometimes, and yet sometimes it doesn't seem to work. In other words, sometimes I go white screen with this Skype. It's reset itself a number of times. Maybe it's overcome that particular issue. We can only hope and pray. Yeah.
It seemed to work with me adding people. Okay, so that's an option.
So yeah, there we go. Good man. Yes. So proceed. Thank you so much. Just everybody, except our friend who wants to remain anonymous, of course. Now that he's connected, it's hard not to call him simply because he's such a part of the family. And he knows who I'm talking about out there. And we will allude to an anonymous interventionist who has helped us over the past few days. And he's accomplished quite a bit, and we're going to acknowledge him only obliquely for the present moment. I will say no further, simply because the situation is still in flux, or really it's not. It's pretty much a done deal. And when we get other people on, we're going to... Hard not to think that this isn't going to be another wake, as it was with a lot of our private calls. We've been having a lot of private group calls lately. And by the way, today was a funeral. Tabita, sister of Samuel Romero. And if he does join us, we would be blessed. I don't expect him to, but he did allude to the fact that in midst all of that, he may take a break just to join us. We'll see what happens. But Tabita was young. She was only in her mid-40s. And she had a whole life ahead of her. She was studying agrobotany, agricultural botanicals. I probably fucked that up in terms of her exact field of study, but it had to do with helping California feed the world. In the Central Valley of California, with its great abundance, is the breadbasket for much of the world already. She had plans to build on that and extend the reach of California's food power further, and she was taken out. That is tragic. And So, such being said, is anybody responding?
Who? Well, no, I'm sorry. I didn't try to add anybody yet. So I'll get right. Let me do that right now.
Oh, do you want to do the admonition first? Yeah, let's have you do that first. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Sure. As soon as you're here, you should hit the thumbs up upvote as soon as possible. This is important because of algorithm reasons and purposes. The enemy puts in downvotes so you can't see. YouTube hides them, but they do affect the searchability and popularity and likelihood to appear, be suggested for the program. So it's very important. And once you do that, make sure you are subscribed or still subscribed. There should be a button nearby, and you can turn on the notification bell. Make sure you're notified of the beginning of the program, whether it's on time or sometimes not on time. And once you've done all that, since in order to upvote, I believe you need a YouTube/Google account. I think it's the same thing. If you manage to upvote, you have an account. So you can go up into your account settings. And if you would like to provide us additional upvotes, you can create other sub channels under your main profile without an additional password, a login, or anything. People normally use them for different topics, to keep them separate. But the cool thing here is that each one of them can do a separate upvote. So if you can switch account, create a new channel, and that can do an upvote too. Make sure you switch back to your regular though if you're going to participate in the chat. So, and the donation links there, and please send Douglas money anytime, any amount.
Thank you.
As soon as you can.
Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. So everyone forgive me. I'm still dealing with some discomfort with the fact that there are staples and stitches up my nose. So they're supposed to dissolve with time, and it's taking its sweet time. It's something awful happened the other day, which I addressed the doctor about. Some tiny speck, like it's like passing a kidney stone, except it came out of my nose. I've never experienced anything like that. It was disgusting. It was solid, a chunk of meteorite or something. So my doctor said, yes, that happens after these. It's coagulated blood and pus and mucus and shit. But yeah, it's just disgusting. So hopefully that doesn't happen much more often. All that being said, yeah.
Are you able? Well, I'm just gonna say, are you able to do cocaine yet?
No, I've been refraining. I've been refraining.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's
poor man.
Yeah. It's I'll start soon. I took advantage of other narcotized recreational narcotics during the weekend, but and for me it was a weekend when we had the Mooncake Festival, the Harvest Moon Festival, and of course what you see now is my drinking a toast to the latest situation. My hair, of course, is naturally white for those who do not know, so my hair is not dyed in this photograph, but you can see, if you look at it, the bump in my nose. So that little bump in my nose is what I will be consulting a reconstructive surgeon about approximately half a year from now. And I'll be continuing to see Dr. Epstein. And what she feels happened was that just a little too much cartilage was taken out. And yet, other than that, nobody notices. T-Tank Barry saw me personally. He saw my nose was a fucking Z the time that he saw me personally. So to go from what it was to what it is now, I'm doing okay. And all of that is due to the nanoplasma bots. The nanoplasma bots have really just reconstructed my face on their own to a great degree. They can't do much on the externals, and I believe that that little bump where some cartilage might have been missing that kind of created that little bump, what the reconstructive surgeon would do would be to add a little more cartilage in. And now the nanobots, as I've said before, historically have produced cartilage. We know that for a fact because of the automobile accident that I was in with my late and sainted mother. I was in a taxi cab with her And this cab driver was from a foreign nation, as the overwhelming majority of them are, but this guy was fresh off the boat. Some kind of Kazakhstani dude, and he turned in the wrong street and plowed into an incoming 18-wheeler vehicle, which then violently swerved to avoid him. And had it not done so, I probably would not be here, almost certainly. I mean, definitively. But because that truck driver was so fast with his reflexes, only the cab driver died, which was fortunate for him, or I would have killed him myself. I instead threw myself over my mother and acted as the shield for her, and took the brunt of the collision as the front of the car accordioned into the back, front of the cab accordioned into the back, and my spine was impacted. I was told I would be paralyzed and would never walk again, but I was walking within days. And beyond that, I had lost, as people do in such accidents, oftentimes, the average is 2.5 inches. And I was 5'11", and I went down to 5'7". Yet now I am 5'11" again. So obviously, cartilage has been rebuilt. And amazingly enough, of all of the problems I have in life, there usually aren't back problems. So that's these nanoplasma bots are, it's incredible. I mean, it's nothing that I asked for, and I still, of course, resent Dr. John Henry Hagman for what he did, doing what he did to trick my parents into having this done to me. But nevertheless, it has its advantages. Such being said, however, it took years for that height to come back. So it would probably take an equivalent amount of time for my nose to truly normalize and get rid of the little bump you see in my profile so sharply. Well, sharp to me. I mean, to me, it looks like humongous. To everyone else, you probably don't even notice it.
In the thumbnail?
Yeah, the image.
And this is recent? You're saying that this...
Oh, yeah, this is just taken, yeah.
This is what you're referring to?
This is what I was drinking. I'm sorry?
Can I make that bigger? I mean, you look great. Like, what's there to worry about, man?
Dude, you're very kind. You're very gracious. See that bump on my nose? Look at that bump.
Okay. I have a bump on my nose.
It's not the way I was born.
Okay.
It's not what I'm used to.
Hey, what I'm finding is, because you only called me,
yeah.
I see that the call, but I can't, there's no group call for me to add people. I think you might have to try to add one person to establish it as a group call.
Interesting.
And then I can add
okay, interesting. Okay, so let me do a screen share for a moment just to show you something. Do you see the cursor moving on your screen? Take a look.
Hold on a second.
No worries. We're in no hurry.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So do you have this on your screen? This thing? Add participants? Do you have that?
Right down there. It's small because it's on the phone. But
that's right. Yeah, you do everything.
What corner is it?
It's like down in the lower left-hand corner. You might see a little profile between where it says the record button and the twin cam button. There's usually supposed to be an add participants button.
Wait. Okay, then maybe if I do it on the start doing it on the phone. Once that's established, I might be able to do it on the computer.
Right. I mean, I'll do it. I'm just trying to see if you...
Wait, here we go. I think I got add people.
Yeah! There you go!
Yeah, it's because I'm on the phone, not on the computer. But
understood. No, I get it.
Never mind. I figured it out.
Yeah,
right. Should I...
Yeah, please, proceed. Let's see if it works.
Brandon?
Yeah, sure. Good start. He won't come on until 7, but yeah, might as well add it.
Everybody who we're cool with?
Yeah, everybody we're cool with. Except, of course, our friend who wants to remain anonymous.
Yeah.
For now. The enemy already...
Brooke Gibson, we're cool with her. Like, I have to check on a, weekly basis.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what?
Brooke, add Brooke.
Of course add Brooke, yes.
I know. That was a joke. She's temperamental. You never know. It'd be like, oh, she blocked me.
No. My messages were blocked, but that's because her phone service was cut. So she's going to have to do this on the computer. But she knows we're going to be reaching out to her because I spoke to her earlier. And so, yeah. And aside from that, I do want everyone to know I'm also going to be breathing myself. I do this breathing technique of my own. It's called normal breathing. I don't try to make a discipline out of it, which I think is rather absurd myself. But okay, Oh, it's weird. Our Skype is reformatting, so I don't know if anyone's responding right now. He's enabled Aristides made a chat history visible to everyone. Cool.
I did. I didn't mean to.
That's what it says. No, that's fine. It does that automatically. It does that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, you recognize us, right?
Why does it?
Yeah, are you all right? You sound like you're 100 miles away.
No, I'm driving in the car. It just said don't caller, so I picked it up.
Oh, well, honey, go back to driving and call us. Just jump back on the call when you're safely at home, okay?
Will do.
Okay, love you. So
Love
that's
you.
Heather Holman. Love you, honey. Yeah, that was cute.
Okay.
Anyone else you called that?
Yeah, I called. Yeah,
There he is. There's our man. He's unmute and join us.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm still doing what I was doing. So, but
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I shall join as soon as I can. Maybe like in an hour or so.
Yeah, please. Whenever you can,
Yeah.
just jump on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I can check in right now for about 10 minutes.
Great.
We're charging an electric car, so it'll take a few minutes here.
All right. Cool.
If you want to hear about the abomination that is Tesla.
Oh, of course. Tell us. Go ahead and bitch.
Oh, it's just rubbish. It's like a bunch of lot zombies. We call them lot zombies. It's just a bunch of people sitting in their car watching Netflix, waiting for their car to charge.
Oh,
It's like, I'm so glad I have Dino Juice. Like, this shit's whack. Like 20 minutes just to do this is like so boring.
Oh,
You
Brooke
know?
Gibson's typing something. You did call her, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So keep going. Yeah, about this.
Yeah,
keep
so
bitching
that's
about
it.
Tesla.
Yeah. So that's it. I mean, it's all just marketing. There's nothing special. I mean, they've had the technology for over 100 years. It's like, just because one guy does it, and he didn't even do it. He just, ripped off everyone around
Okay.
just to get it done. We're talking about Elon here. So.
Yeah.
And then I
course.
just saw a Cybertruck charging here. It's so ugly. It looks like a cheese grater. I mean,
Oh man, yeah.
It's like you might as well burn your money. You get more enjoyment out of it.
Thank you.
At least you see a flame, happening.
Yeah. By the way, I want to read what Brooke just said. She says.
Yeah, go ahead.
She said, "I can't answer right now. My phone was cut off earlier. I paid Bill this afternoon. Lola, that's her daughter, said you thought I blocked you. I didn't. And of course I know she didn't. It was just
She blocked me.
Yeah. No. It's her phone. It's her phone service.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. So please don't take it personally.
Yeah.
She told me that. And
I'm convinced she's still upset about the millets. No, I'm just joking. I know Brooke doesn't hate me. So.
Yeah. She is
And
a temperamental.
We're not going to reference the Mundfala.
Yeah.
We'll take care of that later, another day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything's good though.
Yeah, cool. Well, wait a second. I thought we agreed we're gonna kind of have to touch on the subject of. Are you mentioning Pete? Are you mentioning Pete? Are you referencing him obliquely or something else?
Mund is moon in German. Mund gefallen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can.
I remember.
It's a cognate in English.
Okay. Yes. Got it.
The fell moon.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Right now, I don't want to get into it because then we'll get interrupted.
Oh, good point. We'll get into that when you jump back on. We'll get into that. So for
but
right
everything, So that was my spiel about Tesla's rubbish. I mean, electric cars can be better if it wasn't lorded over by this Elon kind of situation.
Oh no, it's so true. Yeah. No. This is so, and beyond
it's
that,
all marketing. His advantage was just marketing. He got it. People hyped about it. Yeah. But the product itself, I mean, the real secret is that the Germans make better electric cars.
Yeah, of course.
But the problem is they're so expensive that normal people can't buy them.
Oh yeah.
So that's why.
We know for a fact that if they allowed the communist Chinese to sell their electric cars here, he would be out of business in a heartbeat. Everybody would go for this.
Which is why he's against that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but yet he's building his shit in communist China.
Yeah, but the ones out there, they're actually better designed and shit.
That's right. That's right.
The labor's cheaper. Yeah.
That's right. He's building
So
his
those
shit.
Teslas have better reliability and build quality somehow.
That's right.
The ones that are built in China, yeah.
That's right.
To the point where the Chinese government had to limit the amount they allowed to sell.
Yeah.
So that's the irony of it all.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it's ironic, and
if they let the Taiwanese build them, then everyone's out of business, you know.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate that, of course. But I much prefer Taiwan to be in the upper tier of manufacturing chips than cars. Yeah. Cars are great, but I much have them doing what they're doing. And of course,
so speaking of that, they have someone released this video, like some science. Kind of like maybe a college or something. And people were saying, oh, it's not real, but it's a video of an electron microscope time lapse zooming into the iPhone chip. And the iPhone processor chip is made by Foxconn. It's a very famous Taiwanese, like they make all the chips for everything that works. Right?
Yes.
And people were saying, how did they make this technology? It's alien, it's this, it's like how did humans figure this out?
Oh my
God. First of all, it's from another dimension, and second of all, the reason they can make it so efficiently and on a nano scale is because it's in Taiwan and it's aided by the ADOLFUS.
Thank you.
So Taiwan is the only place that can make one nanometer resistor chips.
Thank you.
So that's how small they can get. It's like an atom. It's like atoms in length. Yeah. And only they can make it. So if you see the video, you can see how insane it is. I mean, it's like you're zooming into cities upon cities of micro chip.
That's incredible. I mean,
like fractal. It's like a fractal. It's really crazy.
Yeah. And this
Taiwan has that technology.
Thank you. And to think that we knew someone who had the audacity to think they could go over there and diddle the ADOLFUS.
Well, we can see that was a mistake. Some flawed thinking.
No thinking at all.
No, I mean, for all we know, this whole situation was that result of that.
Yes.
Kind of thought
it was definitely a factor. It was definitely a factor. I said, we'll talk about this when you come back on, but I said it's likely the ADOLFUS that reactivated that stupid provider account that I got tricked into 2 years ago, so that they shut down my account with Assurance Wireless, and that way that way I couldn't.
Well, someone
help.
was paying for it for 2 years.
Yeah.
And they couldn't tell you who it was. We have no idea.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, and so by the way, the one thing I will say is there was a guest on our show a while back named Maria De Andrea, but the one thing I'm convinced of, because Brendan Zoget and I were discussing this, I don't believe that she would ever listen to the show. That was why I think it was someone else. I don't think she doesn't strike me as the kind who would listen to the show. It's just like
true,
yeah. So I do think it was someone else that shall we say?
Well, someone's listening, and
well, we know who.
In detail.
Yes, because you know what? That's right. Pete was hitting.
Because Doug and I speak in either inside jokes or innuendos, which the longtime listeners know about, but if someone was just a casual, brand new listener, they would just think we were just retarded or something. So it's like they would just see it as like an amusement. So whoever's listening knows what we're talking about.
That's right. And so this inside influencer, there's someone who listens every day, with every episode, basically.
Every second,
Yeah, because, by the way, Pete was hitting point by point the way Daniel Arola was hitting point by point. Did you notice that? That was same pattern. We're into the...
Yeah.
Look, everybody, we're going to make this a bit more clear organically. If not tonight, then as time goes on, probably a lot will spill out as Brendan rejoins us in about an hour. But
let me go take care of this, and I will see you guys or speak with you guys soon.
Stay safe and be well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what's miraculous is that tomorrow I'll be seeing. Excuse me, not tomorrow. Practically, it'll feel like one day to me. Basically, 10:20 a.m. tomorrow is the Department of Motor Vehicles, which will probably kill the day. Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. I'll be seeing my allergist, and so since I'm technically allergic to dust mites, they say they can cure that. So I don't know if you guys are aware of that. It sounds miraculous to me. And Victoria has joined us. So she says, hey, I have guests this evening, or I jump on. So let me say, we love you, Victoria. Mwah. So let's say that to her. And so you did call her. Good. And let's take a look at this. So Victoria cannot join us right now, and neither can Dear Brooke, but we'll be picking up some people soon. If not, we've got all too much to talk about anyway. And the less guests we have probably means the more sooner we're going to get to topics that I otherwise would generally kind of delay. But hey, it happens. And we're going to do our best to, how would we say it, do this respectfully, with self-respect at least. All right, so kisses at Victoria. We have a good number of people listening, and that's good. And here we go. All right, so kisses there at Victoria. Now, all of that having been covered thus far, kind of like going into these areas that we've already ventured into, that we said we might or might not go into. Who are the other people that would normally join us? Was there some other guy that I'm thinking of that normally off? Oh, that's right. I guess I was thinking of Peter. Shoot. All right, so let me read Peter's email. Not the all the emails.
The public.
Yes. Thank you. The Time Travel Educational Center.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and look for that. Let me see now. Here we are. Here we are. It's titled Peter Moon Discontinuing Podcasts. Okay, we're going to read the contents now. Due to a medical emergency, Peter Moon will no longer be participating in his regular podcasts with Douglas Dietrich. This has also resulted in the book being postponed. He also wants you to know that his departure is not a condemnation or protest. He really should say protestation in correct English, but we'll work with it. Of the work he has been involved in with Douglas. So just to reread that, he also wants you to know that his departure is not a condemnation or protestation of the work he has been involved in with Douglas. If you want to continue to donate to Douglas, go to, I presume he's talking about himself. So while he appreciates your sentiments, this really means Pete, there is no need for well-wishing, phone calls, or care packages. I'm so tempted to to say he need not have worried. Hey, Brendan Sokit says, I noticed all the syntax in all the messages. Yes, the syntax is the thing here. There is a real problem with syntax from a professional writer, for a professional writer, that were written by quote-unquote him. By the way, he did not write these messages. I think we can bet the farm on that. It's just so our listeners know. And I'm going to Heartwood, our little incoming messages by Brendan here, who is, he's never spoken like that before. Yeah, all of this is quite true, and I think that should be obvious to anyone who's been, reading Pete for a long time. Narratively, he's never spoken like this before. So we'll get to that. Anyhow, Peter, now it names...
people helping him probably,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll get to that too. We'll get to that too in the sense that, his daughter, if you might remember, Peter has not seen his daughter in 6 years, and he was going to California to see his daughter in just the near future. That was the plan. So anyhow, it says, Peter is in good hands with practitioners and friends. I didn't even know he had any friends, but with practitioners and friends who are looking after his necessary interests. And it's like, sounds like he's got this whole network here, like this whole support network. For those of you who know his situation, that just doesn't exist. At any rate, his Qigong. This is like, after all these years, he spells it with the Wade Giles, not with Wade Giles system, but with the, what is it? That's right. He's using the Wade Giles system. He's using the old spelling that's used by the British imperialists. So after all these years, he never got with the Chinese native way of Romanizing it. In other words, I don't expect him to use the Chinese characters, but in Romanizing it, he never adapted the pinyin system. He's using an anachronistic system that academics would not use today. But that's okay. I mean, he's older and he's not an academic. But anyhow, so he says about himself in the third person, which he isn't really saying any of this. This is whoever's handling this. His Qigong practice has prevented any serious damage, and he expects a full recovery. But he doesn't intend to come back. At any rate, his newsletter, the Montauk Pulse, will be delayed, but it will go out because it was almost completed before the emergency. If you would like to support his future efforts and get an update on his world, you can subscribe here. The Montauk Pulse. Okay, I think, let me scroll down a little bit further. Well, that was it, kids. That's, so that is the official announcement that our man Pete Moon has shared with us. I'm sure you're all confused, as well you should be, because all of this is very confusing. It's not to us, because we've been in on what's been going on, so we have to warn you, we're just going to take this as a bit slowly, and maybe, well, Wednesday will be here before you know it. It'll feel like tomorrow. And maybe on Wednesday, I'll cut a little more loose, but you'll probably be surprised tonight at how loose I'll get. I do want people to understand that Pete saying that the book will be delayed, postponed, I find that very strange. The project is dead in terms of his work with myself. I retain the practice parts. We were working on bits and pieces of the book, various chapters, and I basically have all of those that we were working on for correction. So those were sent to me over the past few years. So all that he sent to me over the past few years that he went over with myself to edit, I have that to work with. And I will do what I can with that. But as a collaborative effort, there was a lot about his planned business model concerning this that I disagreed with. He wanted to present it as a grimoire in a leather-bound case, and this grimoire would have been bait and switch without some element of explaining magic in it. Now, there was a lot about my life story in it, and that was something that was all well and good, but why present that as a grimoire? That's bait and switch. People who want to buy a grimoire want to read about magic, not just some guy's life story, as magical as it may have been, or as impacted by magic as it may have been. For those of you who are new listeners, understand that if you don't want to entertain the prospect of magic, because it's just a repellent word to you as something irrational, think of it as applied quantum mechanics. And that's the way you can handle it or filter it. Now, Peter was working with applied quantum mechanics. For those of you who have been listening a long time and paying attention to Peter, Peter has been open about the fact that he was a member of the Church of Scientology. Now, one of the original foundations of the Church of Scientology was back when they were calling it Dianetics. And at that time, L. Ron Hubbard was working with a lot of science fiction authors and science fiction publishers. And one of the books that was published by a co-author or a fellow author, they never collaborated that I know of, but A.E. Van Vogt, whose full name I do not know. A.E. Van Vogt published The Players of Null and The World of Null. These were two novels which were all about Dianetics. People might not know that if they just read the novels cold and they didn't know the context. They might not know that, but they were really all about applied Dianetics. And the term null means the nullification of Aristotelian logic. So in the World of Null and the Players of Null, it was done through a pill that science had advanced enough where Dianetics, the condition of Dianeticizing, of processing thought in a particular manner, could be, given to someone, administered to someone via an oral supplement. Now that sounds outrageous, but then again, look at what they're telling me. They're telling me they can cure my allergy to dust mites with an oral supplement. That if I take it for a period of months, I'll never be allergic to dust mites again the rest of my life. And that's outrageous. But apparently we're there. This is a little further out where they change the process of your thought, but not by much. A psychiatrist does that when they administer antidepressants or antipsychotics. They're simply altering your biochemistry so that you process differently. Now, this doesn't always work, and in some people it can have very bad effects. So you would expect the same with something that nullifies Aristotelian logic. What is Aristotelian logic? It's basically the yes-no logic of the Greek. It's basically what our modern foundations of logical thought are based on. However, if you eliminate it, this was the logic or the anti-logic of the Scientology cult, or what would become the Scientology cult, what was then still Dianetics, the practice of Dianetics. The logic was, if you're a cult leader or a cultist, unlike an engineer, we have here with us a material science engineer, Aristides, and what Aristides would tell you is that form follows function, which is why Aristides would look at the Tesla Cybertruck and say, something has gone terribly wrong. You have a truck that's got a back-ass storage space so small you can't even stuff a child's body in there. Not that that's the intent of what anyone should have. But you can't even do that. And yet it's an enormous frame that is extraordinarily heavy for no goddamn good reason. It's extraordinarily heavy, but can't carry anything of note in it. It's like, what's the point? It's just shit. It's just shit.
I think actually the looks are deceiving because it looks so freaking stupid. I think the bed is bigger than you think it is, but it's just why is it gotta look like that?
Wait, no, but seriously, have you actually looked in the back of a Cybertruck? Have you actually seen how?
Not up close. I've seen one in person. I didn't look in the bed up close, but yeah. I'm sure you can look up pictures.
You look them up. Believe me, you'll be shocked at how small that space is. Just tell me what people are stuffing in there. Look that up and see what you can find.
A motorcycle. Okay. So I mean, it's common for a lot of trucks to have shorter beds because they have bigger cabs. They have the family pickup truck is a thing now, unlike 30 to 50 years ago. So they're common to have 6 or even shorter footbeds, but so functionally it's about the same, but aesthetically it's just horrendous. I mean, what I say to you, it looks like somebody way back in the beginning of television said, we're gonna make a movie about the future and be like, what would the trucks look like? And then they would just like make that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh yeah, that looks futuristic. That's what they might look like.
Yeah, it's a retro-futuristic. Yeah.
It's
retro-futuristic frame.
Who's the guy you mentioned?
Van Voigt. Van Voigt, spelled I'm sorry?
Alfred Elton Van Voigt.
Oh, thank you.
Canadian science fiction writer. Is that the guy?
Yes, thank you so much. I never knew his full name. Alfred what?
Alfred Elton
Yeah.
Van Voigt.
Oh, wow. I really loved his work when I was young. I loved his work when I was young. I really did. Of course, you kind of outgrow things. I don't hate his work now, but it's definitely not. It doesn't hit me the same way because, of course, I process so differently now. But A.E. Van Voigt was someone who impacted me profoundly when I was young. And so, again, just to point this out, regardless of the little tangent that we went in there, Aristides would still tell you, as an engineer, that form follows function. And a cultist, or a Dianeticist, which is, of course, takes us right back to Scientology cultism, would tell you function follows form. So this is part of the problem of certain types of logic or anti-logic. See, logic can be followed in a manner that would say this. Birds fly. Birds have feathers. Ergo, something with feathers should fly. It's a logical thought process. That's why the ancient Greeks talked about, the wax wings of Icarus and flying too close to the sun with his wax wings, with all of those feathers that were glued to his wax wings. The wax melted off, and then he fell because, he no longer had feathered wings. That was that kind of logic. So with that kind of logic, if you were Elon Musk, the thought that birds fly, birds have feathers, ergo feathers will help you fly, he would cover his Tesla Cybertruck in feathers and assume that it could fly. We see that kind of logic at work with the rockets that he launches. So, that being said, the engineer says form follows function. The cultist says function follows form. That was the logic of the world of Null and the players of Null. And so with that having been articulated, Peter Moon was applying quantum mechanics. And ergo, he was working with magic, and he was quite open about this. He had mentioned this on air any number of times, usually in such context that people probably didn't catch it because he was talking about Aleister Crowley relentlessly. And for those of you who do not know, but all of you should if you've been listening regularly, Peter Moon was speaking oftentimes about L. Ron Hubbard and his work with Aleister Crowley. Now, because Peter Moon adored L. Ron Hubbard, he investigated L. Ron Hubbard's mentor, Aleister Crowley, profoundly. He read his works profusely. So he often spoke of this, that he was working with Aleister Crowley's magics, and even the OTO members, a very dark satanic cult, affiliated ultimately with many historical atrocities. He had OTO members approach him and say, wow, you're really working with this stuff, not just reading about it or writing about it, but really working with it. This is on record. He said this on my show a number of times, so I do want people to know Peter Moon was practicing the dark arts. Now, this was not a wise thing for him to do, and it got a bit worse. So I do want everyone to know that Peter Moon was practicing binding spells to a degree that this was almost like a daily activity for him. He mentioned that Paolo was revolted by it and did not want to be around while he was taking very large organic leaves and binding stone tablets on which he had carved people's names, and wrapping them, cording them, putting them into the refrigerator to freeze. It's the binding. He attempted this with any number of people, the binding spell. He was also hurling curses. He had nothing particularly against myself. In fact, he was administering binding spells to bind me to him. There's a major problem with this. The night of the broken circle, I was claimed. The peacock angel was summoned. This is in the book that Peter and I were working on together, for someone to dictate, transcribe what I said, and then ignore the implications thereof. One assumes that he was filtering or simply not processing what he was writing about, and yet he absorbed so much of it that it's impacted him. I do want people to know he is not well mentally at this point, any more than he is physically. And I think I can say that without going too deep, for the moment at least. But then again, we all saw this coming for the past 4 episodes at least, in a much more extreme manifestation of Peter Moon's rather agitated and rather hyper-vitriolic commentary. He was manifesting logorrhea, a diarrhea of the mouth. And I say that not just with the volume of words. Not only was he loquacious, but he was really spewing a lot of shit. It's just, it is something that people have to listen to the last 4 episodes at least to really appreciate. It was going on a lot longer before then, but it was becoming more and more pronounced and, shall we say, even more abusive than he normally was. We can get back to that later. But the magic. Peter Moon conducting binding spells on me. He's trying to claim me for his own, but I'm owned. I'm the property of Lucifer, Maluk-Taush, the peacock angel, due to the night of the broken circle, when a bunch of stupid drunken army officers who were coven members of the Aquino cult conducted a ritual that they were not fit to conduct. And as a result, the ward that they produced to try and contain this hyper-powerful entity, a cosmic scale being, resulted in the occult equivalent of a nuclear meltdown. You could call it a magical Chernobyl. I was caught up in the collateral damage of that. And I was possessed, as well as all of them. We've gone into this in the video titled Satan's Crusaders. Satan's Crusaders is available on my channel. Now, that night, I had a part of me that was taken away forever. I don't know what it was. I can't, because it's gone. I can only presume it was something like a happy memory. And in its place was put a fragment of the peacock angel. Now, unlike the majority of people who struggle against possession, and this results in violent manifestations of aberrant behavior, symptoms that are frightening, projectile vomiting, etc., contortions, what were referred to in classical and medieval times as agonistics, that a person would suffer. That's where they're fighting the possession, kind of like a body fighting a virus. And sometimes possessions can be exorcised, But the overwhelming majority of exorcisms fail. And then, perhaps, the person becomes perfectly possessed. We discussed this at length with the wonderful young lady named Jennifer Hawkins, where she spoke of the case that the movie The Exorcist was based on, a young boy who later on worked for NASA, which is alluded to in the film The Exorcist with the space scenes of the astronaut dying, when Reagan, the young possessed girl, predicts his death and it manifests. Now, the young boy who began to work for NASA worked there because it was originally Jack Parsons' laboratory, JPL, which got changed to Jet Propulsion Laboratories to hide their satanic roots. All of this was part of the fascination Peter Moon had for Jack Parsons, the sex Satanist, who Peter Moon never had a negative word for. And, as a matter of fact, under the direct orders of Aleister Crowley, L. Ron Hubbard went to live with Jack Whiteside Parsons, and then proceeded to seduce his wife, then ran off with his wife and his life savings, leaving Jack Parsons so destitute that he became a traitor and sold government secrets, because he was a defense contractor, to the Israelis. And that's when he was assassinated in a mysterious mercury fulminate explosion in his private labs. All of this is something that Peter would always mitigate. When I brought up the fact that the money stolen from Jack Parsons was used to found the Church of Scientology, Peter would say something like, "Oh, Jack Parsons didn't have enough money to found the Church of Scientology." But he would never deny the theft of either the wife or the life savings. Like somehow the fact that the life savings wasn't enough to found the Church of Scientology in and of itself somehow separated it from being part of money that was used to found the Church of Scientology. The logic was always one of obfuscation. But that's just some context. Anyone who's been listening regularly knows Peter would speak relentlessly about the brilliance of Aleister Crowley. He never had a bad, negative word for him either. Peter Moon, because of Crowley's command, he was the elder, master, and mentor of L. Ron Hubbard, would never tell you that the Church of Scientology is literally satanic. Now, you have a church that is founded by a man who was a direct student of Aleister Crowley. Peter Moon thus emulated his mentor, L. Ron Hubbard, and he himself became a student of Aleister Crowley and began to practice Crowleyite thelema, the projection of the will. Thelema simply means will. And with his practice of thelemic magic, Peter Moon put binding spells upon myself and others. There's a problem with my case. I'm owned. I'm Lucifer's. I belong to the Peacock Angel. Peter poked the wrong bear, and he has suffered the results. This is the most immediate context in which to see what has happened. He is in hell right now, and has been for the past several days, of his own making. A hell of his own making. A hell of paranoia, delusion, and another point to bring up, he was always the enemy. I avoided, kept him at arm's length for 10 years. I never wanted to work with him. But in the end, I realized the enemy was all I had to work with. I've worked with the enemy before. Laurie and Ann Fenton, Olaf Phillips, all cultists of the Kings of Edom. Peter Moon made certain that none of my books would ever sell. When he published Vampirology, he made certain to butcher it. He never published the entirety of the book that I wrote. He published only half of it. He sabotaged the book and then said, we'll work on that next. And I knew that he was lying. When he went on to say, oh, let's do the Roswell deception, I said, don't use that name. He made certain to not honor my wishes. He never advertised the book. And I never received any royalties on either publication. So for those of you who don't know, I've been cooperating all this time to simply get these works out, not to make any money. I certainly wasn't getting any from Peter. Throughout this time, he has made certain that while he kept all the money to himself, he made certain to rub it in my face that he was spending tens of thousands of dollars to build a useless radio tower in Romania in front of a cave that no one will ever use, that will rust in the rain, and is already known as Peter's last erection. Then he would rub it in my face that he was spending all this money to fix up his home and the living room and the bathroom. This is the kind of situation I've been dealing with until it all came back to implode upon him. That's the nature of the occult. Peter Moon was no Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino wasn't human. Michael Aquino himself did not believe he was human, and yet his body, the abortive baby, the dead baby, the blue baby that was delivered to his mother, or from his mother's womb, that he claimed a demon later occupied, the demon being himself, before it was disposed of, the infant baby on the way to the disposal, or to some kind of storage where the parents could bury it, after it was stored in the hospital facilities for a period of time until the parents could claim it. On the way into being stuffed into the refrigerator unit or whatever, the baby began to cry, a miracle of the negative sort, and Michael Aquino entered the world. All of this on the night of the Nuremberg hangings. This was something that resulted in a man who felt himself to be beyond mortal ken, but his body still disintegrated. And ultimately, so far as we know, he is likely dead. It's questionable, of course, but it is what it is. Peter Moon, of course, could be faking what's going on, but he's not. Though I know that he had plans to commit to a fake out to avoid the publication of the book. So it's a situation that is fairly convoluted, but it'll become clearer. We're trying to maintain this neutrality at the moment. And Douglas Mark says, hey everyone, Douglas, is the Wikipedia page on the Peacock Angel accurate? Dude, don't trust anything on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the bathroom wall of information intercourse. Don't look at Wikipedia. Look anywhere else but Wikipedia. Eric Cradle says, Malik Tausch is no joke. Yes. Well, Peter's found that out the hard way. He's been putting binding spells on myself, trying to steal the property of Lucifer, and that never turns out well. So, when it came back to bite him in the ass, it bit hard. Yeah, Douglas Marks says, thank you. Thank you, Douglas Marks. I appreciate your question. And I do want everyone to know our numbers are higher now than they ever were when Peter was on. And I can understand why. Now you don't need to listen to him repeat himself about various monofocal topics. that came up endlessly and repetitively. It is what it is. But we, like I said, we won't be on too long tonight, so nevertheless, we'll probably cover quite a bit when Brendan rejoins us soon enough. It's almost 7 p.m. now. He'll probably be here soon enough. Let's check if anyone else has joined us, like Heather Holman. You know, a lot of these ladies, they're just too quiet. Dear Brooke Gibson, she paid her bill, so she'll probably be with us on Wednesday, which Peter Moon would consider a great affront. He hates her with an irrational passion because she stood up to his friends. That's another point to make. Whenever I asked Peter Moon to report our gang stalkers to the FBI, he stated, "I can't report my friends. I can't betray my friends." He said on this show multiple times, on record, "I'm going over to the enemy. I'm on the side of the enemy." None of this was a joke. He was speaking quite seriously. He's a very fractured personality. You're talking about someone, to give you an example of how fractured Peter's personality is. For those of you who do not know, though for me it would be hard to see how anyone who followed Peter would not know what a fan of the Moors he is. He's obsessed with blackness. He's obsessed with black culture in this bizarre Church of Moorish interpretation thereof. And he thinks he's black. Now, good example of this is when I was talking about Abdul Karim Haq complaining about going to England and being stuck in a 24-hour rating room with multiple other colored people. And basically I asked, was there any single white person in that waiting room? He said, "Oh, yeah, an Australian." I said, "Well, that's just a white nigger to the Brits." And which is what it is. Remember, the Australians are all the, in general, unless they're the elite population, which is involved with the politics of administration, who are generally descended from the jail keepers, the exile colony keepers. The majority of them are descendants from Irishmen who were exiled from the British Empire because they were either pickpockets or thieves or political dissidents or the like. So they're all viewed by the British as the worst of the worst. At any rate, I'm just going to check in with something here. And, okay. Just take a look at this. I'm just going to read something to myself soon enough. I'll look at that in a matter of moments to continue my thoughts here, just so that everybody understands where I'm coming from with Peter and his blackness. Peter Moon, when I told him about Abdul Karim Haq's experience in the waiting room, Peter Moon said, on air, on transmission, and on record, "When I went to England, they didn't put me in any waiting room at all. They just let me go through like any other person. They ignored my blackness. So I don't know what he's complaining about." This gives you an idea of Peter Moon's state of mind. He looks in the mirror and he sees a black man. What happened was the Church of Moors that he was working with told him, "Spiritually, you're one of us. Your heart is as black as ours." That can be read in a number of ways, by the way. And he took that to heart as literal. That's called concrete thinking, by the way, which is a sign of insanity. When a psychiatrist interviews a patient, one of the first signs of insanity they look for is concrete thinking. In other words, the psychiatrist will ask about a verse in the Bible. "If thine eye offends thee, pluck it out." What does that mean? A sane person will interpret that metaphorically. An insane person will say, "Pluck your eyes out." And by the way, indirectly, I know of someone who did this. This is, of course, something that is presented to people through plays like Othello and Shakespeare, where you have people who are so insane, in a fit of rage, they pluck out their own eyes. I find it hard to believe, or even imagine, someone capable of doing that. Yet, as I said, indirectly, I know someone who did. My cosmetologist V, her landlord, Vince, had a brother who plucked his own eyes out. Tore his own eyeballs out with his own hands. I can't begin to imagine how insane someone must be to do that. But that's concrete thought. Manifest. So, when the Moorish church said to Peter, "You're black like us," they meant that spiritually, I presume. He took that literally. That's concrete thought. He thinks he's black, looks in the mirror and sees a black man, will at times talk about how Whitey steals all the black history, plays his football with all the black guys, and he thinks he's one of them. He then regurgitates Fox News, and when he said he tried to rent a truck the other day to load up all that lumber, they said, "We need your ID and multiple photographic IDs in order for you to rent this truck." And when I asked him, after he said, "I was helped by this young black African-American lady, and then this young Asian-American young man helped me," and, you know, he's got all these minorities helping him get through this process. And I asked him, "Why do you think they needed so many reinforcing identifiers for you to rent this truck?" He said, "It's the minorities, all the immigrants coming to steal all the trucks." And I said, "How many minorities are on Long Island?" "Well, not many," and whatever was there was helping him out, but he'll still say, as he said on record on this show in the past, BLM, Black Lives Matter, that stands for burn, loot, and murder. So you've got a black man who watches Fox News and then condemns minorities. We had that with Derek Talley, by the way. It was kind of like they're both in the same field of fractured thought. You can already get a grasp of how fragmented Peter's personality is. So let me take a break here to read the latest communication sent to me by a mutual friend of Aristides and myself. And let's check in with Brendan. If you're there, Brendan, feel free to jump in if you're free. Otherwise, I'll ask Aristides to do some talking while I review this latest communique. And so I think Brendan's not with us yet. So Aaron, do me a favor. Jump on for a few minutes. Bring up some, I don't know, current events or something to speak of for a few minutes, because I want to devote some attention to reading this latest communication from our mutual friend here. Okay? You there? Let's see if he can unmute. We've got to wait for Aristides to unmute. Maybe he's out walking the chihuahuas.
Okay, no. Okay, how long do you need?
Oh, I'm just going to review this latest communication from Aaron Tice privately for a few minutes. So maybe about 5 minutes. Just talk about some things that come to mind. You know, whatever you feel is interesting in current events or something. Yeah. Oh, let's talk about the exploding Hezbollah phones that, tell us a bit about how powerful is an exploding phone or something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can get into that. And we haven't been able to get up on current events so much, so try that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do that.
And also that they were trying to blame Taiwan, but Taiwan had contracted the Hungarians to build those phones, etc. So yeah.
True. That is that's what I saw.
Yeah.
And apparently, they even are taking credit for planning these explosives. They did not come from Taiwan. It was licensed by a company, a Taiwanese company, but they did not ship from Taiwan. And I think they took credit for putting actual explosives in there, which they would. But what's happening is a lot of this is just another reason for all these. I'm going to call them what I think they are, these boomer fear mongering channels out there to be like, so your phone is a weapon and it's a bomb and they could explode it at any time. And if you're a conservative, they know because they're spying on you, and now your phone's a bomb. it's like people like, you know, the Alex Jones types and people that, you know, types are associated with him, and people don't know better, you know, and they think, oh my God, my phone could blow up. But is that really, how feasible is that? No, yeah, lithium batteries can they can go up. It's not going to go up like a high explosive would. Even if you see videos of you know, a whole Tesla car, you know, or a few of them, different thing, buses, you know, and even a very large lithium battery when it goes, and that has much more thermal mass, meaning because it's bigger, it can build up heat and potentially have more of a runaway reaction than something small. Even they don't explode violent. You might say, oh, what do you mean it's not violent? But it's like there's flame shooting out, it's smoldering. But you know, if a Tesla battery blew up the way people think these phone batteries blew up, there'd be a crater in the ground and half of the next building would be gone, etc. And they don't quite blow up like that, or maybe in some rare case, but not reliably. You know, like it's not going to be something that's tactically reliable. So they had to put actual explosives in them. But now everybody out there, they could do this to anyone at any time. You know, it's like, yeah, they probably could have your phone, you know, kind of melt. You know, it's not going to blow your nuts off or whatever happening to. Or wait, what did they say that they're practicing circumcision over the phone? Truly a new level of technology, right?
Yes, yes.
So, but not just with the phone. So people, don't worry, they're not going to blow up your phone. It's, you know, it's don't panic, and it'll be all right. So there's that. Current events. So I believe. So was it? Did you see Palestine granted a seat? I recognized at the UN.
I did not know that. Is that true?
I believe so. Let me.
Okay, follow up on that. I have
yeah.
finished reading. I have finished reading the communique that was sent to me. I have downloaded it, so I'm going to send it to you now, and you can review that at your leisure in a few moments. So
while you're doing that, let me look up.
Both Aristides and I are working with our computers at the moment, so everyone do be patient. And I appreciate everyone's patience with us. You're all...
So, as of a week or so ago now, Palestine takes a new seat at UN General Assembly. So that's, I mean, good for them. And now I think part of the argument of Israel was they tried to say, well, Palestine, that's a made-up concept. It never really existed. It's always been Israel. It's like, well, if they never existed, why do they have a seat at the UN? You know?
Yeah.
So this is a landmark in that struggle for sure. And then something about I just heard today. They're supposed to leave Palestinian territory within a week. We'll see how that goes. Let me try to look up something like on that.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so this it's sent to you now, and you can look at that at your leisure. And what I'll do now is just start talking again in a few moments. Again, Brendan, whenever you can unmute, go ahead. But Aristides is on a good roll.
Tie that up. UN General Assembly demands Israel ends occupation of Palestinian territory. Well, they can demand it, but I somehow doubt that they're going to.
Understood, sadly. Yes.
Anyway, that was that, but that's notable. That's very notable, I think.
Yeah.
So still, I mean, not that Palestine is going to be left in any kind of good state, at all. So they're pretty much obliterated. So now they're turning to Hezbollah and whatever. And there's another. They dropped. I guess they now consider. Seems like they're at war with Hezbollah now.
Yes. Hopefully.
Which, you would think if they're blowing up. And plus, the funny thing is, did they take any measures to make sure these exploding communication devices only affected combatants, or
Of course not.
or is the Geneva Convention still a thing, or does that not apply?
Well, that never applied to them as far as they were
right,
concerned.
of course, right. Right. So, if they're going to do things like that, and then they've been doing not just that, they bombed something. I don't know what they bombed. It was a huge ass bomb. I'll look it up in a second, but big explosion, and then here's another example of people getting carried away. They're like, oh my god, they used a nuke, and it's like, okay, like a very large, thermobaric type bomb, when it goes off, especially if it hits something like an ammo depot or fuel depot, it's a pretty big explosion. And,
Oh yeah.
Not those. It can be big enough to have a mushroom cloud. Maybe not like nuclear, but if people thought they dropped a nuke. I'm like, they're gonna drop a nuke on them.
Right.
Even a small one.
Right. Yeah. No. So finish. Brendan is with us, but finish repeating what you said about the nuke. The logic behind not dropping.
It's like just like people thought, all their phones are going to blow up. They're like, oh, Israel dropped a nuke. Look, there's a video. It's like a nuke, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's a big bomb. Settle down, people.
Yeah. Thank you. No, that's important. That's an important point. Thank you, and thank you so much for joining us, Brendan. And by the way, Videosphere says, I was wondering for a long time. So I do invite Videosphere to be a bit more specific, but I presume Videosphere is talking about Peter Moon's allegiance and his sanity. And I can tell you, after reviewing the latest, dear Aristides, you'll be more convinced of Peter's fracturing than you ever were before. But I will send the same thing now to Brendan. He will be able to review this at his leisure as well. Of course, I recommend reviewing it as soon as he gets a chance here. So give me just a second to access the download again.
Should I read it out loud on air or what?
Yeah, it is so fucking tempting. It is so fucking tempting.
No, I was being facetious, so continue.
Yeah, so let me just cut and paste what our mutual friend has said. And so here we are, see if that works. And here we go. It will be both a screenshot and it will be a text that kind of provides some context. So there you go. Let's hope that this manifests. There he goes. There we are. So it should be where you can access it now. Take a look at your text message, your private text message in Skype. And so just so everyone knows, I have a situation with my cellular phone where, well, fuck, this brings us back to Peter again. I guess I might as well get into it now. So everybody, here's what happened. Okay, so Videosphere says about Scientology and time travel. Okay, so thank you for that. Douglas Marks also says the exploding cell phone is also in the movie Law Abiding Citizen with Jamie Foxx and Gerald Butler. Okay, so to everyone, what happened with our latest episode? Peter Moon.
Yeah, this is bizarre, but yeah, carry on.
And do you feel that it has any, legal teeth to it, or...
No, I mean, come on. He already said what he said. It doesn't matter. Nowadays, there are ways around everything.
Yeah,
we're in the clear.
Thank you.
Clear. It's just, might as well just block them now.
You like how he says, it's even more serious than I thought. The doctor must have told him it's half dead. He must have told him half of your brain is dead at this point. By the way, could you explain to people about Peter's last stroke and the 2 centimeters of dead brain mass and how Peter passed that on as if it were like nothing? Try and explain how small the human brain fucking is and how big that amount. Please.
So he had told us publicly that he had a previous stroke a few years ago. I don't know the exact timing. We can dredge it up in a few, but it was a few years ago. He had a stroke, and he said it didn't affect him physiologically or psychologically or anything. Like what would be the word? It was asymptomatic in a certain way, where it didn't affect him permanently.
Yeah, so he claimed
like aphasia or some kind of slight effects.
Yeah,
but they actually did a scan at that time, and he said it was only, this is his quote, he said only 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters, that's it, right?
In which there was no life, and somebody else told me it was actually in the frontal cortex or something. It was actually in the front of his brain.
He told us that. He said it was in that, like, a certain region that was in the front or the side of the brain. I'll have to go back to the episode and review it, but it'll take time.
But that's like a vital part of the brain. If it's the frontal, it's I mean, holy shit! But go on.
Let me just look up something real quick. The size of the brain is 1,300 cubic centimeters. That's the average volume of human brain.
Yeah.
So he was saying, oh, it's just 2 centimeters, 2 centimeters. So, but it's 2 cubic centimeters.
Yes.
They don't measure it in like inches. Just linear. They don't measure it linear because the brain is a volume. It's like a gel. It's like a gelatin. So it would be measured in, like, medically, it would be cubic centimeters, which means it's like the size of a dice, like a small dice. So that's considerable because each centimeter of brain tissue has trillions of neurons. So we're talking like these are big chunks of the brain. And anyone who's seen people get shot, I grew up with someone who had head trauma, like he got shot in the head.
Yes.
And he was affected, even a small exit wound, which it wasn't that small because it was a 9mm, but he had, like, maybe like one quarter of his brain damaged, and he lost complete function of half his body. But it was still like the brain was largely intact. So I'm telling you, it only takes a little tiny bit to affect someone. So for Peter to say, oh, it's just 1 centimeter, this was the situation he was in, saying, oh, it's not a big deal. I mean, I was telling Douglas, like, look, 2 centimeters squared, like 2 cubic centimeters is big when it comes to the brain.
Yes.
So, and any doctor, any neurologist will tell you any loss of brain tissue is bad.
Yeah.
And there's this myth going around, oh, you only use 1% of your brain. It's not that you use 1% of your brain. It's that you use 1% at a time.
Yes.
But the whole brain does something.
Yes.
Like, it's there for a reason. It's like a processor.
Yes.
Like the processor in your phone doesn't work at 100% all the time. It's only when it's needed.
Yeah.
So there's a misconception a little bit with that. So any damage to the brain at any size is going to affect someone.
Plus, it could be quite a game of Russian roulette, because if you have a couple cubic centimeter, depending on where that occurs, the effects could vary a whole lot.
Well, what's intriguing is that if it's in the frontal area of his brain, like he said, that eliminates all empathy, which explains his psychotic behavior. And his inability to comprehend what he's saying, and the hurt it inflicts on other people that afterwards avoid him. It's something, of course, myself, I can handle it because I understand the context. That was never an issue with me, but it most certainly would be with your normal human being. So what happened the other day was, on Wednesday, Peter Moon was basically the day before the Wednesday episode, which was the celestial trifecta, or the celestial combination of the lunar eclipsed harvest moon, this super moon. It was a super harvest moon under eclipse.
Under eclipse, yeah.
That was the day he said, I'm publishing the book. I'm publishing the book.
Which is odd, because in his knowledge, supposedly, of astrology, he would have never been okay with that. But
yes, that's right.
So it was that sounds very strange to me. Maybe he's just going off the fact that it's a full moon. But even then, under an eclipse, like, an eclipse corridor is the wrong time to start any initiative at all.
Thank you.
And anyone that knows astrology would have told him, or at least known that.
For our new listeners, don't think Brendan is some superstitious person. We're going by Peter's own logic, which was always astrology.
This is scientific too.
Yeah.
This is scientific
Understood.
too. Like, they have statistics that, like, it's called lunacy for a reason.
Yes.
So the statistics have shown that full moon has more things going wrong, has more unexplainable situations. It has more things happening. There's more energy in the mental, the lunar, that it affects people's psychology. This is a fact. It doesn't matter if you're a materialist or not. It's there, extant. And then on top of that, in eclipse, whether you call it placebo effect or something because people know about it, whatever, that even adds to it. So it's verifiable that the moon, not only being full but under eclipse, is probably one of the worst times to start any new initiative. And astrologers can tell you why, in detail if you are into that. But just the statistics alone prove it. So there you go.
Thank you. And it was the climax of the Mid-Autumnal Harvest Moon Festival for East Asians, meaning that I was involved with my celebrations. And what happened was two things. At early in the morning, I got a notification, as I do every month, from Assurance Wireless that my account had been refilled by money from the state of California. Because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, I am enrolled in the California Lifeline program, where the state of California pays so that, they pay Assurance Wireless, which is a national carrier, and Assurance Wireless provides me with a cell phone and unlimited minutes, unlimited service. Now, they had been paid by the state of California, and they took that money. And then I didn't come home until just to start the show on Wednesday night. And I was coming back from the doctor because I swung by the doctor en route so that she could stick cameras up my nose and tell me how good I was doing, saying, these second follow-up appointments are usually far worse than the first follow-up appointment because the patient has stopped taking steroids and the inflammation flares up as the body is trying to deal. But you're one of these patients, I've never seen any like you, where you're actually better. And again, the nanoplasma bots. The inside of my nose looked great. Only a few boogers she had to vacuum up. Talk about a glamorous profession. But at any rate, she, let's put it this way, said I was doing good, sent me home. Still, you go through a lot when you go through these procedures. And then I came home and saw two notifications. One was that account being refilled, having been sent in the morning. The other was a warning from our dear friend saying, listen to this before you start the program. So it was a vocal message telling me Peter is very sick, basically a combination stroke and heart attack, then will not be coming on to the show ever again. That was a lot to deal with, and yet I was not surprised. So then I went on and hosted our show that night, and everyone will be able to hear us doing our best to say Peter's indisposed, and we're, working with it. But we were not yet officially, shall we say, severed from Peter, which was a severance he declared. Just so people understand this, Peter declared the severance. So you had this on Tuesday during the middle of a calacial trifecta, a celestial convergence of a full supermoon at harvest time, combined with a lunar eclipse, very bad portent astrologically, which is not, by our reckoning, in terms of, let's put it this way, Brendan understands the ramifications from a cosmological sense, but Team Dietrich as a whole is not saying that we're following an astrological program. Rather, it's Peter Moon's own logic has always followed astrology. For those who have listened regularly, he usually reckons everything he does by whether there's Mercury retrograde or what's a good astrological time to start a project, etc. So for him to say, I'm publishing the books today on Tuesday, that day, that particular cosmological convergence is very bizarre. And then what happened was I came home to that message that everything went wrong. So at that point, he said the project is dead. And we're getting conflicting messages now. But we're basically ignoring them because at this point, there's nothing he's saying that's coherent. And whatever comes by that's semi-coherent is obviously written by someone else, and it's always written in the third person. So either he's taken to referring himself as a brand, which is something I've indulged in the past, but that's different. I come from a different background, and I come from a different generation where people often do that. Micro-influencers or TikTokers and the like. Peter Moon doesn't come from that background. So his personality is either completely fractured or he's got a handler that's doing this for him. So I'm opting for the handler myself. I don't believe it's his daughter because his daughter and he are effectively estranged. And this is, a whole nother story and a can of worms behind that. But all that being said, he then began a series of communications, which we're not going to go into in any depth, but they were quite alarming. And these exchanges were not between himself and myself. He has refused all communications with myself. Whatever he sent, I simply have not responded to because I don't believe he's actually typed it. He's actually keyboarded it because it is so different from the communications he shared with the person who I do know is communicating with him. And so the end result is he's been disintegrating like a Lovecraft character, and his texts are betraying that. He has basically said, the knowledge has destroyed him. The knowledge that I have imparted has destroyed him. And yet he, it's like, we don't want to get too deeply into it, certainly tonight, but he has been impacted in terms of physical and mental health by this. He has confessed that...
Yes.
Yeah.
If one goes into the dark arts, there's always a risk.
Thank you. And I have explained to them while you were busy, I told them about the fact that he was conducting binding spells and trying to steal me from the Peacock Angel, which of course resulted in poking the wrong bear, and he's paid the price for that. So I've explained that context is that you don't try to pilfer Lucifer's own. It's the stupidest thing in the world to do.
Yeah, and the situation with that is like the Lucifer itself, that being, the angel of light, is not what people have made it out to be. It's something else. It's a force entirely different.
Thank you.
So it's not something inherently negative.
Yeah.
Like people think it's the devil itself, but it's something beyond.
Thank you.
Good and evil. So
thank you.
That's what I would say about that.
Thank you. That's very important to emphasize, as well as the fact that regardless of whether the angel is fell or interpreted by the people...
Well, it's definitely fell. But,
yes. Yes.
But they had their reasons, It's like, I'm not defending it, but
yes,
the being itself had its reasons,
That's right. So. That's right. It's still an angel. It's still an angel.
Yeah. It's much more powerful than anyone else on this plane. So
yes.
Let's just put it that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
I can go into the esoterics of it later, but people have no problem talking to like all these channelers and people like his friend Maria and all, not just her, but any of these people that do these kind of readings. They'll talk to Raphael, Michelangelo, or not Michelangelo.
The Archangel Michael. The Archangel Michael.
Yeah, Archangel Michael. Sarael, the angel of death, like they'll commune with these beings, but Lucifer, bad,
Or so, it's just too intimidating for them, most of them, or just too powerful. It's too powerful. They burn with it. Yeah. Then that was the point I was making about possessed children, or just as the most, shall we say, poignant example. But people who are possessed, the difference with them and someone like myself was that I embraced my possession and embraced myself as being perfectly possessed. So that was the point. As being perfectly possessed, I am a possession. I'm a possession of Lucifer, Maluk Talish, the Peacock Angel, and Peter wanted me for himself. And he conducted binding spells to that effect. Yes, go on.
Yeah, which is a big mistake.
To say the least. Yeah.
But I had this, and I told Douglas this privately, but I don't mind saying it publicly, really, is that there have been times, especially recently, where that being or that energy has actually assisted me.
Yes.
And whether it's, and most likely it's its own personal preference, because it's intelligence. Like I was telling you, Douglas, like these beings, it's not just like this mindless energy like people think, oh, it's just like a, you know, like demons are just like these, you know, like they're like werewolves or something.
Well, they think of them almost like zombies just coming at you in waves like a video game because they play Doom, right? They play Doom.
Yeah, they play Doom and shit. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, perfect example. Where Hitler's at the bottom of the pile. Yeah, and he's the final villain. But yeah, so basically, it's not like that. That these are intelligent beings, and intelligence is independent of this realm, and they can make decisions just as it favored me for whatever reason. Certain reasons. I mean, sure, it has its reasons, but it had protected me from these bindings and these other things that were going on around me. So they can favor beings and they can assist beings, just as anything else with free will has. So
yes.
That's what I would like to say.
And what I pointed out was in Africa, demons are viewed as agents of retributive justice. So you don't think of them necessarily as friends, but in Africa, they're not afraid to call on them for aid. Yeah. So, and
the word demon, Damien, is a Greek word, daimon.
Yes.
It means power, intelligence. It's an intelligence, but it also means power.
Yes.
So a demon is a good word. It means power. It means it's a being with power that can affect its will upon others. Now, what that's used for is another matter, and it interferes with free will. But the point is, it's a neutral. It's like a technology. It's neutral. It just means a being with power.
Yes.
So there's been times in the past where the asuras, the so-called demons, the asuras,
yes, in
the Vedic reckoning, they have gone to the good side and they helped the good people. Like they had no issue with that. They made their own decision. So these are just beings with power. Like in Star Wars, they did it nicely. It's called the Force. Yes. The Force is Shakti. That's the full power of the universe, the Tao itself. And the beings just use the Force. And what they use it for is up to them. But the power itself isn't the issue. You know, Sith have Force, Jedi have Force, but it depends on what you use it for. So the same with the demons. They have plenty of Force. They have power. They're connected to the universe. They have universal power, elemental power. But what it's used for is where the trick lies. That's what it is.
Thank you. That was beautiful. So, just again, and we welcome Pixie Princess Starfox, as well as John, into the chat. And yeah, oh yeah, she's back. And kisses to her. And, of course, our dear friend Aaron Tice is in the chat. Hugs to our dear friend Aaron Tice. So, it reminds me, what I want people to know is that I came home, had this news about Peter Moon, not only having some kind of physical, mental attack, which he himself said was cardiovascular. He said, I'm having a cardiovascular issue right now, and is what he told a mutual friend of all of ours. And this is obviously serious stuff. But then he started lying. He started saying, I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow. And he wasn't seeing any goddamn doctor. He went in to get more hot soap water pumped up his ass. And another, colonics experience, which to him is sexual. It's just basically his sex surrogacy is colonics. And for those of you who have ever listened to this show regularly, I hope you've all been as revolted as I am by Peter Moon going into sickening detail of what comes out of his ass during colonics, which, again, no sense of filtration in his fucking atrophied, stroke-ridden mind. That's, wherever that 2 centimeters died, eliminated any sense of what people want to hear. And he would just go on about the important thing is all the peanuts in your shit, and then the black slime, that's the blood in your stool. But more than that, it's the black slime mucus that covers your fecal matter. And he would go into this in excruciating detail, how exciting it was and how just... I mean, it's just thinking about it makes me sick. These were some of the most embarrassing moments of our transmissions, and they were like every episode. It was like every episode Peter would go into the wonders of colonics. Every other episode, to be fair. But, you know, that's too many episodes already. One episode would have been too many. But
particularly when there were young women around.
Thank you. Oh yes. Oh yes. Not to mention that he made Paula go through it regularly, and she never forgave him for that. And oh god. So remind me to go into the fact that there was another aspect of what Peter was going to do with this book that made this severance so fortuitous. Was he wanted to become part. He, for whatever reason, well, we know why, the Blood Boys. He had an obsession with the Blood Boys, and he wanted in on my world. And so when it comes to my world, for those of you who do not know, my son married someone who is one of the Silicon Valley elite, and they basically have access to young men who are adopted and raised and schooled. We have professional tutors. I tutor them in history. And they have much more qualified people than me in terms of accreditation and academic and scholastic certification that teach them chemistry and sciences and mathematics and the like. Of course, I'm the favorite of their instructors because while taking their blood, my saliva exudes enough of the euphoric element, the dimethyltryptamine, where, am I pronouncing that correctly, or is it more like dimethyltryptamine?
Dimethyltryptamine.
Thank you, dimethyltryptamine. Thank you, the DMT, where they enjoy the experience. Otherwise...
It's a vampire-specific version because the other ones don't do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah.
Just put it that way.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
the frog one. Everyone loves the frog one. So anyways,
so of course, their blood is used in transfusions with the Silicon Valley elite, and this is something that helps to. It's a process known as parabiosis. Now, parabiosis is presented as controversial. It is not. It is confirmed. It's efficacious. So we won't go any further into that because people can get quite bored with blood physiology. But the point is, Peter wanted in on this world. He seeks longevity. He's desperate for immortality. And so he wanted to do a special run of these leather-bound grimoires, pink leather-bound, to give to the Blood Boys. And I was emphatically telling him, my son's husband doesn't want anything from you on the grounds of the estate. It would be terms for my dismissal. It would be cause for my termination professionally in regards to what I do for him in exchange for the blood that I get to live, to sustain myself. He for some reason could not grasp anything I was telling him. He was saying, "Don't you teach him this shit? Aren't you teaching him this shit?" And it's not an issue of me. It's you.
I'm sure the transphobia didn't help you either.
Yes, no kidding. Again, his personality is so fractured. He wants access to these young boys, and you know it's out of lust, as well as the desire for longevity. But beyond that, what made it so offensive was the fact that he kept, if anyone wonders, well, why would your son's husband hate Peter so much? Understand this. Peter has repeatedly, on my program, tried to dox my son's husband. He said, I know his ethnicity. I know where he lives. Brendan, help me out here. Was this not the case?
No, there was one, many times, but one specific time when it was just me and him and someone else, like a few people. And then you had to go do something. And right when you jumped off, he was saying stuff like I spoke to a friend of mine and we've deduced one of the locations of the estates. I know for a fact it's one of the locations of the estates, and he kept alluding to it over and over and over. And so I actually had to tell Douglas, I was like, dude, when you were gone, like, he was like saying he knew the location. Like he was basically willing to say it out loud at some point.
Yeah.
You know,
this is
while you were gone, just to dox him, and it seemed out of line to me. So I just told
to
him
say the least. To say the least.
He repeatedly said, "There's a reason we call him, you know, that thing." So he maintains anonymity. I'm not going to reveal anything, any locations, and he kept repeatedly saying, "I know where he is. I know at least one of the locations."
Not only that, his ethnicity. No, go on.
And then, and then should I say what he said, or just
sure? Say what he said. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said, "I know for a fact he's Chinese. I know he's Chinese." And he kept asking Douglas, "Is he Chinese? Is this true?" And it's like, why didn't you just do that privately if you're really that worried about it? Like you had to, like he's literally doxing someone. That's like, you know, if someone went in the chat room and said, "Don't reveal my ethnicity," you know, and then they told us privately what it was. That's what doxing means. Doxing is like a slang term for when you're playing video games or you're a streamer, you're like streaming on Twitch or whatever the kids do now, and someone in the chat room gives out your address, and then all of a sudden people are calling in SWAT team hits, calling in the feds saying you're a trafficker, or calling in the police saying there's someone being killed on camera, which happened to Douglas as well.
Thank you!
So Douglas has been swatted many times. But basically, that's the point of that's the only reason you would dox someone, is to create havoc. And so that's why it's like, to use a slang term, like a total party foul if you're on a call with someone, like a public, like this, like a public venue. Because YouTube, the problem with the internet is it can be accessed by anybody. So anyone means anyone anyway, that even in other dimensions. So when you dox someone, it's like, it's just free reign for anyone to fuck with you around the world. So it's like doxing someone is considered like the biggest party foul in like YouTube world or these content creators. Because not only is it rude, but it fucks up your life.
Thank you.
Some people even, they stay off camera, right?
Yeah.
To just do a video about like say going to get food, or they're traveling in Japan, called Japan Eat. There's this kid named Japan Eat, and he'll never reveal his face because he knows how fucked up people are.
Yeah.
And then in the comments, people are constantly like, "Do a face reveal, do a face reveal," because if they're trying to trick them into, they're just gonna do it once and say, "Oh, you know, this person just wants to see me out of honesty," like they get tricked.
Yes.
And then the second that happens, it's like they destroy their lives, call them ugly. So this is what doxing is. Is like, that's why it's dangerous. It's actually very dangerous. So I don't understand.
It's literally a form of an assault. It's a form of an assault for
yeah,
Peter to do what he did, and he couldn't understand why Sugar Daddy didn't like him.
So in modern times, like doxing someone is really wrong. And he even did that to me too. He was like, "What town do you live in?" And he like I had to say, I didn't have to say it, but I didn't even give him a real name. But I told him publicly about like the region I lived in, and he kept asking me, "What town?"
Details. He wanted specific.
And
like
then when I said where it was, he was like, "Yeah, I know where that's at. I know where that's at." And I'm like, "Dude, just relax."
No, there was something.
So
that there is something. There's so many things so wrong.
Well, it helps with spell casting. I mean, we know that.
Yes.
If you know a location, it helps.
Yes.
And the point is, doxing is wrong, and anyone and he's done public stuff. It's like on the days of TV and stuff, like no one would give their region, where they're from, or anything like that. You know, when you're doing TV and radio, you would just say, "I'm from West Coast, California," you know, when you're on coast to coast.
Yes.
So where he gets this notion where he's saying, "I know Sugar Daddy's in Napa," and I was like saying this weird shit.
Yeah.
That's wrong. Totally
Thank you. No, it's beyond wrong. It is criminal. It is literally criminal for this idiot to do what he was doing. And, of course, Sugar Daddy wanted nothing to do with him and said, you know, if any of his shit is found on my property, you're fired. And I don't blame him. Of course he has every right to say that. And so I'm just writing a thank you to our mutual friend here. But in terms of what you've just expressed, understand, everyone. So basically when I came home on Wednesday to do the show, I'm dealing with all of this, and basically I want to welcome Heather first, but remind me, Heather, to tell everybody, then the stream got cut, and that's where things get really interesting. so Heather, honey, so join us. And so how much have you heard tonight so far? if anything?
I just jumped on right now. I'm sorry it took me so long.
No worries. No worries, darling. We're just glad you got home safe.
Oh,
And
yeah.
by the way, yeah, you remember, everyone, how when right after my surgery and I'm dying on transmission, I'm trying to breathe while I'm choking in my own blood and my tonsils are so swollen, it feels like I'm choking on a cock. And how Pete Moon said, yeah, it'd be interesting if Douglas dies. And yeah, just as I published the book. Does anyone remember this? Cause we
No.
Yes, he said that, and he said, and even when he left, he said, "I hope you survive the night, Douglas."
Yeah, what a piece
Wow.
of shit.
He was like, "Let's hope Douglas survives the night." That was literally the quote.
Yeah.
I'm not paraphrasing.
Yeah,
What
that
would be so interesting about that is my question. You know what?
Well, you're about to be a lot more interested when we fill you in on that time.
yeah. It's part of his psychotic, pathology where he has no capacity to understand how revolting what he's saying is. Just like the other day when you heard this, Heather, or did you not? When he starts talking about there's this. He didn't say developmentally disabled because he doesn't have that level of wokeness. He's more.
It's not even woke. It's
Yeah.
like, just being polite.
yeah. He's too politically incorrect to use the term developmentally disabled. He said retarded. He said, yeah, retarded boy working at the Yacht Cume golf club, and then they paid him. All these frat boy Ivy League fratters, they're adults now, and they're all a member of the, I guess we'll call it, what do you call it? Harvard MBA? Oh, MBAs, yeah. MBA mafia. And they paid him to shove a cucumber or a carrot up his ass with
Masters
peanut
of
butter.
Business, not NBA.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, Masters, MBA.
Just
Yeah.
in case it got confused. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, peanut butter as a lube. I mean, you don't remember this, Heather? You start talking about,
No.
and he's shoving peanut butter covered cucumbers up his ass while they're eating for their entertainment. And it's like,
So he admitted to doing that?
this is where it gets so tempting. This is so tempting. I am so tempted to say,
No,
yeah!
he was just referencing it. He was just referencing
But
in some weirdly detailed fashion that was just absurd.
No, it was this
That
profound...
is pretty gross.
It was this profound level of
It was
detail, like he was there. It was like he had been there. It's like you and I, if we...
No, and the bizarre part was that how he said peanut butter or oil,
Yes.
as if, like, when has peanut butter ever been a lube? Except those creeps with bestiality. I mean, this is fucking weird, man. I was like, okay, this is too much. Like, even I told Douglas privately when that was happening, I was like, I'm getting off the call for a while. Like, this is too much.
That's when you dropped off. You said, okay, it's enough for the night. And,
Like, who says like peanut butter is a lube? When has that ever been a thing? That's awful. I mean, this is crazy.
but the detail with which he went into it was the equivalent of an eyewitness report, but none of us could recall the context. What was the connection? What brought this up?
That's what I was asking you. I was asking Douglas. I said, "What is this going on? Like, what? How is this coming up?" And mind you, I'm not squeamish. I've listened to Douglas for like a while. So,
Yeah, and I can get bad.
yeah. So I'm not sensitive to that stuff usually. In fact, I'm pretty callous to it. Normal people
Yes,
can't
at this
handle it.
point. Yeah.
But
But it's the way Peter introduced it. Like, it was like over tea and crumpets. And he was... And there's no context. And he's going into this bizarre detail, and it added to the nature of his spiraling. So this is the way I describe it, people. Peter Moon is the Titan submersible. And just like the Titan submersible had, like, as they said, 1,000 defects and vulnerabilities before it took that final dive, Peter had all his fiberglass was unspooling at that point, and this was his Roosevelt Gainey fiberglass. It was manufactured by Roosevelt Gainey, who he kept saying could kick Bruce Lee's ass with his breath. And you have no idea all the undertones of that statement or that claim. Like, is his breath that bad? But Peter was saying that he could just breathe on somebody and they'd fall down. Of course, that brings us back to the jokes about bad breath. But Roosevelt Gainey, for those of you who do not know, wound up as a quadriplegic because he was a diabetic, type 2 diabetes, from his eating an endless amount of sweets. So you have this individual, Roosevelt Gainey, who, as a black African-American male, is already going to be extremely vulnerable to all kinds of health issues, such as high blood pressure, sickle cell anemia. You've got a whole range of... Yeah, go on. Yeah, and then this guy's stuffing himself with chocolate cake and telling people to follow a discipline. Telling people, follow my discipline. Really? And winds up with all his arms and legs sawed off. Of course the guy breathes well. It's the only thing he can do. And he's teaching classes with this 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And Peter is enamored of this.
Kind of reminded me of Derek Talley, where he was telling me, I do my aqua aerobics a couple times a week. And then when he was in the hospital, he was telling me, Brendan, you just got to work out. You got to, work it better. He was like giving me all this life advice. And then when he had dialysis, they almost kicked him out of the hospital because he was ordering like Southern comfort food, like brisket, like 10-day smoked brisket by the pile, like literally by the pound, door dashing it to the hospital. And the hospital told him, you can't, you're in renal failure. Like you got to chill. Like you can't be eating this shit. And he told me privately, the hospital food's so bad. I just needed a little fix. And it was like French fries with brisket on top. I'm not even being rude. This was literally what he was eating. With like barbecue sauce drizzle.
And no arms and legs?
No, this is a different person. This is Derek Talley, who was, he told us he was sick in the hospital and he was ordering that stuff to the hospital.
Okay.
No.
So this is what it's reminding me of. That's all I'm saying. It reminds me of a similar situation.
And by the way, Derek Talley, like Peter Moon, kept publishing Fox News links.
Yeah.
He was all Fox News.
He was on. Doug was talking about something on air, and he would come on and say, "They're trying to get us black people to only go for men's asses, and that's it, because they're gonna depopulate us through being gay." Excuse me, and all this weird shit. See, I can't even. My body won't even allow me to talk about it. So I'm just gonna end it there. Enough is enough.
But there was a lot of similarities and parallelism between Peter Moon and Derek Talley, and it's a good call, because remember Peter Moon said Derek Talley's like the man in the wheelchair at the start of the races who's got one leg he's trying to pump himself with, and and so let me say yes. Yes to Aristides to try and add Pixie Princess Star Fox wants to join us. We'll see if Ari can add her.
Situational update.
Yeah, situational update. She wound up with this guy who was a member of a cult, but we'll see what. Somehow things have changed in that department with his cult status or something. We'll let her explain it. That doesn't mean we'll understand it, but we'll let her explain it. And it's the same with lovely Heather. So Heather, I don't know. Well, this is like the situation with Peter is that he is severed with us and is saying all kinds of different things that make no sense, and he is. It's a result of what we saw coming for a long time now. And but it really all imploded on him, and I can't even. When you read what he wrote to our friend, who we're not going to name, and by the way, Pixie, you're added to the call. You can jump on anytime you wish. So just jump on the call, honey. This way, this way things should be fine. But when it comes to Pete. One of the things he said now, this is part of the screenshot I sent to Aristides and our friend Brendan. He says, my doctor has suggested a brain scan. Dude, you're brain dead at this point. I mean, it's like, your doctor has suggested a brain... How many days has it been since fucking Tuesday? And
been a while.
So he went to the doctor. Anyways, he had gone to the doctor, and the doctor suggested.
He has not gone to the doctor. He has.
No, Heather, you missed it. He had a cardiovascular episode slash, how do I say
stroke,
it?
a stroke. Let's say
basically
a
a stroke.
brain and heart attack, a combined brain and heart attack. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And then he got ill.
No
and
shit.
Then basically, he's never coming on again, is what he claims.
Well, that's a fact. I mean, he's never coming on
he,
again.
He is mad.
What?
What's that? Is that like an acronym?
Is he mad because of the well check?
Oh,
The well-being check. Yes. Oh, that brings us back to my cell phone.
Oh, so Heather knows. Okay.
Yeah. But before that, this sentence, without naming our friend, what does this sentence mean? Look at this screenshot, Brendan and Aristides, and tell me, what does that first sentence mean? My doctor has suggested a brain scan, and whatever I thought of as a card, in quotes, to play, is actually more serious than even I realized. What does that mean?
It doesn't mean it's word salad. I mean, it's like my grandma with dementia. It's like she can't tell if she's in a casino or if she's in a doctor's office. It's like,
holy shit. It's just there you go. I'm left anyhow. So Pixie just tried to call again. Pixie, you don't need to call, just jump on this call. But so what happened about the well-being check? Just so people understand, our stream that night was cut, and that's fairly common. We get attacked a lot electronically, and when it's cut these days, I usually don't bother to restart the program. And oftentimes, I think it's probably the Dietrich just saving my ass from extending myself or overextending myself, and maybe just saving my ass from embarrassing myself. But at any rate, I usually just unplug the modem and replug it. In the old days, I had to call Comcast and everything else, and Comcast has really worked hard to bring it to this point of equilibrium where it's at right now, where I'm pretty satisfied. And at the same time, the first thing I'll do is I'll usually call my friends these days instead of Comcast to let them know I'm okay. The stream got cut. Just let them know I'm okay. When I went to do that, my phone, simultaneous to the stream being cut on last episode, my phone got the message at that exact time, you are no longer eligible for Assurance Wireless Lifeline support. And my account had been closed. And so I could not call anyone. Now I had to do the whole unplug, replug, restart, and then call my friends on Skype, let them all know I'm okay. But I had to wait until the next morning because Assurance Wireless is only open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Central Time. I had to wait till the next morning to call them to try and reestablish my account, and it took all day. Now, during that period of time, I could probably have helped Peter Moon because I would have called the police to conduct a well-being check. And I would, because of my background, both in law enforcement and medical care, I could have told them, this man is not in his right mind. He's going to lie to you that he's under medical care, that he's seeing a doctor. He is not. And that you must contact EMTs to give him a look over. And trust me, they'll take him to the hospital. And I could have convinced them to do that. Because I could not use my cell phone effectively for a day, I had to rely on friends to do that. Now, these friends did their best. They called the police to do the well-being check. They don't have my background. They didn't really know what to tell the police. They did their best, but the police visited Peter, and I don't see how they could have let this fucker go without calling the ambulance. Knowing how he was behaving, our friend, the interventionist, said when he was talking to Peter on the phone, he knew at that moment he was never going to be on the show again. Not even because Peter made that declaration, but just because Peter's words were so slurred, his breathing so heavy, so laborious. The fact that he just telephonically was so bad, he just knew that this guy's never coming on the show ever again. I mean, that's bad. That's bad.
And no one's heard, and no one's heard from him outside of text.
Yeah.
Which is immediately a red flag.
Yes.
Since then.
Yes. So Star Fox has joined us along with Nemo. I'd like to introduce everyone. Heather, I don't know if you've had the
It's
delay.
the colored lights again, but
Yes,
yes.
that's right.
Yes, yeah, I remember Star Fox.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes. And Nemo and Aristides.
Hello,
Benny.
everyone. Hey, Star Fox.
Yeah.
How
I'm
you
not
doing?
trying to be redundant. I feel like, I was hoping we had better angles. I was just listening. My bad.
How are you? And how's the new situation? Are you with the truck driver in Oregon?
Funny. No, I would love you trashing Peter Moon. Don't let me interrupt.
Well, we'll
We
continue.
all love it.
Yeah. Nemo, give us a little bit of your own summation of how you feel about everything going on.
I mean, when you told me the
I'm
news,
trying to be
I was
nice.
expecting it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And I knew he couldn't be trusted anyway. Like the first time I heard him, I'm like, yeah, this guy's sus.
Thank you. No, it's so true. It's so true. I have never received a penny of royalties until
Yeah.
just before he went to Australia, and I begged him. I said, "Look, I'm going to be homeless if I don't make rent."
Romania.
You know, and
Australia, Douglas.
yeah. Tell us about how you feel Australia did him in.
You just made a slip. Though.
Oh, what'd I say?
Okay, he went to Romania, not Australia. But
Oh, I'm
you're
sorry,
conflating
yes.
it because of maybe Nemo.
Because of Nemo. Also, I was busy reading Aristides' message. He basically,
sorry.
I do want people to
Sorry.
understand
I don't mean to be
Aristides.
rude. I just want.
No. I appreciate you doing that. Believe me. No,
And
Aristides.
just to be clear, we know Doug. See, look, I'm
You can feel
Doug
free to
can't
call
do
me
I
drunk.
drugs.
noticed that after.
because his nose is all messed up. So he's sober. He's just tired.
I noticed that after Romania, it seemed like that trip was really too much.
It did him
or
in.
it was like
It did him
the
in.
straw.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
It was the
camel's
straw.
back,
That's the same thing
kinda.
I said. Heather, yeah.
Yeah. But, by the way, Aristides' message is he's taking the Chihuahuas for a walk because we got a full house now, so that's fine. Hopefully he'll be back safely. So yeah, and thank you for your input there, Nemo. I profoundly appreciate what you're saying.
What
And
happened while I was away? I tucked my tail between my legs in disgust at my opinion, and I come back and everyone's like, maybe I said something right.
you were fine.
Fucking freaked out, bro.
Yeah.
I'm freaked out, but I'm. What the fuck?
Are you
happened?
Are you in Oregon? I'm not trying to dox you like Peter Moon style,
No,
but
I'm in Washington State
that's
now,
it.
bro.
Washington. Sorry.
Yeah, it's.
He's
no.
loosening up.
I did what I said.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
So
I'm here.
the cultic truck driver, how's he treating you?
I love you. Yes. Well, that's exactly it. Well, he brought me a sweater from the hooker bar.
Cool.
I don't know, dude. I mean, you know how it is out here. There's this whole hooker culture out west, and you know, I gotta keep a boy in line sometime.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna express, you know.
Do you
I met
do
his
you have
mother.
do you have come and go at in the what you're talking about in your region?
I don't have a region for me. I'm
There's
sorry.
like a
can
gas
you-
station and it's called Come and Go.
Like a franchise? You talking about some kind of franchise?
Yeah, yeah.
That's probably where he parks his truck and lost. I mean, that's where he knows
They
that
actually
you're-
had to change their name because they got so much
I'm
blowback.
sure
But
he knows exactly where
They
I
he's
got a
shouldn't have.
sweatshirt.
Okay. Look, I guess I'm on camera. So he went to a strip club in Astoria.
All right.
And he this.
Oh
That's
wow, I love it. Oh
That
man.
makes you feel like such a good person.
Yeah.
he brought you
I
back.
have
Matt.
Sweater.
Yeah.
Yay.
Cool.
I don't go anywhere, but I got a hooker. I was like, should I wash this? Or they're like pheromones? Should I,
Probably.
like-
Yeah.
I'm flattered, but like I don't.
Yeah.
leave,
Watch out
like,
for those
again,
lot lizards. You gotta wash everything after the lot lizard comes in.
Eventually,
Touches
a
it.
lot lizard logo, right? It's horrible.
Yeah, those are the ladies of the night that work for the truckers.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know what a lot lizard is.
I am out of my league when it comes to. Okay, so the only thing I know is like, what is it like? Okay, so I learned one thing, like Aberdeen. That whole city was like built for sailors to fuck hookers.
Yeah.
It's literally part of their culture out here to be promiscuous with hookers.
Cool.
So I just like don't try to talk about it. So not only, oh my God, I met my friend's mom yesterday, and I've been given the warning not to bring up, especially my OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
So like I can't play stupid no matter what I do. And I just feel like she knows anyway. So, like, we're both kind of, like, skirt-tailing all this shit. And it's like, I just can't keep my mouth shut. I'm like, look, lady, your son's a whore. I mean, she's a whore. I didn't say it that way. I didn't call him out. I really didn't go that far. But it's like, she goes, what's my son want with you? It's like, I don't know. He wants to have sex with me. He wants to have sex once, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh my God. Like,
well, darling, look, it's hypnotic to look at you. But I'm going to continue on to the narrative. Like you said, you enjoy us while we're, talking about the Moon Man here. We're going to get back to that for a few moments because, believe me, I could stare at you all night.
I'm not trying to be pretty, Daddy. I love you.
I love you too, honey. And your movements are hypnotic. Just the way you sway. You have this natural sway. It's this motion that I could stare at for hours. You know why? I grew up around young ladies like you. And I feel right at home. And she's even in a blue light. She's even in a blue light home. Thank God she's not in the blinky lights. Like, how can we convince Ian West to follow the same kind of behavior as that young Japanese guy not showing his face? Can we convince Ian West to follow that pattern and say...
You can't convince him of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
But he had the same blinking lights you had back in Mississippi, honey. Or when you were in New Orleans. New Orleans? I always pronounce that.
Yeah. Dude. He was trying to hurt my actual vision because I have 20/20 vision and he's actually blind.
Yeah.
That was all literally set up to damage my vision.
I bet.
So I'm very sorry I saw that.
And he cut a clip of your black cat's hair to put a binding spell on you.
No, that's a bunny rabbit.
Oh, the black bunny rabbit.
I brought her to the vet, and I told them what I thought. They said she's just pulling it out, and it's like, okay, I'll believe that, fine. But she didn't have fleas up until right before we left. So I brought her to the vet before we left, and I'll bring her again. I don't want to make that a thing, but yeah, she's poor little baby.
Right, understood. So, back to what I was saying about Wednesday night. So what had happened was that I tried my best to reestablish communications. But as to why my account was closed, it was because somebody had hacked, when I talked with Assurance Wireless, somebody had hacked Assurance Wireless, and they had reopened the account that I had been suckered into signing on to about 2 years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, when some half Filipino, half Hawaiian son of a bitch, whose name I've got and will someday make certain he pays for what he did, just on principle of the thing. This individual was preying on elderly people who were living at home, and I was working at night and sleeping in the daytime, and I answered the door, which I don't do anymore, and I thought he was with California Lifeline program, or rather the Affordable Connectivity program, because ACP said, at that time, while they were still extant as a program, said I was supposed to get a tablet when being on the program, a computer tablet. And he was at the door with the tablet. He knew my social security number and said, here, sign here for the tablet. And I found out the hard way I had signed into this other carrier, which automatically shut down my Lifeline and my Affordable Connectivity Program and the account with Assurance Wireless. So somebody hacked the Assurance Wireless and reopened that account so that Assurance Wireless shut my account down. So it took, as you can imagine, all day to reestablish that. And I won't get it. They're going to, what Assurance Wireless is doing now is making as much money as they can out of the situation, which is what they do. And the way that they're making money out of the situation is they've totally trashed my cell phone, and I have to put money into it to keep it operational. And they count people calling me as taking time out of the money I put in, as well as any data that is put into the phone or the phone is operating with, such as text. And what happens is when I put in $10 thinking that would last a while, I just would take calls. And, you know, it turned out that $10 disappeared in 10 minutes because the feds are dumping in all kinds of extraneous data into my cell phone. It's called info dumping. And so I had to put in $70 and I leave the phone off until I use it. So this is going to be the pattern until the new phone arrives between October 27th and, between September 27th and October 2nd. Sometime within 8 to 10 business days, which means effectively 2 weeks. And when that arrives, I'll have unlimited minutes and be back on Lifeline program. Now, you might ask, why didn't they just reestablish me on Lifeline, reconnect everything? Because this way, they established me as a new account, and now they charge Lifeline twice as much. Because I'm a new account now, California is going to be paying them twice as much to maintain me on the Lifeline program. See what assholes these people are. But there you go. So that's Assurance Wireless and what I'm contending with. But because of this, I couldn't help the Moon Man, and he spiraled completely. First he went to the colonics, then he went to quote-unquote TCM, traditional Chinese medicine doctor, who's anything but, and they gave him, or sold him for $1,000, a gem elixir and frankincense to burn so that he could inhale the incense and calm himself down. And, yes, while his brain died. Okay, right now we're witnessing, okay, that was interesting. Thank you. We just saw Linda Blair perform various contortions.
All night. How dare him be, oh no, I'm fucking fancy. Nigga, he's a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck that nigga. I will not let him pretend to be fancy on your clock.
Thank you, honey.
You're frankincense.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
All right.
Be nice. I swear
At least
to
she's supported.
God, I was trying to be humble, but here we are.
Yeah.
No,
That's beautiful, honey.
nigga, he is not
Is
worthy.
that an
for
incense
no
stick or is that like
Yeah.
a laser beam?
I
Incense.
don't
I
care
thought
what
it was
you
like someone had a
say.
laser target on it.
I don't even hear you. You're not even on my level of daddy, okay?
Thank you, honey.
You don't treat me with respect.
Yes.
I work for goddamn fucking Triple D.
Thank you, honey.
You don't treat me with respect. Just
Wait, are you talking
You
to
know.
me?
She says she works for
Like-
Triple D. Yeah.
I try to
That's
like
fine.
you.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Maybe your wife doesn't suck your dick when you're nice to me, but I like you too. But you know what? This is not about you.
Yeah. That's right, baby.
I'm not married.
You know what kind of neck
I think she's talking
suck
about someone else, so I should.
Is she still talking about Peter?
like
Yeah, she's talking about
Maybe,
Peter.
maybe.
She's basically,
Got it.
she's yeah. Thank you. Star Fox has basically dressed Peter down, and we appreciate her doing that. Mwah. Love you, Pixie.
I'm not gonna dress
Yeah.
them down. I'm just
Well, he needs to be dressed down. There we are. And so basically what happened was then tell him, Brendan, about Peter seeing this so-called traditional Chinese medicine. There's no traditional Chinese medicine practitioner that would ever give someone a gem elixir and frankincense. Correct, Brendan?
Yeah, there's no way. And first of all, like I work with, she's a very beautiful lady that does my acupuncture, and she was trained for 10 years in Chinese medicine. And she told me that one is not allowed to practice in the United States without at least 10 years of training.
Yes.
So it's more than a normal doctor. And she went through biological medicine. She went through mini medical school. Then she trained to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner.
Thank you.
At the highest level. And so those people will not tell you not to see a doctor. They won't give you a gem elixir. They will treat you with herb as a preventative or as a combination treatment.
Yes.
But they will never, ever just give you a gem elixir and send you home with a paralyzing, what's the word for it?
Condition.
A crippling stroke.
Thank you.
Whoever he's going to is someone who's at best, at best a charlatan.
Yes.
That's saying, I work with TCM. But you can't give someone a gem elixir. That stuff works as an auric shield or an auric support. And it also works as a healing item for mild things, and also as a preventative, like, you know, because in that system, just like Ayurveda, prevention is better than cure.
Thank you.
So to give something like that, if it's an acute symptom that's very mild, then you can try it, like cayenne pepper or whatever, or frankincense. You can try it. If it gets better, it gets better. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But after the fact, none of that stuff can reverse damage. So it's very irresponsible. If this person's actually a practitioner,
yeah.
Who knows?
I would say it's criminal.
But I was telling, just like off of just pure speculation and intuition, actually, more like, is like, I was saying, like, this is more like someone who's like a voodoo practitioner or
yes. Yes.
Just knows a little bit about traditional Chinese medicine and just uses that as a buzzword.
Yes.
You know, I don't think
like
an
a
Asian person would do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So an Asian person wouldn't claim TCM and then not send you to a doctor. I mean,
Thank you.
They're very doctor oriented.
Yes.
You know, so it's very rare that they would do that. And I doubt it was. I think it's more along the lines of someone who's, you know, like a, how do I say it nicely?
A wit.
Yeah, well,
like
A wit.
someone from the Caribbean.
yeah, yeah. We were thinking about some chick from Barbados because he referenced her as
That's
a
what I
she, and we couldn't even imagine. It's all we could think of was like some chick from Barbados on the Caribbean who was just like, you know, telling him,
Slanging herb elixirs.
Yeah, yeah. And he's sucker enough to fall for it because he's
and beyond that, it's like, if it's that severe, why not just go to a hospital? You don't have to take the treatment. Just have them diagnose.
Yeah.
It's not going to cost you money. Just tell them, look, I just want to know how bad it is. And then afterwards, you can make your decision.
Dude, it's not even a question of money. How much is your life worth? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, first off, the more you wait, the more brain dies. And if the guy's already having trouble breathing and seeing straight, it's like, this guy's like, I
get the apprehension of Western medicine, but for example, like in my situation, I hate doctors. I would never go to doctors. But when I had testicular torsion, I didn't have a choice. It's like,
thank you.
You're in so much pain.
Yeah.
There's no way to fix what's going on. You have to have surgery. I mean, there's really, you either die in pain or you have to do their system. There's no other option.
Thank you, because just so people understand, Western medicine is good for one thing, and that's heroic rescue. When they catch you at the right time, if you give them the opportunity to rescue you within the parameters of a time frame that they can actually do it, they can usually do it. But and they can do what people thought was impossible at times. You just got to be there at the right time. And understand, I have every reason in the world to hate the medical industrial complex, and I do. But like Brendan said, when you need help, don't be afraid. Ask for help and forget the cost. How much is your life worth? I mean, a quality of life as well. The longer you wait with something like Peter had, the worse it becomes. And the more irrecoverable it becomes. Peter has gone beyond that point of irrecoverability, and this is because there's a self-destruct mechanism in Peter. Peter has got a self-destruct mechanism going, and it was they pressed the button to self-destruct when he was going to publish the book, and he was always the enemy, and he was always an asset. We know this for a fact. Here's a great example for anyone who doubts. We can look up the exact day when, during the Trump administration, when the Black Lives Matter riots were ongoing, and there was this man who ran down a cop with his car, jumped out of the car waving a knife, tried to attack another cop, and they shot him dead. Now, Washington was already barricaded. That day, it went under full lockdown. Whatever that day was, when the man ran over a cop, tried to jump out and stab another one, they shot him dead, they put it on full shutdown. Nobody's coming in or out of Washington, D.C. And Peter Moon, that day, was claiming on my show, I went down to Washington with Paula to see the cherry blossoms, and we visited all the museums, saying Paula wanted to go see the cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. She's Romanian. She had no idea there's fucking cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. And beyond that, he was claiming he was going into museums and all that shit. They were all under lockdown. And so Heather's saying, is Star Fox listening? Well, does it matter?
No. I'm just wondering if she can hear us because she's continuing. She's still talking. So I just didn't know.
And that's fine.
All right, she's doing okay.
Yeah, she's doing okay.
It's totally cute.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, she's doing her thing. Yeah, that's okay. You know, it's we love her, and you know, we're supportive of her. She's supportive of us, and that's a stogie, isn't it? That's a cigar, ain't it?
I'm not sure.
It's like a vape pen, but it's okay. Yeah, she's vibing.
Yeah, she's and damn.
Well, I was just wondering if she can hear because I don't think she can hear.
Oh, that's okay. No, she hears, but it's kind of like in the background. You know, she's.
Okay.
It's like there's some people who can chew gum and walk at the same time. She's kind of one of those people who can talk and listen at the same time. Kind of.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and right now she's giving it to Pete. Yeah, she's saying Pete's a piece of shit and all that. That's cool. We love you, Pixie. Love you too, Heather. And there you go. See, Heather. See,
She
you
is
take
listening.
a look. Yeah, you take a look at. Yeah, all right, all right, baby. Yeah. Oh, and now I don't mind her being on camera. As it is a stogie. It is, or like you said, vape pen. You don't like vape. You don't like vape pens, do you, Brendan? Maybe.
No, I don't. I would never vape.
Oh, no, I mean,
I
she's
just-
lighting it. I mean, is that what you...
good.
The vape pens, you don't light them, do you?
Well, that's like a huge blunt then.
Yeah.
Good for her.
It's a cigar.
She's doing well for herself.
Yeah. Damn, you're right. It's like a blunt. Holy
She's
shit.
making more money than all of us.
Yeah, of course she is. Yeah.
Smoking. She's like Andrew Tate over there smoking cigars.
Yeah. Female Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Holy
Very
shit.
nice. Keep showing.
Nemo always jumps on the call.
Nemo's here for it. Yes.
Do you know what that fucker Peter said when I said, with this stupid title you're using, everyone's going to want to say, I want to see it. You know, talking about the occult equivalent of the nuclear trigger. And he said, then you just tell them you have a course to offer. Like you can teach them magic. Believe that shit?
You're gonna do the Andrew Tate of magic.
That's what he was trying to push me into. This dumb
Hustler Mages University. Hustler University.
Yeah. Yeah.
What would you call it? Let's give it a good name.
How
Black Art University.
Yeah. Here you go. Black Art University. Yeah.
Summoners University. It sounds like a video game.
Yeah, there you go. Supervillain University was one suggestion.
Yeah.
How about Moon as in ass or something? Peter's Moon. Yeah, Peter's Moon is being shown. It's like his very name, Peter for prick and Moon for ass. I mean, it was like that was the name of it.
No, I told you it was Crazy Rock too.
Yeah,
Rock.
Crazy Rock.
It can go very different ways.
Yes. Oh God. It's like by the way, if people think we're being hard, just understand what I've had to deal with all these years with this individual who's never given me a single royalty, as I've said, and then says no, the project is dead. It's like it's something that he was, as Nemo said, expected. Nemo was not surprised; he was expecting it. And I think we all felt that way. And anybody who was listening, I find it hard to believe no one could not have seen this coming with his behavior being the way it's been all this time. Bragging about taking trips to Romania, building these stupid things that have... I don't think that radio tower is ever going to get built now. I mean, thank God. And I just have to breathe. So, at any rate, our interventionist continued trying to communicate with Peter, and the communications became more and more garbled, and he became more and more paranoid, and he's disintegrated like the H.P. Lovecraft short story titled The Rats in the Walls, where at the end of the short story, the character is gnawing on a human... He was even
referencing Edgar Allan Poe. Like, this really dark poetry. It was bizarre.
Yeah! And believe me, when...
The pendulum. A la Pit and the Pendulum shit.
Yes! The pendulum is swinging.
Swings.
Yeah, it swings. And our friend, who we shall not name, said, "Whose pendulum, Peter?" In whose world? Look at Pixie. She's lovely. Look, Pixie is...
It's the one they have dangling over him in his hospital bed, basically.
Yeah!
Unfortunately. I'm sorry to say.
Look, understand, people. Peter refuses help. He's brought this on himself. And you know what happened? What I think on retrospection is that the responsible party for shutting down my account by reactivating this account that was dormant for 2 years should not have even been in the system anymore was the Dietrich Artelect, because Xi was angered by Peter threatening to go to Taiwan and diddle some biofaxes. Help me out here, people. Brendan?
I'm not sure.
Brendan.
Oh, yeah, no, this was my conjecture. Well, on the last episode, Douglas was explaining that sometimes the Dietrich Artelect on its native land will go in order to interact with the population, it will interface with the cyborgs that are already there, stand on the island, because they, in Asia, they're more accessible. They work at cafes and they do different tasks, and it's like a fun thing for them. Just like you've seen in like these Japan influencer videos. It's just like that in Taiwan, in fact. And so Douglas was mentioning that, and then after Doug started showing him the stuff, like the actual photos and these different things that were tantalizing.
Photos of the Dietrich holograph.
Yeah, a holograph. Yeah, holography.
Yeah. Which are extremely sexualized because the staff kept abusing her. Go on.
Then Pete said, "Oh, it's like your substitute, Douglas. This is like you, but in substitute form on Taiwan." And then directly after that, he was like, "So how do I get to Taiwan, Douglas? How do I get there? What kind of visa do I need? Can I just use a passport?" And he was asking all these detailed touristic questions, like he's about to go there and find a biofax, and hoping the Dietrich would take it, the Artelect would take it over, so he could have a substitute for whatever he was thinking.
So he could basically have sex with Dietrich. And he actually said this: "You escaped to Taiwan, Douglas, via the Artelect," which is kind of like saying, you escaped this concentration camp, Douglas, because your daughter left you here, and through her you've escaped. Like, that fucking helps.
Yeah. So after you said that, and he said that, and he's trying to travel there, I told Douglas, I said, it's almost certain that Xi is going to take countermeasures if he's serious about this. And then, sure enough.
Sure enough, my account gets shut down. I'm unable to help him, and look at the shape he's in now. So, he brings this on himself. And by the way, Pixie, we love your bunt. I guess we call them bunts, not blunts, right?
A bunt is a cake, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's doing great with that. Look, she's inhaling that shit.
She might have cake too, but we've never seen the other side, so we don't know. We've just seen the top half.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, and
Show us the full cake.
That's funny.
Yes,
Yeah.
you got a facial response with that one, Nemo.
Damn,
That's,
it's a straight up cigar, like Andrew Tate style. Holy
Yes.
shit.
yeah, well,
Oh,
Oh
look,
no, we
brother.
summoned.
we summoned him. It's the devil himself.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Yes. Oh my
Hi,
God.
Ian.
Yes. Hello.
Hey.
Yes.
What are y'all doing?
Ah, we were just
There's
talking
already
about.
too many cameras on bandwidth. Just shut yours off.
All right. Well, look, I just got off from the awful waffle. I got to go to my house.
Not the awful waffle. It is awful.
So I just got out of the awful waffle. I'll be home in a second. I'll call y'all back. Okay?
Wait, tell us about
Okay.
the super
Okay,
soldier
Randy.
at Waffle House. Tell us about the super soldier camping out at
okay, I'll
Waffle
say
House.
the super soldier. My girl was here. My girl was. Remember that dude? He had the spice in his coffee.
Oh.
And I had to bring him out his. What is that spice called?
Oh, cayenne.
Yeah,
Okay.
cayenne. Yeah. The dude was
Fucking
putting cayenne.
cayenne.
Yeah, cayenne in his coffee.
Yeah.
Well, here, I'll call y'all back whenever I get to the house. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
God.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah, bye. Hey, Brendan, when you turned on the camera by accident when you were walking around the warehouse, you kind of look like Ian West.
That was a really bad angle, Douglas. And I was in an old haunted warehouse covered in dust from a bunch of school children. All right.
Look at
And not
Pixie's
in
laughing.
the best way.
Pixie's dying. Pixie's dying.
No, I mean, I'm flattered. Yeah, Ian looks great. Yeah, I'm flattered by that.
Now
Wonderful
he's being
news.
sarcastic. Now Brendan's being sarcastic.
He looks like Jonah Hill. What are you saying?
Oh my
Well, it's
God.
better than what. It's okay, Doug. You're already.
Better than Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Yeah, thank you. Way better. That dude has like freaking like fish eyes and shit. You fucker. Calling me a coward. That kid, like, he looks like he could. He's the only thing he's got is a gun. He doesn't have anything else. Like, Jesus Christ.
Just so people know, Brendan Zogit looks like a young Buddy Holly, glasses and all, and so Pixie's dying. Pixie's fucking dying. So-
That's more accurate. I mean, I'm not being just like
Yes.
facetious. That's more.
Yes, thank you. I do mean that, but I couldn't help it because Brendan hasn't shaved in a while. You did have that kind of Ian West look when you had the camera at crotch
Yeah,
level.
well, it's
It was
been a
at crotch
tough month. I started a new job, and I've just been, getting whipped in the salt mines isn't easy.
Yes, no, it's not. It's.
We don't all sit at home and have chats.
That's true. That's true. Well, Brendan, you need to become a cam worker like Pixie. Look, she's making out like a bandit.
I have too much that thing.
Yeah.
I'm too reserved for that.
Oh.
But I've been told it's possible. But it's whatever.
Yeah, there we are. Hey, honey.
Yeah.
Mwah. Thank you, darling. Yeah, fan service. All right. Yeah, we love you, honey. Yeah, and it's like, yeah. See, the truck driver picked her up because he thought.
I have a funny story about that. Like with this. Yeah.
Yes, go on.
When I worked at this, grocery store, there was this like new kid that started working there, but it turns out he was like some gay dude that was 50, but he looked like he was 20, right? And this dude, I was in the bathroom at the same time as him. I took a piss in the stall, left, and before he quit, he told everyone in the store, he's like, "That guy has the biggest schlong I've ever heard because of the way he took a piss." And I'm like, and so I didn't know he was telling this behind my back. Then when he finally quits, all these workers came up to me and they're like, "Dude, he said you had the biggest schlong ever just by the way you took a piss." And I'm like, and I just like turned beet red and I was
Oh my
what
God.
the fuck? Like, you guys are joking right now, right? And they're like, "No, he was serious. He said it's the biggest he'd ever heard." And I'm like, this is crazy, man. This is fucked up.
That's so
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
That's
And then
what
all the
happens
chicks
if you
were
have
like
cold
talking to
bladder.
me all of a sudden. just like, I just do my own thing and I leave, and I was just like, fuck this. I quit like immediately after that.
Oh.
I had gotten another job anyways. But it was just so embarrassing. I was like, what the fuck, man?
No, that's delightful. That's actually quite funny. I also want to share with you, Victoria.
I didn't know, and that was like a new thing I learned. Apparently, you can identify schlong size by the way you pee. I have no idea how you got that.
Oh man, it's a pity we don't have Victoria's friend Christina to, add some insight into that.
Well,
That's not a reliable way to measure schlong size.
Yeah,
if you got a
that's
full
what I
bladder,
thought.
if you have a full bladder, you're gonna have a high pressure piss. That's just how it is.
There you go. Yeah.
I wonder if it works the same way for females.
There you go. Well,
anyways, it was an anecdote. We don't need to like analyze.
Yeah, I do want people to know Victoria is in the chat, and Victoria asked a simple question. Victoria asked, did Peter lose his mind? No, she had the moon symbol, the crescent moon. She said, did Peter Moon lose his mind? My response was, he had little to lose, Victoria.
So what about the book? I have a question about with the Romania.
Yeah? Go on, honey.
Is that near Poland?
No, it's at the other end. It's south. Poland's north.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But hey, that brings up something. You remember how Max Spears died? And Max Spears, now this I had to explain to our friend the interventionist who was communicating with Peter. He didn't really know this stuff. But the fact is, we all agreed that David Lewis Anderson is certainly inhuman and also a charlatan, as well as being an extra-dimensional being. Just because one is an extra-dimensional being doesn't mean one can't be a charlatan and a fraud, which Dr. David Lewis Anderson...
In fact, it's easier.
Yes, thank you! Thank you!
Just ask all those phone psychics.
Yeah, there you go. True. And aside from that, we agreed about that we disliked a lot of the, shall we say, retired phone psychics that Peter Moon was hanging around with. And by the way, one of them, he confessed, had made a deal with a demon, and she was the last lady he had lunch with before he went mad. And she said, She said, my demon has left me, all my talents are gone, and I have no more clients, and I'm looking for a job at the age of 75. And Peter said, where did the demon go? Brendan answered, without Peter being there, oh, he jumped on Peter. Oh, of course he did. Peter had all that breath energy, and he sucked all that chi, and look where Peter is now. By the way, we're not just making this up, this is all true. We were on a group call with Peter when he said all this. And, but beyond that, when it came to Poland, honey, Max Spears was lured there by Stuart Sverdlow. And
and Carrie Cassidy?
Yeah. Well, Carrie Cassidy had nothing to do with that. She was just interviewing me about it. And but Stuart Sverdlow...
I thought that she was there.
Oh, God, no. No, Peter Moon hated Carrie Cassidy, which is all the reason to like her. I wouldn't say I'm enamored of her, but, she's just... she means well. But she's all over the map. The problem is she tries to synthesize everything. She tries to integrate everything, poor dear. And but when it comes to Peter, he lived with Stuart Sverdlow for a few years. And he even said Stuart Sverdlow was called by Michael Aquino every night. So here's Peter Moon living with Stuart Sverdlow, and Stuart Sverdlow...
Like Pavlov's dog and shit. He would wake out of his sleep.
Thank you.
What I got from that story.
That's what he said. Yeah. And but with Stuart Sverdlow, he lured Max Spears to Poland. He brought him to the center where they killed him, the snuff film studio. And that's what Peter was going to do to me in Romania. I held him off for 10 years, and Peter Moon kept saying, Max's weakness was drugs. With me, it's girls. And Peter said, look at my young chick I married. I got some young cunt. There's all this pussy meat in Romania, and you can get it underage without getting into trouble. He was Tate. Man, Pete was being Tate. And he was
wishes he was Tate.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. He was trying to pimp out. and he was trying to get me over there into Romania, and he kept.
At least Tate could actually beat up someone. It's
yeah, there you go.
No amount of breath work. It's like Seagal. They're like Aikido, and then when they put him in the ring with someone, he got his fucking ass handed to him.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, there's no amount of Aikido, or breath work that can help you. Like, you have to actually know how to fight. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, Pixie disappeared. Oh, we love you, Pixie. Mwah. I hope you heard that. Yeah. Why'd you disappear?
She'll be back.
There you go.
She's very etheric.
Yeah, she is. She is really
ephemeral. I should say. Not
yes, she really is. Yeah, but she will be back, but maybe not tonight because we'll probably end the show early out, like I said, because because I have to be at DMV at 10:20 in the morning. So you know,
which as the autistic kid I worked with, I told Douglas earlier, he was like, I have to go to hell tomorrow, and I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the DMV is just hell. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, yeah, when people go to hell, they think it's fire and stuff, but it's actually just one big DMV. And then when you finally get called up, they just put you back in line at the end of it. I'm like, yeah, that sounds fucking awful. Yeah, for eternity.
Sounds like hell.
Yeah,
sounds like hell to me. Yeah.
And Zootopia, bring up the Zootopia, the sloths. They're all sloths.
Wait, what about the sloths? What about this?
In Zootopia, they're all sloths at the DMV.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is accurate of the freaking state workers out here in California. Like, you can't get shit done on time. Like, but now, luckily, the computers are doing it, so they cut out those idiots. Thank God.
Yeah, or a lot of them.
They just keep them on as like what would be
like welfare state. It's a welfare state. Yeah.
Like where they're just batteries to hold
money, they're batteries.
Just so the economy doesn't collapse. They're like little batteries. Here's your little allowance just to exist.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So I know people that work for these government places, and they say people show up like pretty much every day. The elevator just reeks of alcohol and weed, and they're all barely alive.
It's true.
They show up on Monday and shit.
It's true. Yeah. It's true. Yeah.
And this is the franchise tax board. This is like actual accountants. So imagine the DMV, how bad it is. You know? And they're all sadistic. They're all sick. Like actually have pathology. Like this one dude, I went up there and he's like, it's
a requirement. Like, it's an employment requisite. It's an employment requisite.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I was telling Doug. They do the Minnesota test or whatever the hell it's called.
Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI. Yes.
And so everyone that fails like that test gets immediately hired at the DMV. They like send the file over, and they're like, yeah, this guy's qualified. And so when you go in the DMV here, especially in California, it's like, I'm probably everywhere actually. Basically, like they're like sadistic. Like if you're too nice or you like look like you're vulnerable, they'll like fucking fuck with you. Like, I went up there and I was like, oh, okay, so I did everything. I have all my paperwork. And he's like, wait there. And I'm like, for what? You know, like, I just need to pay this one thing. He's like, just wait there, sir. You know, like, trying to just piss me off. And I'm like, what the? These people are whacked. And then I finally got, like I whipped out my badge that I work for the state. And then all of a sudden, someone helped me. And it's like, this dude was about to fuck up my day like a bitch he is. You know?
Man.
Like,
that's incredible.
So, yeah.
By the way, Nemo, don't forget to respond to Victoria. She's saying, hey, Nemo, at you. So, just so you know. All that being
I already waved at her.
Okay.
She's just responding to me.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. And so thank you for that story. That experience is outrageous. And it's so indicative of just state workers at any level, county, municipal, state, or federal. These are all just, James Arthur Yanchik, when he was driving his stupid truck, said he noticed a difference when he went into federal or any government employed buildings as opposed to any private corporate buildings, and had to unload. And he noticed everyone in private employment was stressed, looked extremely worried, and seemed to be living hand to mouth, whereas everybody in the state buildings or federal buildings would be lounging at the water cooler and just shooting the shit because they could never get fired. and that was one of his few astute observations he ever made. But of course, it just reinforced everything I've always said, as I've always said it. So all of that being reiterated, let's see now. With the number of people we have, we'll probably be ending stream soon tonight. I believe we got the message across. It is, you know, for those of you who were wondering, Peter Moon has severed himself. He declares the project dead, and we're moving forward the best we can. And
that's a lot of work to have put into something just to piss it off. Like there's nothing.
Yeah. And so, what's your impression?
Oh, my impression is something besides the point. You know, there was a recent, okay, I won't get off topic.
Well, go ahead.
I think, okay, well, I had brought up a couple weeks ago, I brought out that video, and it was really, said the viewer discretion. It was a gnarly video.
Okay.
And then I thought it was interesting that about a week ago, Israel and Hezbollah had that same kind of attack. Mm-hmm. Didn't you think that was weird? That was just, or was it just the timing?
Oh, you're talking about the cell phone of Doug and the cell phone.
Yeah,
incident?
I had shared a video
the
of
pager incident.
Yeah, something similar. It was like an attack through the phone that they were having like a staged drill or something, like how responders were supposed to respond to that. And I just thought it was incredibly coincidental that would actually end up happening in a couple weeks.
Right. Wow. Oh, I get it. So you're saying it was almost like predictive, where they were trying to teach first responders to respond to exploding cellular units or pagers, and then it happens.
Yeah, I think that I've had that video for years. That video is not new. Mm-hmm. It's just some way that they can attack, and then the detonators, I think, are under the ground, and that's all I know about it. I don't really know about those kinds of things, but I know that a lot of people can get really seriously injured from that.
Well, I doubt that the detonators are underground. I think this is more of a beam thing, is it not? Aristides, Brendan, even Nemo. I mean,
what was the question?
Oh,
yeah.
Go, Aristides will answer.
People have the attacks with the cell phone attacks. Are they like hardwired, or are they via broadband?
When the cell phones do what?
When they blow up.
When they explode.
She's wondering if they'd have detonators under the ground.
Inside of them. They put explosives inside of them. That's all they did.
Yeah.
They were
kind of
counterfeit devices.
Yeah.
Why is the same pager attacks on the news?
Because they were counterfeit pagers that were smuggled into Lebanon and sold to Hezbollah. But they were built. It was a Taiwanese company that sold their molds to a Hungarian firm, and somehow Israel interceded and added explosives to these pagers, and yet they were still functional. So they were able to detonate them remotely.
Yeah. And the walkie-talkies were the second wave of attacks, were the walkie-talkies. That's correct. You see, the reason that they were using pagers, just so people understand, is that Hezbollah and what's the army that's in Lebanon? That is Hezbollah, isn't it? And
Hezbollah.
Yeah, the army of God, but
faction.
As opposed to the Palestinians they were dealing with.
Hamas.
What's the name of that? Hamas. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I bleached all this from my mind for so long now that I'm
effectively they're the same force, but
kind of, yeah. Yes and no, but yeah. I mean, the Israelis will tell you that
they're sponsored by the Shia.
The Shiites. Yes,
that's
Iran. That's quite correct. That's quite correct. At the same time, it is what it is, but the Israelis will make it sound like it's a lot more organized than it is. But these organizations have to go low-tech because of their experience with intelligent or smartphones. Their experience with smartphones has been so bad because the Israelis can intercept everything they say and listen in to everything they say, plus make the cell phones explode, that they switched to low-tech thinking that would be protection. So they went to pagers and walkie-talkies. And so first the Israelis sabotaged the pagers in the manner that was described by Brendan, and then they hit the walkie-talkies. So you had a succession of attacks using these lower tech instruments by the Israelis, who just, basically reverse engineered them and managed to sabotage them all to a degree, or quite a few of them. And of course, they did not care about how many civilians were killed using these things, these implements.
Isn't it like a supply chain reaction? Like one will go and then the other one will go, and it's not all simultaneously blowing up, but like one right after the other, like as if they were detonated.
No, it seems like they were all done at the same time.
Yeah.
Aristides? Just in Beirut itself was 2,600 injuries. So that means pretty much all at once.
Wow. Fuck.
Yeah.
God damn. Imagine how that overwhelms what few medical facilities they have.
Yeah. And Lebanon is one of the poorest countries right now, especially because of their economy. So, yeah. It's probably people died just not being able to get to the hospital. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just... Well, there's the Israelis for you. Oh, yeah, another thing Peter said. Douglas Dietrich's hatred of the Jew will be his undoing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you're the guy who came on my show and was always talking about the Teklet Blue and how the Jews created their own Holocaust and shit. I mean, it's like, when did he suddenly get... Jew-jacked, so to speak, where he's suddenly like saying, I'm the moderate of the group anyway. I mean, Jesus Christ. We're not going to name names, but we know a few other people.
I mean, you're the only one I know of that advocated for giving them their own monarchy and all this stuff. So it's it's bizarre. I mean, that concept is just crazy. I mean,
you know why he was so upset? Our friend, who asked to be anonymous, the man who was intervening with Pete, said he really went off the deep end about that when you suggested relocating the majority of the Jewish population to Long Island.
Oh yeah, that's a worst nightmare for all those people.
But it's all Judaified. Long Island is all Jewish except for Peter Moon and Selena Khan and a few others.
Right.
And the minority kids who were helping him rent his truck, which, like Brendan said, by the way, listeners, the reason they kept asking him for all the multiple IDs on the truck before he rented it was because he had the drifting eyes and the tremulousness. He was already all drifty-eyed and tremulous, and they said, either this guy's on some good shit, or this guy's so fucked up neurologically, he's going to crash this truck. So they had made sure it was all backed up in insurance, so they could get the insurance when he did crash it. Hey, Brendan, help me out here. Yeah, it's...
Yeah, the only reason they would want all that info is because he didn't look fit to drive it, so they had to get, have the insurance information handy. That's they literally asked him, you can't drive this without your own insurance. Yeah. So that basically means they were worried about him crashing it, because normally they don't care. It's a rental car. They're like, whatever,
Yeah.
So that's probably because he was experiencing symptoms preemptively before the full event.
Yes, manifesting.
Which is what we noticed.
Yeah, manifesting symptoms. What we noticed verbally, they noticed physically. But do you realize how oblivious Peter must have been for it to get to that point when you're interacting with people and the fact that they're all treating you differently? That should be a danger sign to you right there. But then there was also the teeth. Lately, he was late to the show because he kept saying, I'm brushing my teeth. And where did this...
That was really weird.
No, it's the cardiac issues. The cardiac issues manifest with your teeth going to shit. And so...
Yeah, that's where you get, why you get plaque on your heart and around your heart.
That's right.
From your teeth.
Yeah.
Yes, good point.
Yeah, so he was already showing that. And it's like, but you can't talk to the son of a bitch. I'm doing the Tai Chi. I'm immortal. And you know what's going to happen when he finally dies? He's going to be a wandering, lost soul, staring at walls and breathing thinking that he's immortal when he's just this stranded spirit. You know, he's just not badass enough to go to hell. He's certainly not going to ascend. He's just going to be stuck here because he's just this idiot. Thinking he's immortal and just breathing. Yeah, it's just, you know, thinking he's breathing, staring at walls.
And another red flag was when he declared an age. I told Doug privately, I said, that's like anytime anyone declares an age, it ends badly. Like, it's like that's inauspicious. Yeah. And
well,
he said, I'm going to live to 108.
Yeah! Yeah, he said that! One of the last things he said on one of our last episodes, along with going to Taiwan. That was the last episode he was on, was I'm going to Taiwan to rendezvous with, because he was all excited by the images of the Dietrich artifact. And aside from that, before then, he said, I'm going to live to be 108. And that's whistling past the graveyard, people. Don't tempt fate like that.
Yeah.
He's, what a... It's like, and we haven't even...
I heard that you're not supposed to whistle while you work because it summons demons.
It's, what? I don't... No, there's all kinds of superstitions about whistling. Usually it's like, don't whistle past the graveyard because you're gonna...
No, piss off the spirits.
Yeah, and also don't
wake
whistle
them
at
up or
night.
something?
Yeah, don't whistle at night. You know, there's different superstitions about it, but whistling while you work, I don't know about that.
Where you work, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yes, if you're a night watchman or you're, probably not a good idea to whistle because you give your position away and people know either how to avoid you or where to find you and kill you.
Yeah, that's the real reason.
Yeah. The people, when she says demons, just the bad people.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there you go.
I just stopped whistling altogether. There's so much to remember.
Yes, yeah, good point. I mean, I hear you. I don't prefer to whistle myself. So Aristides, are you back yet? Did the Chihuahuas eat you up, or?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, good. So Ian West says, I just got home. Let me change and make a drink, and then I'll hop on call, and then we'll all be treated to his blinky lights and his.
Yeah. Flip into something more comfortable there.
Yeah. Let's hope he does.
Your loafers and your smoking robe.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Recline on the leopard print, comforter, and turn the camera on.
Yeah, Aristides, could you believe Ian the other night when he's like, we saw him like scarfing. He was scarfing these fucking shrimp. Yeah. And then he's eating the lox and bagels with the cream cheese on it. And it's like Nemo said, why didn't you just fucking stay at the buffet? And it's like, I don't get it. How does someone like come home from the buffet and then say, oh, I'm hungry, I need a snack? I mean, how is it that this guy doesn't weigh 300 fucking pounds? Well, it's like Brendan said, he's got the good crystal. That's he's got the crystal elixir to keep him thin.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the real elixir over there. He's got that blue shit.
Or an intestinal worm or something.
Well, that comes with the Mississippi address, basically.
Yeah, plus
it's like free. It's like a free.
Wasn't there a story? All these. Well, some of these.
Like you walk into the swamp and you get a free tapeworm, basically.
Well, it's some of his banging chick stories, and.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh my God.
World chicks.
Nothing. It was like that thing in the Amazon that goes up your urethra and fucks you up. He got one of those.
Oh, delightful. Our numbers have been extraordinarily high throughout the night. People are just so glad they don't have to listen to Zelmoxis.
Did they really go up since he's gone?
Oh God, they went up twice the number as normal. It was up at the 45s, half 100 earlier. It was like
more than we had recently.
Yeah. It's like Peter was saying the same thing over and over again. Zelmoxis, for those.
Yeah, it's higher than it's been in a long time. That's very good.
Yeah, well, you should have seen earlier when it was numbering it, 40, 45, 47, like that. It was pretty, And this is because people are just so glad they got the email from Peter. I'm not going to be on anymore, and they all said, "Oh, thank God!" And they finally do.
Yeah. mean, he was just recycling the same stories. It's for the better.
Yes. Yeah, it was monofocal. Just monofocal. That was
like, I don't think I could have lasted much longer. Like, after 4 years of the same Romania story, I mean, I'm done. I'm just...
Oh yeah, and for those of you who don't know, Radu Cinemar. Yes, that guy is this.
Yeah, we might as well just go for it.
Yeah, he's this cult leading midget who like was part of this sex cult in Romania that was supposed to be a yoga cult, but he's this fucking dwarf. He's like a Romanian Cho, and he was riding on all the chicks' backs, saying this will build up your strength, and and then he started fucking his pony girls, and they finally rebelled. And when his stable rebelled, the Romanian authorities came in and arrested him, but the cult bribed them, and they let him go under cult house arrest. And so they claimed they pumped him full of this edible gold that turned his face piss yellow and covered it in all these warts, so that he couldn't seduce chicks anymore. Of course, you'd think he'd have a hard time doing that anyway at 4 feet in height, but then you look at Tom Cruise, and who's the guy who had all the claimed he had cerebral palsy after Michael J. Fox? That's it. Yeah, all these guys are like 3 feet tall too, and they all got laid, but that's only because they had the money.
But they're not ugly as fuck. Like,
that's
their
true.
faces and fucked up and deformed.
Point well taken. And that brings us to Ian West. So, Ian, how do you get laid? Looking.
Well, for that great introduction, Doug. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I love you, Ian.
Well, let me go make sure all the doors are closed.
Oh, shit. Nemo says he drugs them. Nemo says he drugs them.
Nemo, are you trying to get a little play Doug over? What's going on?
Your voice is cutting out.
Your voice is cutting out, yes.
Oh, so Nick said, what's his name? Go here.
Damn, it's every other word. It's every other word. Oh,
Is
Ian.
it breaking up? Is it choppy?
Yeah, choppy. I'll chop.
Get in a good range of the Wi-Fi.
Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
See, the thing about it is that people don't understand.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Whoa, let Heather finish. Let Heather finish. Go on, Heather, honey.
Is that you just don't mess with the people who are divinely protected.
Thank you, honey.
You just don't. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that
Like me.
profoundly. Thank you, Ian. You're charmingly narcissistic. You're how would I say it?
You.
So, your pathologies have a kind of charisma. So it's, it is what it is.
Thank you.
Yes. It's so the lady you were with at Awful Waffle. Who was this lady? Who? What?
Okay, that's that.
Damn, you chopped up. Dude,
can't hear
you're
you,
cutting
Doug.
out every other word.
Hold on.
Yeah, you've got to do something about
Hold
your
on.
audio. Yeah.
How was that?
Worse.
At least he's not on camera.
Is that why it's choppy? He got on camera?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Maybe if he goes on camera, then we'd be able to hear him.
No, it's the opposite. It's taking up bandwidth.
That's true. That's true. And he keeps trying to say something, but all we're getting is poor guy. You ever see that movie, Tusk?
Does that sound better?
It does, I think.
Does that sound better?
Yes!
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Okay, you gotta follow up by saying something, right?
You heard the news, right, Ian?
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, now he's fuzzing again. What's
No, what happened?
Yeah, tell him, Brendan.
Peter Moon's dead.
Yeah. Effectively, yeah. True.
Bullshit.
No, it's true.
No, we're not joking.
Yeah, we're not.
He's never coming on the show again.
He's not coming on the show again by his own declaration.
Yeah.
Wasn't my insistence.
He's just embrace
Oh man, we can't hear you, Ian. I'm so
Ian,
sorry.
your phone's really
Yeah, your phone's really fucked. I'm so sorry. You're in a really bad cell area.
Here,
Are you in the fucking basement looking for like dead baby bones and
shit?
shit?
Up all those basement demons, like that shit in the mask with the candle.
Yeah, dude, get out of the basement.
He's got a poltergeist now.
Yeah, holy shit.
Can you hear me better now?
No.
Where are you now? Yeah. Not really, but kind of. Oh man.
Hold on.
Yeah. So.
Well, whatever happened, it's like it was fine when you were eating all those shrimp.
Yeah.
Started crystal fucking clear.
You need to go back.
Like
to the
in
casino.
painful detail of like you sucking on crawdads and shit.
It was disgusting.
It was bad.
It was
bad.
disgusting. He was slurping all that shrimp juice and pulling out those little shrimp limbs and shit while they were still alive. They were squirming, people. Yeah, he was just eating them alive. He didn't care.
Yeah. It was like something out of a Scooby-Doo fucking film. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Like a pile of shrimp.
Yeah, that's
like,
right. And
like
then
a
the
cartoon
ribs.
level pile.
Yeah, then the ribs. Then the ribs all covered in that slime sauce, and he's like sucking it off the bone like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. And I was like, so what are you going to have for dessert, Ian? And he's like, I've been here for an hour. And that was his nightcap.
Yeah.
That was his fucking nightcap. 100 shrimp and a rib.
Yeah. And then he comes home to the lox and bagels with cream cheese.
Yeah. Oh, shit. How is he still alive? How are you okay, Ian? You know?
Well, he's gone now. He dropped off.
What's your secret? He must have some Richard Simmons secret.
Yeah. Oh, Richard Simmons. By the way, Richard Simmons finally died, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Poor guy.
Wow.
Poor guy.
Ian's back. Okay.
All right. How do I sound now?
Okay. We can actually hear you.
We've heard that sentence.
So Peter Moon is dead. He is severed with us of his own volition, and he is dying. I want everyone to know this much. I would be shocked if he makes it through September. I cannot imagine him really making it through September. He's really bad off. He's had a combination heart and brain attack, and he's still insisting he's on top of the world. And it's like, but anyhow, Ian, so that's just the tip of the iceberg of the news. What do you think?
Okay, yeah, no, I can go back and listen to before I got here. So
okay, yeah, and it's
that was a good summary. I mean,
but
I'm still kind of shocked.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't you notice he was degenerating over the past 2 weeks?
Yeah, I did notice that when he didn't know that you were a cop and all that other bullshit. It's like,
thank you.
Yeah, it's like, I think maybe you did go a little too hard on him if he's having fucking brain problems like that. Shit.
I don't think it was any of our fault.
Yeah. By that, how do you mean, Ian? You do know he's never given me a penny in royalties from any of my books, do you not?
No, I can believe that. I
Yeah,
can believe that.
thank
I can believe that.
Yes, thank you.
I can believe that. No, I can believe that. I can believe that.
And then he rubs it in my face by going on vacations, establishing fucking stupid radio towers in the middle of bat manure infested caves, and then marrying child brides and fixing up his bathroom and contracting various other parts of his house to be renovated and bragging about it while not giving me a penny.
Maybe that's what happened to his brain, is because if he went into caves with bat shit, that's toxic.
Heather, I have heard of that. You are correct. I have heard of that.
Yes, that's.
Heard of it too.
By the way, that's where the term "batshit crazy" comes from, because the old.
This is true.
Yeah, the old pirates and conquistadors, when they'd bury their treasures in these batshit-filled caves, and then they'd come in and uncover all that batshit, clear it away to the treasure chest, and then they'd break open all that gold and be kissing it and shit, like putting it between their teeth. It's real gold, and then all that batshit gets into their bloodstream, and they go batshit crazy. That's where that comes from. Yes. So,
so maybe that's what happened.
I think that was only the secret sauce.
It says here that the fungus The fungus Histoplasma capsulatum resides in bat guano. This is from a scientist. She wrote this article about it. She said she wanted to explore the concept of this. Back in the 1300s, large quantities of bat guano were fed to patients in mental institutions because of the concentration of vitamin K. Unfortunately, it had opposite effect of driving them crazy, even crazier, because the fungus Histoplasma capsulatum resides in bat guano, and the fungus infects the brain of the host, making them behave in a chaotic manner.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And Peter Moon's daughter is a toxoplasmosis zombie, and she's on TikTok. She's got a channel specifically for her cats, and a channel for herself, which you see nothing but her cats anyway. And she wouldn't see Peter because of what Nemo just exposed. Nemo, tell us a bit about the photographs you've just shared.
Oh yeah, there's quite a history with P. Diddy and Donald Trump. They're like close together, and
Well, they
it looks like
have pictures with everyone. It's like with
oh yeah, I know
Obama
Trump. Yeah, I know Trump. He's real close with all these rappers and celebrities and all that shit. But yeah, it's just funny that P. Diddy, he's been charged.
Well, Diddy's always been known to be a perv. I mean,
yeah,
I
know.
It just comes out now.
It's just Donald Trump. He was heavily involved with Epstein and all these other pedophile groups, and
they all know each other. It's not. Just
that's what I'm saying. Like P. Diddy and Trump, they're close together, and they're both fucking.
Well,
Ian has a corkboard in his basement with a bunch of strings and pins of how they all know each other.
People are saying all the sex traffickers and like Donald Trump's son, all the sex traffickers are scared of Trump, but he's friends with all the sex traffickers.
That's right. That is correct. And speaking of which, does everyone remember how Donald Trump was so supported by Peter Moon? Ian West kept bringing it up. Yeah,
I know. Peter's matured so much over these last 4 years. I'm very proud of him. Very proud of him.
Beyond which, does anyone remember how fascinated Peter Moon was by the entire Ivanka story and her being married to a transgendered individual, and how Peter was just enwrapped of that story. And of course, this so reminded him of his relationship with his daughter, who hasn't seen him in 6 years because she hates his guts. Well, a lot of the reason behind that being that
I wonder why.
Yeah, he married, aside from what happened earlier in their lives and her development, then he marries a young lady who's younger than she is.
Do you blame him? I mean, come on, do you blame him? Honestly, come on. If I had a little piece like that,
it's creepy. If you look like a girl,
Ian, you like every guy knows that, but you don't declare it.
Love has no boundaries, Nemo.
I'm sorry.
Like young women are beautiful, but you don't sit there and say, I love them young and all this shit. Like, that's creepy.
But hey, for those of you out there who don't know, his young wife had no tits and no ass. She looked like a young boy, and that was his attraction. Now, what do you say, Ian? Who could blame him? You gonna say that now?
Well, I'd have to hear his side of the story. I can't go on third parties.
What would be his side of the story?
Better in person.
Yeah, what would be his side of the story?
I would ask him, like, are you planning on buying her tits? Are you planning on buying her ass? It's like,
of course not. He's too cheap.
Do you know she was?
He waited for her to leave before he fixed anything in the house.
Yes,
that's why she was pissed.
Yes, did you know she was the breadwinner? She paid all the bills. When she left, one of the reasons he broke down was he couldn't pay the bills anymore. She was the one she was paying them all. She was the one who bought all the groceries. You know, another reason for his degeneracy? She wasn't buying healthy groceries anymore for him to eat. And he was living off cream cheese and cream cheese and bagels, kind of like someone else we know. But you actually are healthier, Ian, because you went out to eat shrimp, whereas he never went out to eat. Not normally, till the last time.
If I had a little piece of ass like that, I'd have been taking her out too. I would have.
Yeah. Look,
he never took her out.
He never took her out. And when he did, she hated it because she hated to be seen in his presence.
My favorite was on her Facebook. She put him in black and white like he was dead.
Yes. Yeah.
It was like a picture of her and him, and it looked like it was like her grandpa that died.
Yeah.
And she put him in like sepia tone, but everyone else was in color.
Yes. Yes.
Like, it was. I was like asking Doug. I was like, "Damn, she wants him dead, probably." This is awful.
Oh man, she is celebrating as we speak. She's diddling herself. She's frigging herself. She's got dildos ready. They're vibrating at max. You know, she's like orgasming. And it's one of these things where I do not blame her. And she has every reason to. At any rate, you have no idea how he treated her. He made her get colonics, where she would watch while all that shit came out of her ass. And
oh, Jesus Christ.
He's probably a fecal philiac.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's pushing it a little too far. I mean, I can see if you're going to go
if he's
do a
interested
porn...
in watching shit come out someone's ass, I'd say he's a fecal philiac.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's one thing to watch somebody taking a crap. It's another thing to watch it come out in a plastic tube where you see their colon being cleansed out with various toxic elements that he's grooving off of. And he kept saying, she's glowing so much when that happens. You know, and oh my God, he wanted me to go there. Did you hear the episode? Did you hear the episode, Ian, where he wanted me to go there so I could have a colonoscopy? I mean, colonics in front of him? He had that on an episode where he was telling me.
He was saying that to everyone. And he did say that out loud on air about, oh yeah, she looked like she was fresh and glowing after the procedure.
Oh my fucking God.
He would go in there and the sheet would be on her as it's happening, and he said we would hold hands and shit. It was awful.
Yes.
And you morons rip on me. God damn.
You're a different kind of special. But it's like that's like beyond the beyond. We're not trying to hear about that. No one's trying to hear about. And then when people like Marino would come on, he would be like, you should get a colonic.
Yeah.
You should.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, he would say that. Every girl that came on, he would be like, if you feel slightly bad, get a colonic. And he would be like, I can't tell you how good it is. And he would try and get them it was like Doug was saying, it's like when someone's like doing shrooms, they're like, you should try shrooms. Yeah. It's like, this one is like everyone that he felt an attraction to. Yeah. That was his tell. He would be like, yeah, get a colonic. Get a colonic.
Yeah. And then
he never told that to me.
Yeah, no, he doesn't like you. He doesn't like Aristides either in terms of Aristides, help me out here. Did he not say he wanted me to come and get colonics where he was at? Aristides, help us out here. Did he not say that to me? Like, oh yeah, Douglas, now that you're interested in colonics. And it's like, when did I ever say that? I mean, is this not the case? Let's see if Aristides comes on or not.
I'm sure he did suggest it at one point. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
At some point.
Oh my God.
But not to you, right? He didn't like your looks. He didn't find you attractive.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Not to me. Not to me, that's true.
Jesus Christ.
Take that as a compliment, though.
Yeah, right? Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's good. But he didn't ask to see my asshole. I must be okay, you know? You know what I never got about the colonic shit is that you're going to shit it all out tomorrow, so what's the rush in getting it cleaned out today, you know? It's just, it never made any sense to me.
Well, the whole point of getting it in the first place is just to remove any of the stuff that stays in your intestines that make you sick because it ferments.
Well,
but you're not supposed to be like getting it all the time like he does. That's just like some sick habit he got.
Yeah, honestly, it sounds like faggot training, if you ask me.
Yes. No, indeed. So just to clarify,
it affected him negatively.
It did.
When he went to Romania, he couldn't eat any of the food because his intestinal flora was damaged.
Thank you. So true. That's quite true. Thank you. That's why his last trip to Romania killed him. But also, Brendan, did he not say he was lifting a bunch of shit, even though he was too cheap to hire the contractor? That's why he rented the truck and then was lifting a bunch of shit in the bathroom, right? And that was also one of the last killers before he, that pushed his body over the edge, right?
He was straining himself trying to remodel his bathroom. He said, I rented the truck. I was cutting and sawing. and he's too cheap to buy like an electric, like a battery powered saw. So he's doing it all by hand, and that's not good at that age. I mean, he should have just hired someone, honestly.
Well, like you said, he was already tremulous and drifty-eyed, and that's why they made him made certain he had all the ID back up, so when he crashed the truck, they could juice the insurance, because he didn't look well. So he's already not looking well. Then he goes to work on all this crap in the bathroom so he can send pictures to Paula to try and lure her back. Look, honey, see, I'm finally fixing the bathroom. Like, that would, like, lure her back, right? I mean, it's like... and then his brain melts. And he said, "This book is dangerous! Too dangerous for anyone to read!"
He really said that?
Yeah. Yeah. He said, "It must never be released! I must destroy it! And it's Douglas seduced me into this! And damn him!"
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Then he said,
No, look, put it this way, look. If he's really if he's really knocking on heaven's door right now, that book needs to get released, because as soon as he goes, it's gonna fucking skyrocket from the publicity of him passing.
Oh, yes, imagine that. That's right. Of course, he won't get any of the money, and that's all he wants. So it's kind of a catch-22. I guess he wants to take it with him. Well, there we have that. Oh, what a story.
Well, Doug, yeah, I'd be a little bitter too, but goddamn, man. I mean, Jesus. But no, dude, no. If you guys aren't bullshitting me and you're really saying that he's having like memory problems and shit, that would explain why he doesn't recall the you being a cop thing.
Thank you. Yes, it's like it's like he was having problems with memory. He was having
He didn't even know how to use his fucking Gmail properly.
Oh yeah, that's right. But he never did. Then again, he never did. He was always, he was always a tech tard.
Where do I find this message? Oh, Gmail.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. Brendan, tell him about the time that I sent him that letter from PG&E about the power pole, and he could not disambiguate a physical mailed letter from an email. I mean,
wow.
Tell him, Brandon. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, Douglas was like, "Did you get the mail? Did you get the letter?" He's like, "Yeah, I have it here. And he kept reading the email. And Douglas was like, "I overnighted it to you. Just open the mailbox." And he's like, "Oh, I never checked the mailbox. I never checked the mail." It was bizarre.
Yeah. Like
severe lapse. And then when he finally got the letter, it's like he didn't know the difference either. It was weird.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he was gone for a long time. And that was due to that brain death from the original stroke. So he was like bragging like, "I had 2 cubic centimeters of my brain die, and I never even felt it or noticed it. I never even noticed it," he wrote. He bragged that in an email. And my response was, "Well, the problem, Peter, is the rest of us do."
Amazing.
Oh.
I didn't know he was slipping like that, man. I had no idea he was slipping. I mean, like I said, I caught the fucking didn't know you were a cop thing, but I mean, I even knew that. I mean, come on.
Thank you.
He puts in more hours with you than I fucking do, and I know that. I mean, come on.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that profoundly. So it's been a roller coaster ride. And how about yourself? Tell us about the super soldier over there at Waffle House. So he camped out.
Yeah. Yeah, no. What happened to Princess Pixie Star Fox? Where'd she go?
I think
she had to go to her OnlyFans lobby because we weren't paying her.
We weren't paying her. That's right.
Yeah, I guess that does cut into her fucking. That's her thing.
I think she had to go puke myself.
I'm sorry, I miss you, Princess. Sorry, I miss you.
Yeah, honestly, I think she had to go puke.
She has plenty of money. She's buying like Andrew Tate, like Cubans and shit. Like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, she's got more money than us.
Yeah.
Don't give that fucking. Never mind. Anyway.
You missed it when Peter Wood was talking to Marina Sarin about your modeling, Marina. Oh, and this one young boy.
Is he on her OnlyFans too?
Oh man, he's too cheap for that. it's like, oh God, help me out here. Nemo, tell him about how Peter was like saying, oh, this one guy in Romania knew about you. It must be your political activism.
Yeah.
That stretches
not
far
your
and
looks.
wide. Yeah.
Just truly her political views. That's it.
Amazing. You know, I'm sure they fucking fly her down to fucking Iraq to do the fucking 5 o'clock news on the weekdays, but just to get that insight. Yeah. That was a Stephen D. Kelly joke if you guys didn't catch that. Anyway. But
who the fuck is he?
Stephen D. Kelly is this guy who had a fucking crush on me because he kept talking about my cross-dressing. He kept talking about how feminine I looked in high heels. He wouldn't let...
Yeah, was that the boots guy?
That's the boots guy.
Yeah,
Tell him how he was
Kelly,
describing the ringlets on my boots. He was describing the ringlets and the...
one time I went to the wrong channel on Revolution Radio and they were talking about Doug. They were like, yeah, Douglas Dietrich, what a weirdo he's wearing. He's wearing platform boots, like elevator boots, and they have these metal rings and extra laces. Like he thinks he's some kind of goth. And the black, and he always wears black. And they were like describing his whole outfit.
You
And I
heard
was like,
this?
what the-
Brandon,
Yeah,
you really heard this?
I swear I heard it. And I was like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? This is weird. And then that lady that he was on with was like, yeah, I can't believe Douglas. He's advocating white genocide. White genocide.
Oh my gosh, I think I was on that show.
That's right! That's right! Yeah.
Heather, you were so
It was
cool.
Noreen.
You were so
It was
cool,
totally
Heather.
Noreen.
Yeah, poor Noreen. By the way, I want everyone to know, for all the emails I got about, Douglas, how could you sleep with someone and then talk about it? Because I was talking about Noreen. It was like fucking a harp seal who's been harpooned in multiple places with multiple puncture wounds. And
Doug's taking one for the team.
yeah, and so I want people to understand, she brought up Morgellons syndrome on my show multiple times and has spoken about breaking out in these open sores that she thinks insectile nanobots are emerging from.
Rupturing from her skin.
Thank you.
She told us about it.
Yeah, she told us this. So it's well, all I'm doing is verifying what she said. She has these eruptions on her skin, and it was like when I was trying to fuck her, and I couldn't get into it because it's like this harp seal that a bunch of Russians have already beaten to death with all these puncture wounds all over it, and I just couldn't get it up. And I just said, honey, we can't do this. But there you go. So, Heather, does that remind you of anything?
Vaguely, I'd never heard that story before.
Oh my god! But you were on.
I haven't listened to Stephen D. Kelly in a while. I wonder what the fuck he's up to now.
He has a twin brother, and I think that one of them is a cross-dresser.
Okay, interesting. That's now.
Yeah, I do.
Well,
recall.
it was definitely him because he was really jealous of Doug. He was like really like he couldn't.
Everybody's
believe
jealous of Doug.
No, but this guy had like actual.
Not
beef. He
me.
like couldn't believe he could do it openly. That's what I got from it.
Thank you.
Like, he was like, I can't believe he's dressing like that. Like how, what is he like? What do people think of him? Like he couldn't like handle that you were doing it freely. Is what I got from it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what it was. Thank you. That's what he hated.
This was before. I think this was before people knew you were doing that.
Thank you.
It was just implied. You just implied it. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. I think it was just around that
You
time.
never released any photos until later when you were on your own.
That's
platforms
true.
and stuff.
Thank you. That's true. I mean, I started at the time I was with Revolution Radio, but people thought it was like sporadic. They thought it was like, oh, he's only doing that because his son got married. At that time, I was still with Revolution Radio. Yeah. And. Oh my god. So thank you, Heather. Thank you, Brendan. Now back to Ian. So
Ian, what the fuck? Are you like getting off to that? What was that?
He's jerking off. It did sound orgasmic. It did.
No, I'm drinking my gin and ginger ale.
Okay, all right. We'll believe you, bud.
But look, we don't hold it against you.
Gin and ginger ale.
we don't hold it against you if you do, honestly.
Well, I don't either, so we're all good. So.
Yeah. I don't think anyone cares.
Yeah. Anyway,
Like
No,
it's
no,
funny.
no.
The people that take umbrage are like the biggest red flags.
Yeah.
like Pete and
Yeah.
and like Trampoose and all these people.
Yes, yes.
Like when Trampoose was trying to invite me and Douglas for dinner, he's like it's not gay. I swear it's not gay. It's like, dude,
No one even went there.
we never even questioned that.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the fact that he brings it up
look,
first.
Doug. Well, think of it this way. Ever since Brooke stopped coming on, your ratings increased. Now that Peter's not coming on, and Matt, sky's the limit there.
No, it's true. It's true. We hit high tonight. And but look, I don't mind Brooke coming on. She couldn't because she was lapsed in her phone bill. She was lapsed in her
because
phone.
she's fucked up. Yeah, because she's fucked up. That's why she couldn't come on. But anyway, that's probably her. Stop talking about me, motherfucker. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, but no, I was just gonna say, I'm kind of concerned about Peter.
Why would you give a shit about him?
Yeah, why would you give a shit about that son of a bitch?
Because he's got an innocence and naiveness to him too that I can see.
There's nothing
so.
naive or innocent about him. He is a psychopathic, narcissistic individual who cares only about himself, has no concept of anyone else or what they're going through, nor any care. You're talking about somebody who, like, when he's married to this young lady, subjects her to what's basically abuse. Something that resulted in his daughter becoming a crazy cat lady.
He was hurling curses at me and Brooke for like 6 months, half
Yes,
a year.
yes. I mean, lighting candles.
Actually affecting us negatively.
Yes.
To the point where I had to take countermeasures, and Brooke's life is all fucked up now.
Yeah, and by the way,
there's nothing innocent about these people.
Yeah, it's not imagination. This is something Peter Moon confessed to me, was that he was conducting curses that he was hurling at Brendan and Brooke, to say the least. Not to mention...
Doug heard when he was on the
shame
phone
on
with
you.
them.
You shouldn't have let him on the show after that. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Doug,
true.
you need to take
True.
responsibility. You need to take
But Douglas heard him when he was rummaging through his freezer when he was on the phone. He dropped a bag full of binding spells out of the freezer, like a satchel. Like it was like full of different people's names and shit.
Yeah.
Like this is the level he was at.
Yeah.
Why is it in the freezer?
Because that's
part of the binding spell.
That's part of the binding spell. It freezes the person to him. He was binding Paula and myself, among others. So he was conducting all these binding spells to bind half the community to himself, because that way he could control them. Only in my case, in Paula's case, first off, he bought these big candles like you get from the occult stores with the pictures of Jesus or Elvis on them and shit. And he was bringing them home, and he was burning them with pictures of Paula and her mother in front of these candles in the bathroom because he felt it's all porcelain, it won't catch fire. He woke up in the middle of the night to the fire alarm, ran up to the bathroom where the smoke was coming from, and had to use a fire extinguisher to put out Paula's candle because her candle had exploded and the flames were going all the way up to the ceiling. And so Paula, he's trying to curse her. Well, she's half vampire, for those of you who don't know. And that was the other stupid thing about him. He's on my show, and he says to me, Douglas, have you ever met a vampire besides your mother? I'm like thinking, yeah, your wife, you idiot. It's like, this is how...
We were living with a vamp for like years.
Yeah, this is how oblivious that son of a bitch is. I mean, oh my fucking God.
Well, good point there, because the way he was dealing with all these these closet Satanist things like L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology and shit, you got to be oblivious to it, man. You got to.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There was nothing in the closet
seriously.
about Hubbard. He was in the OTO with Jack Parsons. Like Pete knew that from the day one, from Get.
Yeah.
He knew in intimate detail about how he was working with Jack Parsons. They were all Crowleyites.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing innocent about these people.
Yeah, and nothing innocent about Peter. And beyond which,
That's
don't forget Peter was working with Preston Nichols, who had purchased a school bus so that he could disguise himself as a school bus driver and pick up kids. And not to mention.
And there's that video. There's that video online of them touring Montauk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Douglas is like, "Didn't you see all those cages where they kept the kids?"
Yeah.
And
Whoa!
then Pete's saying,
Preston Nichols showed him. Preston Nichols showed him. He says this
on tape. It's on YouTube. You can find it.
Yeah.
He's like, this is where they kept the kids.
Yeah.
The Montauk boys or whatever.
When you're that fucking oblivious, it's hard to see shit that's cynical. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're that naive.
He
You know what
wasn't
I'm saying?
oblivious.
That's why-
He knew exactly what he was involved in. He just thinks what he was doing was good. That's what these people do. These cultists think they're doing good when they're aligned with evil.
Thank you. Quite true.
Well,
Very
I'm
good.
just saying.
Well,
I'm not trying to make excuses.
Understood.
I'm not trying to make excuses.
As a matter of
for it.
fact, Ian, I want to praise your astuteness in much of your analysis, as well as Nemo's and Brendan's. So continue, Ian, with your observations. I mean, obviously, you're absorbing all this, but you're grasping it right away. So you pretty much understand the dynamics. So continue.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. Ever since that first time I talked to Peter, I knew he was naive and all that. Like I could tell immediately. But then again, that's why, in last episode, I said I was proud of Peter because he matured so much about the whole Trump issue. It's saying it's like I saw him growing out of that naiveness. So that's why I, praised him for it because I've seen him stuck in that.
Dude, I thought that was a joke. I thought that was just shtick on your part. How is it that you can make such astute analysis and then dive off the cliff into that?
No.
And you're still using the term naive. He's not naive. That Peter is anything but naive. He knows what he's doing. But go on.
Well, if he could score a hot little piece like that, though, I mean, more power to him. That's all.
He didn't score her.
Yeah.
She was assigned to hook up
Thank
with
you. Thank you.
Oh, for real?
Yes,
For real?
she was assigned. Yes.
Oh, I thought he met
No
her
hot young
Romanian
chick would
shit.
hook up with that fucking girl.
Yeah.
No, she came through a window on like a building that was made out of stones and shit.
Yeah, a monastery. The second story of a monastery.
When they were having an occult ritual, he arrived on the same day and they married her off.
Yes.
On this like occult.
I had no idea.
Yeah, that's.
idea.
Oh, he spoke about it on air many times, and then when you would confront him about how occult and satanic that all sounded, he would go into flat out denial. That's how insane this guy was. But you're talking about they went into a monastery. They were warned, don't eat, no woman. There's holy monks here. No woman, no eating. We're all fasting. We don't break fast.
It was the same day that the monastery was founded. It was like the foundation day where the day they set the first. This is his words. The day they set the first cornerstone of the monastery.
Yeah.
And he happened to arrive there the same day that was happening.
Yeah.
The anniversary of it.
Yeah. And then Paula crawls through the window with no ladder, no ropes, and has him eat something. Forces him to eat something, and he's got a woman with him, a young girl, obviously a bleeder. She's at the age where she's mensing, and so she's mature enough for sex, and consummates with him and violates the entire monastery in this satanic act. And then he gets married to her. That's, she was assigned to him by a satanic cult and was also working with Romanian intelligence. And he kept wondering about all the guns she was bringing home. And she would bring home she had an arsenal. And so she was working with Romanian intelligence and spoke multiple languages. She was multilingual. And Peter kept bringing it up.
Well, she was a spy.
Yeah, and Peter was saying she's working with all these different companies like the Portuguese petroleum industry and shit. And it's like, what kind of Romanian chick shows up in America and gets a job with the Portuguese petroleum industry? It's like, she didn't have a background in that. It's like, but that's how she earned all the money. And he wasn't paying any of the bills, and she paid all the bills, and but he refused to sign the insurance over to her or the house. She said, "Now that I'm married to you, don't I get the house in case something happens? You're a lot older than I am." "No, my house goes to my crazy cat lady daughter. My insurance goes to my crazy cat lady daughter, not to you." "Yeah, but I'm younger than your daughter. I depend on you." "No, I depend on you. You're earning all the money." It's like,
wow.
And he wonders why people don't like him.
Peter, if you're listening to this, I'm really biting my tongue right now, man. Seriously.
Yeah, don't bite
She
it. Just let it go.
deserves. She deserves the house and money though to having to put up with that shit for years.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Especially the
Is he not a
colonics.
veteran?
And beyond that, if you marry someone, that's just implied if they take care of you. I don't understand why that was an issue. You know, it's just,
Thank you.
this person left their home country and lived with someone for years. I mean, they owed it to them. That's, you know, if it was a genuine relationship, which we know it's not, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
by the way, Heather Holman asked, "Isn't he a veteran?" Yeah, he's a veteran. Yeah, pedophile.
Oh, I thought he was in the
when he
service
said-
or something.
When he said he was serving in the Navy, that was the Sea Org. That was the Scientology boat where Hubbard was living to avoid getting prosecuted because he was always in international waters and shit.
Yes.
That's
Oh, so they
why.
couldn't catch him.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So it was a former naval ship, but it had been purchased privately by L. Ron Hubbard, so that it was the flagship of the Sea Org, what Sea Organization
Do
of.
they have an auction for those kinds of things?
They do, apparently. Yeah, they do. And what happens is they wind up in the damnedest places. And, so it wound up with L. Ron Hubbard was an international criminal. He was wanted everywhere in the world for reasons of basically killing people, torturing them, raping them. And so he stayed in international waters like a James Bond villain, just like Brendan said. And that was the service that Peter Moon was in. That was not a legitimate...
Oh, not an actual government thing.
Yeah, not an actual service in any shall we say, approved sense, in any official or approved sense. Nevertheless, they did train for potential pirate boardings, etc. But such being said, it was just a weird cult paramilitary. He was in a weird cult paramilitary, is the best way to put it, for years.
That makes total fucking sense.
Yeah.
That makes total fucking sense.
Yeah. And so that poor bastard. And the thing is, imagine being on the...
Hold on.
Yeah, go.
Seriously, that's how it snowballed into meeting Preston. That's how it snowballed into the other shit.
Yeah.
That makes total fucking sense. I did not know that, though.
Yeah. Well, I was the consummation of it all. I mean, he's dying now. There's nothing after this for him. There's nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah. When you said weird, did you say weird? A weird occult paramilitary?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sea Org?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was, I don't think I've ever heard that before, but that so true. That's that's
no,
great.
It totally makes
Thank
sense,
you.
though. It totally
Thank
makes
you.
sense.
Yeah.
The occult paramilitary.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Honestly, that's like the ultimate backdoor into these what is it called? Like these compartmentalized black budget projects, you know? So that totally makes sense.
And yeah,
all these celebrities are.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for that input. And so, but go on, Ian. I mean, so now that you're on with us, feel free to share what else is on your mind. You still haven't gotten to the Cayenne story. Camping out at Waffle House.
Yeah.
A lot of Cayenne.
So check this out, y'all. You guys want to hear this? He's not little, but I've seen this guy one time before, and it was at Waffle House, and fucking dude, this guy, okay. This guy comes in, he's got a backpack. He's got fucking every goddamn kitchen utensil you need in his backpack. And he orders his food, he orders his coffee, he uses his own shit, yada, yada, yada. Like, he gets up, washes his utensils off in the bathroom, and then puts it back in his backpack and shit. Like, that kind of, like, fucking organization, that kind of, like, anal retentiveness. Anyway. So he sits down at this small 2-seater booth for, I want to say 5 hours. And I get in there. I walk in there I walk in there on hour 3 of the 5 hours he's there. So, I'm casing the guy out. I'm checking him out because it's weird. And he's like, yeah, I already tipped twice, but I'll tip you again, and blah, blah, blah. And the dude did tip me. He left me $5, so he had money. He wasn't a cheapskate. And I refilled his coffee a couple times, and I noticed he was putting cayenne pepper in his coffee, and it sparked my memory of hearing these like fucking stories and shit about the bioweapons and drinking cayenne pepper, and cayenne pepper stops it because these soldiers have like a death insurance policy over their head where if they fuck up, they don't give them the antidote and the soldier dies. So the soldier has to be successful in his missions for him to get his antidote and go. But cayenne pepper kind of bypasses that. So if you drink, but that's just this little legend I heard about these soldiers.
How does cayenne
Anyway,
that? I don't understand.
I have no fucking clue. I guess it's some kind of antidote for a poison that these guys are being injected with or something. That's the only thing I can guess from it. I don't know the science of it. I just remember reading it once in one of these fucking testimonies.
Wait, he
So
went
anyway-
like through a whole bottle, right, or something, a shaker?
Yeah. He had a whole fucking shaker, a big shaker of it at his table. And I know this because when he left on the table and had to run out to his truck and give it to him. So anyway, here's the spooky part. So I'm already pinning him down, and he hears me talking about the tunnels to some of the coworkers, and he comes up to me and he goes, "Are you talking about the military tunnels or the natural tunnels?" So that kind of sparked my goddamn interest, and I fucking was, just chit-chatting guy and just like, calling him out on some shit. And then he comes up, he goes, "You want to know what we do down at Keesler?" And I was like, "What?" They're like, "Whenever the United States has a problem, it gets written down on a sheet of paper and it goes to a table of like 30 psychics, and they try to like see." And I cut him off right there, and I said, "You're talking about remote viewing?" And his face froze. His face froze like a motherfucker.
Well, it's not
And
like
then
that's an unknown term. I mean, but go on. Yeah, I'm just, it's yeah. Go on. Continue.
So anyway, when his face froze, everybody that worked with me saw like the seriousness in his face whenever I said that. And I guess that kind of proved to him that I knew I was talking about and I wasn't crazy and shit. And fucking,
But
he was
dude,
just
everybody
going-
hears that on Coast to Coast to Him. Remote viewing is spoken of every other minute. But anyhow, continue.
Not in fucking Mississippi. Not in Mississippi. I mean, come on. Anyway. So fucking, I cut him off with.
Film since
Huh?
like the 70s. Come on.
Look, I'm not trying to justify shit. I've never seen this guy before. I never talked to him, and fucking, he challenges me on this shit. So anyway, this is the creepy part. Though. This is the creepy part.
Yes.
This is the creepy part. Okay, so there's another Navy base on the coast here. Like the one I'm by is on the Louisiana-Mississippi border, and this other base, I think it's in Biloxi. So it's like the central south tip of Mississippi on one of the peninsulas. There's this other base. And he was like, "Man, you know what they do there? They're like, they are creating a team of cell phone hackers that go out into the public and they hack your cell phones and shit." And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Our government is hiring this team of cell phone hackers to go out to the general public and just hack random people's fucking phones. That's absolutely crazy."
It
But
makes
anyway.
perfect
For
sense.
what purpose?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, that there was no purpose stating. He's just speaking of the capabilities and what they do. It could be for good, it could be for bad. I don't know. But
There's no good in it, believe me. It's like Aquino
believe
said,
you.
they
Yeah,
just
yeah, that's what I'm
torment
saying.
randos. They torment random people.
Straight up. That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking, homie. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like,
Or
it's,
gang stalkers?
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think it's like government organized gang stalkers. That's what I really think it is.
It truly is, yeah.
Swear to God, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is. But so anyway, we talked about this project for fucking like a good 8 or 9 minutes, because what else is there to say, But anyway, so what happened after that? Yeah, we talked through that. I guess I was working, so I was doing.
Well,
shit,
he
and I was coming in and
barricaded
out of the
himself
store.
in the cubby hole. Right?
He camped up. Yeah, he posted up. Yeah, he camped up in this little cubby booth, like straight up. He really did that for 5 hours.
Bivouacked. Yes.
Swear to God. And he had a goddamn thing, and he had a badass truck, and then. The guy was super swell. He was really good. He had like black hair. It was cut to his ear. It was he had a military haircut, and that motherfucker was buff as shit, dude. It looked like he could fucking beat down a fucking cement wall, like straight up. Anyway. But so that was the super soldier I met.
Who was the young lady? Who was the young lady that you were with at the Awful Waffle tonight? she was there as well.
Yeah, she was there. Yeah. She works with me. She's third shift. See, I work third shift sometimes, and she works third shift. So she meets all these fucking weirdos too. And fucking, she was there that night. And fucking, when she saw the cayenne pepper, that kind of like sparked her mind. So that's why I mentioned that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate that profoundly. We always enjoy these kinds of stories, and in terms of you called me about the Baxters and the Borgias.
Yeah, the Baxter. Oh yeah. Oh, I got some. I got another Borgia. Okay, so anyway, there's this. I don't know if I should be saying this, but go ahead.
Yes, Brendan, was that you, Ari?
Brendan,
Nemo?
you're cutting out, man.
Oh, who else was eating cayenne pepper?
Who?
Who? Brendan. Pete. That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, just before he stroked out.
It's a conspiracy. No, I'm just joking.
No, it's true. Yeah. It may well be. Yeah, but that's right. Pete was saying, gotta do the cayenne pepper because I'm stroking out. And then, there you go.
That's ironic.
Yeah.
That's fucking ironic. But yeah, man, it's little shit like that. It's little details of that and meeting these little fucking...
Does cayenne pepper, does it prevent a stroke?
Obviously not.
It's a very effective blood thinner.
Yeah.
And it can reduce inflammation if you have heart disease and stuff. But if the damage is already done, it's not going to help. It's like aspirin. You can't take it after a heart attack. It's not going to do anything.
Thank you. Yes. In other words, these things are very efficacious and helpful as preemptives. But Peter was not. He thinks the Tai Chi was everything. Like he thinks he's a breatharian or something. And he's
I bet he's not thinking that now.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, he still is. That's how crazy this fucker is. It's my Tai Chi saved me. And it did save you worth of shit, motherfucker. He wasn't eating right. He wasn't, he was doing all those stress factors we brought in to really fuck himself over. And without Paula there to, buy the right foods or anything, he was eating shit. And so altogether, he just, he got what he brought upon himself, not to mention all of the, shall we say, occult factors. Oh, yes. He, of course, had lunch with Maria de Andrea, who then told him the moment Brendan left our group call, he copped to her making deals with demons. And then she was bitching about, my demon has left me. I've lost all my talents, and now I've lost all my clientele, and I'm looking for a job at the age of 75, Pete's age. And I said, she ain't gonna find one. And he's like, oh, sure she can. Sure she can. And, of course, the question was asked, where did the demon go? And Brendan answered that, it jumped on Pete, which, of course, it did. I mean, it was feeding off all this essence since he's breathing all the time. And, just another factor, part of I compared him to the Titan submersible. Just like the Titan submersible was spun out of fiberglass with all of these porous openings and weak points, it had like 1,000 flaws before it took that final dive. Yeah, Peter had that Roosevelt Gainey spun fiberglass purple egg around him, he called it. I've got the purple egg. I'm invulnerable. My purple eggshell. And all of that unspooled when all the pressure hit as he was going to publish the book. And at that moment, when it began to unravel, that demon took a big bite. Then all those curses he was hurling at Brooke Gibson and Brendan Zogate came flying back at him. And then the implosion took place.
Maybe Noreen was right when remember what I told you about what she said about she was talking to someone and they said the only reason that Peter Moon is writing books with Douglas Dietrich is because he's waiting for him to have a meltdown and murder somebody. Like go on a killing spree or something.
But that's what she was saying about me.
Yeah, no, that's what she was saying about why Peter was hanging out with you.
Peter. Noreen was saying that Peter Moon was hanging out with me in the hopes that I would go into a mass shooting spree or some kind of mass murderous meltdown so he could make a killing book you know, Killing in Profits.
A true story.
Right.
A true story book.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought he wanted to have sex with you too.
That too. That too. Yes. And
wants you dead.
Yeah.
And wants you dead. Right.
Well, it sounds like
So
a
this is like
ritual to me.
it's like a snuff film. It's
Yeah.
like a snuff film.
It's a ritual. It's a ritual.
Yeah. Same
Oh.
thing. Right.
Because I
Actually,
was
Yeah.
letting loose over there. That's not. Yeah, good. Good on.
what was that, Brandon?
I was like, I thought that was Ian, but it was Aristides. I was like, oh, he's letting loose over here.
Well, it's Ian that's doing all the heavy breathing. It's like Ian's like, it's like, what the fuck, Ian? It's like,
Here, hold on. Let me
what
put
is
this
that
down.
about? That.
Can you hear it? Oh, let me go on my settings. Hold on. Let me turn on the compressor. Hold on.
You sound really excited.
Hey,
Well, I'm
Ian,
smoking a cigarette. I'm
I
smoking
am
a cigarette.
into my roti dressing. So nano bomb get me.
You're glitching up, but what Brendan is saying is he's putting the cayenne pepper into something he's eating or drinking so the nanobots won't get him,
I'm
right?
adding cayenne pepper to my roti dressing. The stuff I'm putting on my roti, like my garlic naan juice.
Yeah.
So just in case I have nanobots, I took your advice.
Yes.
That's good. Yeah. Brady, you never be too safe these days. Yeah, it's good you're doing that. You know.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So there we have that. One thing I have to say is that I.
Oh, you know what it is? I'm exhaling into the mic. Every time I exhale the cigarette, I blow my bad. Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, is that what that is? Jesus Christ! It's.
Does your cigarette happen to look like a light bulb?
Oh, it's been a bitch of a day. Where's my gin?
But we have to admit, Ian West does work for a living, so it's, yeah. Unlike Peter, he's more sympathetic. I'm more sympathetic with Ian than I am with Peter. Peter never worked a day in his goddamn life.
Oh, dude, you want to hear what they fucking did to me today?
What?
You ready for this? You want to hear this bullshit?
What?
Oh, it's my goddamn day off. My fucking day off. So I need to go do all my laundry because I got to fucking work next week and shit and fucking, you know, so I had to do it all. Well, the goddamn dryer's broken. The washer works, but the dryer's working. And it's goddamn 12:45 this morning. I gotta check my phone. Hey, can you come into the Waffle House? Oh my fucking God. I was like, on all days but today, you're gonna fucking call me to come. You haven't called me in 2 weeks. Now you're coming on my day off. So fucking, I was like I'm a bitch, and I was like, yeah, I'll be there. Anyway, so since I don't have a goddamn dryer, I had to fucking wait for this long ass wash cycle for my clothes to get done washing. Then I had to throw them on a line outside to fucking dry while I'm at work all fucking day. Get dressed and get the fuck out of here, and then ride my bike 10 minutes to work.
Okay. Oh, God, that's awful. And thank you for sharing that.
I know.
Again, it makes you a much more. It makes you a much more sympathetic character. I'm saying.
Take it back. You earn the meth. You can smoke it. I won't make fun of it.
Yes, there we are. So I'm going to. I'd like someone other than myself to respond to Morgan Grace Films. Morgan Grace Films has a legitimate channel, a lot of subscribers, and seems deeply ensconced in the black community. They have a question. What happened to Peter? Please, someone, aside myself, give them a summation.
Well, if you go to the beginning of the episode, you know, you can catch up with it from there.
So Peter suffered a cardiovascular incident that amounted to somewhat of a stroke, or something we assume is a stroke, and he is no longer able to attend, and he's abandoning the book project with Douglas, even though he put in all this work. And then he's been incommunicado for about a week now. So he's presumed dead. So unfortunately, that's what's going on.
And
no, we all wish Peter the best, and we
don't. No, we really don't. We really don't.
No shit's given.
Yeah, It's he brought it all upon himself. He severed himself declaratively, saying he would not be back on.
That's terrible.
Yeah, and this was simultaneous.
I want to see the numbers. I want to see the numbers.
Oh, they've just been higher. They've been higher and higher. It's like you said. Once he left, everybody wanted in because, you know, they no longer had to listen to him repeat the same shit over and over again.
Can I say, like, the last transmission, the way that episode ended was fucking perfect. If you listen to, like, the last 30 seconds, it was just like, that's the way to end every episode. It was just like such a positive note.
Where the stream got cut?
No, when Nemo jumped on and said, don't forget to stroke his ball while you're sucking his cock. That was like the best ending to the episode. That was just so good. It was brilliant, man. I mean, you can't write that. You can't. It was brilliant.
Well, there you go with that.
That was when it got cut off on the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, it was brilliant, right? It was brilliant. I thought it was brilliant, man.
Yes.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, it was good, Nemo. Yeah, you nailed that. You nailed that.
Short story set to music.
Yeah, I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, I'm very proud of the Michael Aquino musical. That's very. It just has a nice ring to it. Anyway.
Get closer to the mic, Brendan, so we can hear you. Repeat that, please.
Ian, do you even know what that is, what you're pushing?
I'm not pushing it. I'm creating it. I'm not pushing it. It's just a hobby. That's it. As soon as I get my laptop, I'm going to finish it.
Selling their own kid, a short story of someone selling their own child.
No. We're focused more of we're focusing more of the Nino Island behind Cuba. It's an island behind Cuba. He's bringing all these kids to in the books.
That's right. Where the plane lands and then they traffic them out. Yes. So you're doing the one where the kids are like, I forgot. It's not that they're twins. He winds up being sold to someone whose son tries to free him. And then the father says, I'll just make sex slaves of you both, including his biological son. That's how that story ends. That one.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that far into it.
Yeah,
he
keeps orgasming before he gets to the conclusion.
On people's profiles, then.
Do you know how hard it is to do this at a public library? Like the dread and fear. I just imagine.
Is that part of the thrill?
Reading my
Is that
screen.
part of the thrill?
No. That's why I can't finish it. It's like, you see cock on the screen like 20 times in 2 paragraphs. That kind of gets people's attention,
Then why do you make songs out of it?
Right.
It's a hobby,
There's so many other topics, subjects you could make.
No, in all fairness, I don't want people ganging up on Ian. As I've expressed before, Lena Shea and I got together and we made porn music videos, so I'm not one to judge. And our porn music video was about a young girl getting raped on her 18th birthday. So, I mean, it's not going to be... I'm hardly in a position to condemn Ian.
To judge, yeah.
But nevertheless...
He's walked that route once before, anyway.
But nevertheless...
But, I think it's great to turn it into a musical. To have a real Broadway musical. That'd be so fucking killer, it would be.
So, but do you... I'm interested. Your vision of this... Would they be nude young boys on the stage?
Well, I haven't gotten that far. I haven't gotten that far into the musical. I just gotten to the first part where they're just like seducing each other. I haven't gotten that far into it.
Okay, so we're not going to give the title of this.
The demographic for this is NAMBLA.
Yeah, pretty much. Peter Moon. It's Peter Moon. He's the demographic. It's kind of like I'm just trying to.
Did you guys even hear the tracks yet? Did you guys even hear them? Like I put them out there.
I asked, I sent Aristides a copy of what Lena Shea and I did, and he said he couldn't get to the part where he was listening to the music. Brendan said, hey, the musical choice was interesting, and it did match up with the visuals. I guess I should send this shit to Nemo and get his opinion.
I'm making a note to review that. Okay.
Okay,
Hey,
thank you.
Douglas, I'm making it.
Thank
Yeah, I'm making a note to
Doug,
review that.
We actually work. We
That,
don't have
that
time to
brutal
jack off all
pornography
day.
video that you're
Yes.
assignment.
But you notice the difference here. Lena and I did a video of a girl getting gang raped on her 18th birthday.
All the more special.
No. So that the videos, the portrayal is of a girl of legal age. That's the difference between what we did. That doesn't make it morally somehow more salvageable.
That's true.
But it's on a different level of a sort. At any rate, this was a professional young lady. She was paid, and this was not a real act. And that can be told by anybody who's looking at the visuals. You can tell that's not a real bedroom. The bed's in the middle of the room, and it's just nobody sleeps with their bed in the middle of the room. But that just made it easier for everyone to access her, and there's no sheets on the bed really. It's not made the way a young girl's bed would be made with sheets and covers and everything. It's basically a mattress. But all that being said,
All right, Doug, I think we got it, man. I think we got it.
yeah, porn mattress. That's what said.
I said Paul.
Okay, porn mattress. Yeah, there we are. Thank you. Anyhow, Nemo slept on mattress that made that look like heaven. Holy shit! What were you stuck on for years?
It was just a real old fucking mattress I used to eat on and put my bong on and knock the bong over on it multiple times.
Oh my god!
It was just a piece of shit.
Okay.
You're not even supposed to keep a mattress for more than 8 years. You got to get a new one every now and then.
Yeah, that's if
But
you
I
can
had that
afford
for
it.
15 years. Yeah.
Oh god, so
yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry. That was
Might as
awful.
well just been sleeping on a hobo's bed.
Yeah, I hate your father. Oh my god, your father.
Don't worry about it. I blame myself half the time.
Yeah, don't do that. I mean, honestly, your father is just so awful. For those of you who don't know, his father's just a train wreck and just reprehensible all the way around. Thank God we don't have Joe Ty around to bring up the details. And then
Joe Ty. Whatever. I haven't heard from him.
yeah, and like what are you complaining?
No, I'm just curious. I haven't seen him. I didn't know what was up with him. Like I knew you guys shunned him for hollering at that miner, but
yeah, let's just put it this way: you ain't missing shit. It's like that's like anyhow. For those of you who don't know, Nemo, tell our listeners about Joe Ty and how Joe Ty was lusting after this young chick on Facebook.
Yeah, I caught him on Facebook trying to hit up a young chick, which most likely was just like a bait channel from the FBI or whatever that tracks down predators and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just as soon as I saw his comment on my notifications, I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? You're way older. This chick looks like she's fucking little kid. What are you doing?
you know what's funny as shit? My notification sent me the same fucking thing too, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude? Come on!"
Yeah, yeah.
So you saw what?
Commented on it.
Yeah,
and
and
I even commented on it.
Okay.
I was like, "Come on, Joe, it's bait." You know, I think that's what you go through that message. You can see what I texted him.
Interesting. Okay, I believe that. I believe
But
that.
yeah, that showed up on my notifications too, so that's why I got a kick out of it that you guys were bringing it up.
And it
'Cause
was
I noticed the same
specific.
shit too.
She was specifically asking for older, middle-aged
For
men.
real?
Like there was, yeah, you can tell this is just baiting all the old fucking predators and shit.
Right, and Joe, but Joe was going, "Come here with me, and I'll give you love."
Jesus, no.
Yeah.
Well, a boy can dream. You know, that's all I gotta say.
Anyhow, I was reminded of Chotai and his fascination with homeless tent people that he would portray as billionaires when you brought up that super soldier story. Somehow, you know, there's a certain parallel there.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, and thank you. Now, what was I going to say here? I'm trying to find where I sent those links to Brendan and Aristides, and I'll send them now to Nemo so I can get his review of what Lena and I produced. since Brendan and Aristides have taken forever to provide any critique. So give me a moment here to search for that. In the meantime, Ian, about those Baxters and the Borgias.
Yeah, the Borgias. Okay. All right. So, okay, I don't want to. Okay, let's not use that name. We'll just call them the Bees, because I mean that's how that's how I'm still doing research on this. Let's just call it the Bees. But anyway, when I first moved to this town, I noticed like all these like graves with that last name, and I noticed all these buildings around town with that last name. And for some reason in my mind, I was like, okay, that's got to be a low-key satanic family, like a black family or whatever. So fucking, I meet some of these bees at the store, because they're all hoity-toity and shit, and they're like, my name's this, our name's in the computer, we get a discount and all this shit. They're all cunty like that. So, yeah, I'm dead serious. So I started noticing like that. That bee's name, and finally it was yesterday. I was in the store, and this fucking like tatted up chick, she had like all these like fucking cryptid satanic tattoos all over her arm and shit, like black hair, the whole 9 yards. And she came by, she didn't ask for a discount. She didn't, straight up. She didn't give a fuck. And fucking she paid with her credit card. And I noticed her last name was the Bees. So I think I'm onto something right there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to use their name. We'll just call it the Bees. But yeah, man.
Well, what nefarious activities do you feel that they're up to?
I mean, the chick's hot. The chick's totally fucking cute. I'd bang the shit out of her. But fucking, but anyway, maybe she's just that little bad seed of the family. But anyway, I'm trying to get on that. So.
And continue. Now, you're saying the Bees, but that still confuses us. Are we alluding to the Baxters or the Borgias?
You said earlier, the other ones, the ones that aren't the Baxters. We'll leave it at that. That's like I'm saying. I don't know what the deal. I don't want to say anything I shouldn't because, of other stories I heard. But yeah, the other ones, the ones that aren't the Baxters. I need to do some research in the Baxters because there's a lot of graves with the Baxters family. Where they say that my family was buried, or my past family. On my mom's side.
Now you said something about a yacht club.
Yeah. I didn't get to go there because they called me in today. I wasn't going to go up there. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm down the street from it. And I just haven't had time. But the Baxter thing, I haven't found any dirt on the Baxter stuff. But. The other name, the Bees, fucking, dude, I totally nailed it whenever I saw their daughter. Totally nailed it.
Okay. Well, Nemo, I've sent you the links in your private messages.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, so I look forward to it.
Just to be honest, I'm probably not going to watch it because I don't like watching dudes banging chicks. I only just like watching naked chicks.
Okay.
I can't stand seeing men getting naked and having sex.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, because you're gay.
Let's not get vicious on each other. Let's try and maintain this as a moving right along. Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we don't want to be rude on this show.
Yeah. Calm down, calm down.
Considering everything said in the past 4 hours.
Nobody's judging you either, Nemo.
I'm judging you.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
Anyway. Let's not be at any rate, as Aristides said.
Well, let's be clear. Nothing I said was ad hominem. It was just factual.
Yes. So such being said, Nemo does prefer lesbian porn, and so there you have that. I guess we all have our. How about you, Heather?
Nothing wrong with that.
There we are. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I like clown porn.
That's very noble. I don't want to look at dudes having sex. That is a noble thought thing.
Yeah,
that is very noble. Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Did you hear what I said?
Clown
Yeah,
porn.
the clown. Yeah, that's a very niche. Porn. Yeah.
That's cute. You're cute. You're adorable. Okay.
It's true.
But that's cool though. No, I've seen a clown porn once or twice. I have. I mean, just one or two randomly. but
Honey, what is clown porn?
It's when there's clowns.
Yeah.
Um,
The clowns have sex.
Like
These are
John Wayne
polka dot-
Gacy.
yeah, that's where my thoughts went. That's where my thoughts went. I said these are the kind of
Good one,
clowns
Nemo. Good
that
one.
you know.
Good one.
Yeah.
Good one, Nemo.
Yeah. At any rate, and then the thought came to myself: Peter Moon's a clown. And
There's another one, puppet porn.
puppet porn. Yeah,
They do that?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like Muppets. It's like Muppets, and they
It's
got
good.
boners.
It's good.
Oh, for real?
There's a category for any type of porn out there these days.
Yeah. Well, the puppet or Muppet porn bleeds into or kind of conflates with the furries, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Somewhat.
would assume so.
Yeah. And so and
It's funny. I don't know.
Can I
It's
tell
funny.
you
It
all
has a little
my
more
favorite
dialogue.
porn movie?
yeah. Okay. Wait, I want to hear Heather talk about the dialogue.
Okay.
I said I think it's funny.
Yeah.
You know, it captures my amusement that way.
Yeah, and you said it has more dialogue with the puppet
And
porn.
yeah, it has a good dialogue usually.
Okay, there we are. That's cute. Okay, and then back to Ian. So what were you going to say?
What's that? Can I tell you guys my favorite porn of all time?
I'm not sure.
2 girls in a cup.
No. About
One man,
12
one
years.
jar.
What the fuck is one man, one jar? What is that?
Well, you can look it up after this live stream.
Yeah.
Oh God, what is that? Jesus.
So what were you going to say, Ian?
Okay, my favorite porn, if you guys ever find it, it's called Playing with Fire from 1982 or 1983. Like this movie, I swear to God, it is like a fucking like high budget like melodrama and shit, but it is fucking awesome. And I recommend anybody, if you ever are out there, look for this film called
What is it
Playing
called?
with
Feet to the Fire?
Feet to the fire.
Playing with Fire. Playing with Fire.
Okay.
Well, we're at high numbers. We're at high numbers. I don't know why, but I will probably end the live stream soon because we've got a Elizabeth Beam. By the way, says, "Oh my God, Gacy, I'm in Chicago." So let me give kisses to Elizabeth Beam and at Morgan Grace Films. I think Morgan Grace is a female. I'm not sure, so maybe I shouldn't risk that. But
There's
certainly,
2 dudes in the profile pic.
yeah, there's 2 dudes in the profile pic, but it's like there's nothing but cheerleaders on their films. So it's probably, you're right, best not risk it. Probably just hugs to Morgan Grace Films. But Elizabeth Beam, let me send some kisses her way. And so do continue. Whoever was speaking last, don't mean to interrupt. I think it was Heather.
No, Heather, go on. Let's hear this.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what I was talking about.
Oh no, about the clown porn.
Not much to say about that.
Oh.
It's just, talk about niche.
Use your imagination.
Yes. Well, I mean, you'd make a great Harley Quinn. There we are. And
That's cute.
yes.
Yeah.
What happened to Kitty? What happened to her?
Who?
Kitty.
Or Princess Pixie. Like not Kitty,
Oh.
Princess Pixie. That gin's kicking in. I'm telling you.
Yeah. There you go. Well, you've earned it. Yeah. Yeah. And so
Well, I'm getting married on Thursday.
you are.
Congrats.
Yeah.
You picked a date.
Yes.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
He's not gonna propose to you that day. You're gonna get married on that day, right?
Do or die.
All right.
Okay, straight. Well, good for you, girl. Go get it.
Straight.
This is Thursday, the 26th.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations. Oh my fucking God. I'm so excited for you. And for Vinny. Let's take a look at that date. Let's see what I can find out about
What's
it.
going on?
Wait,
that
you
day?
heard about the eclipse corridor, yeah?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Tell me.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
Brendan?
Brendan?
Nothing.
Oh, we're losing him.
I was just curious.
Well,
What's
is
this
that a
for?
bad day? Is that a bad day she should not get married on?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
I'm sorry.
It's not ideal, but you'll be fine.
If you want to be safe, just postpone it.
Well, I've already done that 100 times.
Yeah, she's already done that 100 times. Probably best to
I believe
just.
they call that cold feet.
Yeah, my feet are cold right now.
You gotta put your feet to the fire.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good one, Nemo. Good one, Nemo. Good one.
So, for what it's worth, honey, you'll be getting married on the eve day of the Rome-Tokyo-Berlin Axis formation, which was on the 27th of September. So it's a good day in that sense. It's the Axis formation eve day. And somebody just put a notification in there. Be right back.
I just saw that. I just got that.
Okay.
I can read it to you in a second.
Yeah, be right back. Still listening on phone.
Oh, Nemo says be right back.
Yeah, still listening on phone. Yeah, and so that's fine. And well, I'm very excited for you, Heather. But Brendan, we'd appreciate some further astrological insight if you would be so kind.
No, he doesn't want to bum me out, I'm sure.
I just don't want to affect your decision. But it's fine. Everything's good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it won't affect my decision.
Considerate of you, Brandon.
Well, the good news is that Venus is visible, as far as I know.
Venus is what? You're glitching. Venus is what?
Venus,
yeah.
The Graha, Venus, the planet, so-called planet, is visible.
Okay.
So it's more auspicious for things like marriages.
Ah, good.
Oh, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, that's all the more better. Okay.
Yes, that's right. There. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
From the
Thanks,
expert
Brendan.
himself. Yes. And far more of an expert than Peter Moon ever was. I mean, Brendan, tell us a bit about Peter Moon's astrology, as I would call it.
I mean, Pete's astrology was on the level of like an almanac that you pull off a shelf. Like,
Thank you.
it was like the bare bones basics. And then when I would bring up stuff like Vedic astrology, he would just basically, when I would get off, he would just tell Douglas like, yeah, he's like, his head's in the clouds. I'm going to tell you about the real astrology, which was just tropical astrology, which is something out of like, it's like something like out of a fortune cookie. It's like bare bones. Like Venus goes here, this goes here. He would never talk about aspects or sublords or yods or anything like that. It would just be like retrograde, Mercury in retrograde. The basic, like, I would call it like Instagram level astrology.
Thank you.
Where there's some chick with like tarot cards and she's like Mercury retrograde, and they're like all like.
I hear that shit. I hear that a lot from the locals around here about that Mercury retrograde. I don't get it.
Yeah. Worse yet, Peter would regurgitate, or he would monofocal on just a few aspects. One would be that Mercury shit, and the other would be Pluto. Everything was Plutonic. Remember that with Peter? Everything's Plutonic. So George Knight has joined us. So George.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Yay, hi George.
You guys speak to George. I'm gonna be in the background here.
Okay, we love you.
Okay.
Stay safe and be
Thank
well.
you, Brandon.
In case we
just because I always end up interrupting him, so I'd like to give him time here.
Yeah, no worries. You're fine. You're fine. And so
you're so respectful.
So George Knight, how long are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Thank you for having me on, Douglas. I have a good half an hour.
George.
Okay.
Possibly longer, yeah.
So I probably as soon as you leave, I'll end the live stream. As soon as you leave. Yeah. So, but have you read your emails? Have you reviewed any of them?
I've literally, because I've had a busy weekend, Douglas, so I do apologize. I've just read the entry that you've entered on Skype to myself.
Okay.
Regarding, yes.
And so, what's your impression? What do you know based on that?
Oh God, no! I've just found out. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've just found out about Peter Moon.
But what's your impression based on what you've read? Based on what you've read, what's your impression of what's happening?
Tell us you're surprised.
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
George, I say we keep him in our prayers. George, I say
no, absolutely not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He even said that. He said, "I don't need prayers. I don't need care packages." Yeah, he says he's got all these secret.
He doesn't need a well-being check.
Yeah, doesn't need well-being checks. Yes, thank you, honey. Yeah, which he rallied for. Or I can't believe the cops let that fucker go. The cops, when they were confronted with Peter Moon, they must have found him so unlikable, so repulsive. They just said, "Fuck it, we'll come back later for the body." I can't believe
George is so troubling. It's so troubling, George.
I can't believe they didn't call an EMT or the ambulance. It really, just by looking at the fucker and the shape he must have been in. But George, okay, you're getting more and more hints. Just give us an impression from what you've read, and you haven't had a chance to look at the emails yet. What is your impression? What are you putting together in your mind? I want to hear the image. What's the image in your mind of what went down?
Oh God, well, it's nothing that we didn't anticipate. It's nothing that hasn't already been said before regarding him. So yeah, no, I have absolutely no idea. So as you know me very well, Douglas, I don't say anything without knowing something. So,
oh my God!
Yes, oh God, how? Yeah, it's so early in the morning. I've just read that. And it's like, I'm not shocked, but it's like, wow. It's yeah. Well, he had it coming, I guess. Put it lightly. Yes. He asked for it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He did.
I do apologise. Yeah,
no worries. No worries. You're by the way, just so people understand, George Knight is 8 hours ahead of myself at least, and he's like, it's like, what time is it where you're at, George? About 4 a.m.
Oh, it's like
5 a.m.
6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Yeah. So you're just beginning to oxygenate and caffeinate.
Yeah. While the caffeine's kicking in, George, basically the book project got scrubbed, so he abandoned the project.
Yeah.
Completely right.
Yeah.
I did read what. Thank you, Douglas, for saying that. We have. You've still kept the manual script, so thank God for that.
Well, certainly these were the parts that he sent me that he and I were supposed to work on together to edit, and so I have those.
Yes.
And so what I'll do is work with those. Doug,
you really better get to work on that then, straight up.
I can tell you why, because he's claiming now that he owns my life story and that he owns, that this is somehow his story now and shit. It's No,
you didn't sign shit. Fuck no. No, you had a verbal agreement.
Yes.
And he didn't uphold that verbal agreement. So shut the fuck up. That's all it comes down to.
Thank you.
Straight up. And you have
I
such a
can't-
fucking verbal agreement. You have 4 years of fucking streams to fucking back it the fuck up. So he can shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
If I
Doug's
need to
been
get
talking about this for almost 20 years now at this point.
Thank you.
So,
both of you.
There's not much to be said other than that.
Yeah, you could say refer back to episode XXX and shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Thank you both of you for that. That's appreciated profoundly.
No, straight up. That's how it goes down. In the end, that's how it goes down. Straight up.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And so basically, George, he was saying that he began to stop referring to this as his work. He stopped referring to it as that, and he started referring to it as the manuscript. He said it needs to be destroyed. It's too dangerous for the public.
No, it's a collaboration. That's what it is.
Well, it's no collaboration because he didn't put anything into it. All he was doing was transcribing what I said. It's all me.
But he still did that though. That's what I'm saying though. It's like
But don't add to his argument. His argument now is that he owns it, and that that's part of it.
He doesn't own shit.
Yeah,
he didn't own shit. The project was a collaboration. That's all it comes down to.
Thank you.
Straight up. So fuck him.
Yeah, thank you. And as well, Brendan, if you have something else to add to that in afterthought, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was well said, Ian. It's hard to tell whose side you're on, but it's well said.
Yeah, thank you. There we are. Yeah, it's because we got Ian actually.
Ian,
go on.
With the amount of drugs you've done, Ian, you have a profound amount of empathy. It's
yes,
amazing.
Yes, that's true.
But in this case, it's like
Yeah.
He's not really like he shouldn't be counted as someone that should be empathized with.
At all. Thank you. Yeah, because he has no empathy for anyone else. That's for certain.
I mean, he was hurling, like I said before, he was hurling curses at Brooke and destroyed her life.
Yeah.
And was like casting spells against me because for whatever reason, even though I'm the only one who's been helping Doug in like these technical cases. So it's just, and he knows that. So I don't know why he would do that.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, it sounds like he's just a fucking closet Dungeons and Dragons nerd. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that's shall we say that's trivializing it. It's trivializing it. So George, what I was explaining earlier was that Peter Moon is been practicing the occult, but he's not doing it well, and it has imploded on him, and so he wound up suffering a brain/heart attack, and he's spiraling. He's been spiraling over the past 2 weeks. So believe me, he's been obviously degenerating, and it's just getting worse. Now it's reached a crisis point. I'd actually be surprised if he survives September, but his writings have become increasingly deranged. And with his derangement, he's become paranoid, delusional, and even more than abusive, which he always was. He's now downright adversarial. So he's declaring, I'm severing from Douglas Dietrich. He sent out what might be perceived as a neutral email from his time travel education center, quote unquote, but he's been extremely abusive in personal communications that are not with myself. He refuses to contact me directly. Rather, he's been communicating through some volunteers who have been intervening between us. And so these volunteers, who have been intervening between us have had no effect on convincing him to seek help from a true doctor. He has been going to witch doctors, and these witch doctors have been taking advantage of him and providing him hack health, what would we call them, snake oil and the like, just various snake oil solutions that he's been applying to himself. And he's that's just the general outline. What I would recommend you do is certainly listen to the first part of this episode later when you get a chance. Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, that'll outline it. But so that being said,
and Douglas, save all that for the book. Save all of the ill will Moon emails for the book.
Yeah, absolutely.
Save that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's an excellent idea. That's profound.
Seriously. I'm dead serious. I'm dead fucking serious, dude. Seriously. Save it for the book. Save it for the book. Don't lose them. Just save it for the book.
Excellent suggestion. Ian West is right on the money, and I feel Ian West is very sharp in some of his ideas and observations.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. For the cult following that his books have had, I mean, that's like the masterpiece bestseller to see all his fanboys watch or read his downfall.
Yes.
It looks like they've read of his, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But revenge is sweet, you know. But anyway.
It is. And I appreciate that profoundly. And as you know, George, I never got a penny in any of the royalties from the books.
I know.
So he's squandered all of that in my face, you know, and so I have no sympathy for him whatsoever. And he's now claiming, well, all I can say is you've got the general idea. But how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you for sharing all that. Yeah, just to update myself, because I couldn't appear on the last show. So I have been absent, and I don't ever join in or ever review the starting hours of the shows when Peter is attending, so I assume he's not been on.
Yes. Yeah.
He's been absent as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's only been absent. This is actually the first official MōENLESS night that we've that we're hosting. The last episode preceding tonight's was MōENLESS, but at that point it wasn't yet official. At that point, I basically came home from the Harvest Moon Festival. And this is basically what happened in a nutshell, and this will help Morgan Grace Films, our other listeners who just joined in, to get an idea of the general situation. What happened was Tuesday morning was the culmination of the Harvest Moon Festival that this year coincided with a celestial trifecta, meaning a celestial convergence of the harvest moon, a supermoon,
Yes.
That was also a lunar eclipse. So it was a eclipsed harvest supermoon. It was like an incredible convergence of events, and that was the day. By the way, a lunar eclipse is a horrible time to start a project astrologically, which is Peter was always trying to talk like he knew astrology, and he was claiming that was the day he was going to publish the book. So he was just en route to get the publishing set, and that was Tuesday. And then Wednesday morning, while I was still at the Estates, and I stopped off at the doctor en route home, so I didn't get home until it was time to produce the show. Then I saw the announcement that from our dear friend who's acting as the interventionist. He basically sent me a message, listen to this before you start the show. And so I opened it up and listened to it, and that's when I got the notification that he had been on the phone with Peter, and he said just by that phone call that Peter sounded so bad, his breathing was so laborious, and yet when he brought that fact up to Peter, Peter was surprised to show you how delusional and how much in denial he is. He said that he asked Peter to go seek help, and Peter said, oh, I've got an appointment with the doctor tomorrow. And of course he was lying. He had an appointment with colonics. So he went to get his fucking colonics again while he's having a heart attack, brain attack, stroke combined with a myocardial infarction. This fucker goes to get hot soap water, hosed up his ass, thinking that will cure him. It's the wrong end of the body, to say the least. But at any rate, he said at that time when he spoke to Peter on the phone that he knew Peter would never be on the show again. Not because of anything Peter said, but because of how he sounded was so bad. So if the guy's sounding that bad, at any rate, so we hosted the show without him, just told people Peter was indisposed. Our live stream was cut, and because of my service from Comcast has been so improved, these days I don't usually call Comcast. The first thing I do is I unplug the modem, replug it, and that usually solves everything. But what I do is I get on my cell phone and I call my friends to let them know I'm safe. That, look, the stream was cut, I'm safe. And when I went to my phone, my account had been closed. So it turned out that somebody had hacked my carrier and told them that I had signed up with a rival provider, which, because I'm on a Lifeline program, which is paid for by the state, gives them the justification to close my account. And so I had to call them the next morning during their working hours to get that reestablished, and that took forever. It took all day. So I was unable to call the police to do a well-being check on Peter. I had a friend do that. And unlike myself, I'm a former police officer. I'm paramedically trained. I would know what to tell them, hey, look, this man is not in his right mind. He's going to be lying that he's seeing a doctor. He's not seeing a doctor. You need to call an EMT when the police get there. They can look at him and they'll see he's in no shape to be on his own. I would have prepped them. But this friend did their best. They called the police. But the police just... rendezvoused with him, knocked on his door, whatever they did. He responded, and then they just left him. And like I said, he might have pissed him off so much, they just said, fuck it, we'll come back later for the body, is what I'm presuming. Or he rallied enough to convince them that he was seeing a doctor. Claiming, I'm seeing a doctor, I'm under care of a doctor, which he keeps saying, I'm under care of a doctor. He's not under care of any fucking doctors. He's seeing all these witch doctors who are making money off him while he dies. They're just vultures who are feeding off his dying body. And that's okay, he deserves that. He really deserves that. He keeps saying he's surrounded by friends. He has no friends. So... he deserves to die alone and afraid, and that's exactly what's happening. And so he's, and for anyone who doesn't understand my hostility, we've gone over that through the beginning of the program, exactly why I have no sympathy for him. And when I was so ill, and you said you tuned in and you heard how much in pain I was right after surgery, I don't know if you're aware of this, that's when Peter said twice during that program, oh, if Douglas dies, You know, and he's just thinking about how he gets all the book to himself and all the royalties.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened with him and Montauk. With the Montauk, everybody, Preston Nichols, Duncan, everybody died, and he was left getting all the royalties. And he thought that this would just be a new cycle of that. That's what kind of son of a bitch this piece of shit is. So, this is what we're dealing with, and so there you go. Any
you
thoughts?
Are right, Doug, you are right about that. You are right. You are fucking right. You are straight up. You're straight up fucking right about it. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But, you know, I mean, and no ill will till Peter, but from my end, but fucking no. But straight up, yeah. Straight up, he fucking, honestly, if it wasn't for Preston, and it wasn't for, oh goddamn, what's the other guy's name?
Duncan,
yeah. If it wasn't for Preston, if it wasn't for Duncan, and them just like, I don't know, letting go and shit.
Yeah, all dying on him and leaving him
over.
Yeah.
But I'm saying since those projects were over, and that their non-disclosure agreement was up, they could disclose all that. But to be honest with you, in Peter's defense, and how his work is so fucking, important or imperative, or his work is so, fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? If his work is so goddamn,
futile.
Yeah, that's more appropriate.
Yeah, that was good. No. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a reference. If his work wasn't such a reference for shit, and when I say for shit, I mean for shit. If his work wasn't a reference for shit, and I'm being very broad in that, then it wouldn't put a lot of the pieces of the puzzle together in other aspects and in other cases and shit. So it's kind of important in that aspect.
Okay. It's a joke.
Yeah. Thank you. Peter's work is a fucking joke. The only thing he's done has been with myself, and his audience doesn't want that. They're all attuned to Radu Cinemar, who's a fucking rapist, and was busted by the Romanian government, and is now under house arrest for the rest of his life by his own cult. Which, you know, I mean,
that was new to me, man. Like, yeah.
And people were telling Peter about this for years, and he said, but this guy's my bread and butter, and so Peter was never going to speak against him. Not to mention that Preston Nichols and Duncan were both pedophiles, and Peter was covering for them too. That's also a fact. And
Preston, I saw that. Duncan, I wasn't sure, but I mean, anything's possible.
No, he was. Go on.
I met Duncan once. Unfortunately, I didn't meet Preston, but I did.
You met Duncan? Did you really meet Duncan?
I really met Duncan once.
The old man with gray hair.
Duncan Cameron. He was involved with you know.
Al Bielek. Al Bielek and all the rest. Are you confusing me with Al Bielek?
No, Al Bielek. No. Oh, shit. Hold on. I forgot about Al Bielek. Oh, hold on. I forgot about Al Bielek. Yeah, I might be confusing the two. You're right.
Yes.
Thank you. I might be. You're right. No. Totally forgot about Al Bielek. Totally forgot about that.
Got it. So I think you were confusing Duncan Cameron with Al Bielek.
Duncan's the fat guy. Duncan's the fat guy, right?
Yeah, the big guy. No, Preston's the fat guy. You're
saying you met Duncan.
But hold on, Ian. Hold on, Ian. I want Aristides to continue with Duncan. Tell us about meeting Duncan.
Oh, okay.
No. Duncan was not a fat guy. Preston was a fat guy.
There we are. Preston is the fat guy.
Okay, thank you.
See, you're converging all of them. It's like the Three Stooges. You're
well, there's so many of these goddamn people. It's hard to keep track with.
Understood. So let Aristides tell us about meeting Duncan.
That's it. Well, he was tall, pretty skinny, looked like a very worn guy, and a blondish grayish hair, and like my biggest memory is he was walking around this conference, and he was like genuinely so emotionally like overwhelmed at the people coming together that like he had been through something traumatic, and that was like a validation to him. He was just like going around hugging everybody. Like I hugged him, and that was it. Like that was it. And they're not like we hung out chatting or anything, but he was just going around like crying and like joy and whatever. So,
oh, for real? So he went out there buying drinks and shit.
No, there wasn't drink. There wasn't a bar.
But
he was expressing very genuine emotion. Now, I mean, whatever else you want to say about Duncan is, we're up for discussion. But he was generally like, it was a big emotional release for like the Montauk Symposium, where Preston and Albielic were supposed to have been there, but I don't know if the timing it happened at like 3 days before 9/11.
What do they send their clones in, or what do they do?
No, wait. No, they didn't. It happened
I'm just
like
fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
It happened like a couple days before, or a couple days after 9/11. I'm sorry, where that affected it.
Wow.
And that tended to fuck up people's plans. And this whole story about like Preston was like recruited back into the military industrial company to do some work on regarding 9/11 and all that. But in the end, it was like you couldn't fucking drive anywhere. You couldn't like pass through the New York area right after 9/11. Just forget it.
Yeah, it's
that
kind
doesn't happen. Like they literally for the first time like shut down like.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad you brought up Preston, because there's one thing I forgot to tell you about that super soldier that I met at Waffle House, was that before he asked me about that fucking about the remote viewing shit, he was like, he was like, have you ever heard of oh shit, what the fuck was it? What was the ship project called? The ship that
Eldridge, the USS Eldridge, the Philadelphia experiment. Project Rainbow.
He asked me about that. Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, that's how he opened up the conversation with me. Is he mentioned the Philadelphia experiments first before he jumped to the remote viewing thing. So that was the first thing that he asked me about, was that fucking Philadelphia experiment. Then he jumps to remote viewing. But I wanted to clear that up and add that to the record. So
thank you.
That was another thing I forgot. So
why would he bring that up? I mean, I shudder to ask because we can only speculate. But it's odd for somebody to be basically like a homeless survivalist living in their truck, coming in and then opening the conversation by talking about that.
Straight up, this guy was not homeless. What I think this dude was, I think he's so used to like living off grid and shit that he just bought some.
No, I get that. I get
10-acre property somewhere around here.
Got it.
And he's just fucking living in a tree. Like, honestly, if that
people do that. Yeah, actually, people do that. No, I get it.
If that motherfucker's camo in fucking kitchenware at a fucking Waffle House, that motherfucker's living in a tree somewhere. Yeah. Like, straight up.
Yeah, no, I get it. So, with the little time we have remaining with George, George, what else comes to your mind about something to bring up with or unless Aristides has something else to say about Memories of Duncan or anything like that.
That was like my one big insight into Duncan. So go on.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And so it reminds me, by the way, it does remind me of Peter Moon at the time that Washington was in total lockdown, claiming that he had gone down there with Paula and went to all these museums. And it's obviously a cascaded memory. And of course, everyone should remember the time Peter Moon was on my transmission and repeated multiple times robotically, "My implant fell out. My implant fell out. My implant fell out." For those,
seriously, you
said
that,
Brendan. Tell him.
God damn it,
Brendan. Tell him.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
George. I'm sorry to cut you off your time, buddy. George, I'm sorry.
No, it's all Ian.
Yeah. So Brendan.
He was. There was one transmission where there were these like beeps in the background, like sequential beeps, like Morse code.
Yeah.
And every time it would beep, it was like when Douglas was off the call for a bit too. Yeah. Every time it would beep, he would switch subjects. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I swear you can
find this for me. Find this for me. I want to see this.
Yeah, and Brendan, tell him about the implant bit. He just sat there saying it again and again, right? Yeah.
I want to. Clip this, dude.
Yeah, my implant fell out, and then on another transmission, he said he was like purging demons one time from himself, and he said he saw them like falling out as physical manifestations and stuff.
Yeah.
Like this had happened multiple times where he felt like things were purging from him.
Yeah.
This is book shit. This is fucking book shit.
Textbook. Like, you mean textbook is the term you're looking for, correct?
I'm talking like in the future.
To put in the book.
This is book shit. This is shit to put in the book. This is
interesting
important.
Point. Okay, thank you.
That's very
well
important.
taken. Thank you. So with what little time we have with George left, George, go on.
Yeah, no, thank you. Ian, I actually have a question for you, Ian, if that's all right. I do apologise. I was just going to ask, are you drinking right now?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, he's drinking.
I got a little bottle of gin. I'm on drink number 3.
You know what? One of the things, because I'm a former barman, one of the things I was trained in is having acute hearing, and I could hear you pouring and drinking at the same, simultaneously.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I got it like that. Yeah, I got it like that.
Dude, you should have seen this fucker eating at the casino. And this was just, what did you call it, Brendan? It was like his closing round, so shrimp inhalation, where he was scarfing and barfing. What did you call it? You said it was like...
I was like, I couldn't believe that was your nightcap. Ian. Like 20...
You're such a dick.
And I was like, oh, did you just start? Are you going to have dessert? And you're like, no, I've been here for an hour.
Yeah.
And then he got up and went home after that.
And then had bagels with lox and cream cheese. Like, where was the fucking room for that?
Yeah, we were on the phone with him, and he pulls out a bagel with cream cheese, and we're like, dude, you just left a buffet. And then Nemo was like, just stayed there all night and got your money's worth. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this guy just inhaled not only all these shrimp in front of us, then he went to the ribs.
That's true. He's not lying. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I so envied him. It's something like I would do. And then he tormented me by showing me the battered frog legs. I love battered frog legs. Really,
dude, they're so fucking good.
I would almost move down there for that. I would almost move down there for that. The thing that keeps me away is the obligatory tapeworms. I mean, this is how Ian West... But you see, Ian West has got what Peter Moon claims he's got. Peter Moon says the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, it ain't no fucking traditional Chinese medicine. He's seen some Barbados voodoo witch who gave him a gem elixir. But Ian West has got the real crystal elixir, which keeps him from manifesting at 300 fucking pounds while he's pouring all that shit down his throat.
Yeah, it's called diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth takes care of all that.
Huh. What the fuck is that? Some kind of...
It's like fucking, it's fossilized dinosaur bones, but it's you just drink these dinosaur bones.
You mean it's petroleum?
No. It's called diatomaceous earth. I'm surprised Brendan's not hopping on here and go, oh, diatomaceous earth, blah, 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 blah. Anyway.
Not dinosaur bones. Diatomaceous is the undersea deposition of phytoplankton that have accumulated over the years. It's
like I said, dinosaurs, phytoplankton, dinosaurs.
These shells that the exoskeleton of the plankton that forms into dirt, that when it comes up to the surface can be mined, and then when you eat that, it kills the parasites in your system and restores minerals in your body. That's all it is.
Yeah, this is true. He's correct. He is correct. Yeah, Brandon, you did a good justice. Did a good justice.
Thank you. Buddy. Wow. Well, I mean, there you go. See what you learn, kids, when you listen to the Douglas Dietrich show. When Peter Moon's not around to obfuscate it all with repeated...
2 glasses of that shit a day.
Oh, dude. How are you still alive? Anyhow, so...
Well, that's why. That's why.
So, George, see what you got us into by asking a question, but do continue. Yes. Now, of course, you can help by bringing up... we've given you kind of an impression of what happened with Peter Moon. Did you, because you haven't been able to participate much lately, what do you remember that you think might have given you hints that this was going to come down? There must be some memories you have of, hints you had this was going to happen.
Just the general impression, and getting the aftermath of what's happened, and just everything, because I listened to yourself, Douglas, just listening to just how it's been behaving, just his behavior patterns over for a long period of time. It was inevitable it was going to happen like this.
Did you know about how he's been behaving the last 4 episodes, the last 2 weeks? Do you have any hint of what happened?
No, because unfortunately, I don't catch up or caught up with any of the early hours.
Oh my God! Tell him, Aristides, Brendan, tell George about Marina Sarin and how Peter behaved in front of Marina Sarin.
Yes, and only what I've fed back from yourself, Douglas, with that, Yeah, of what he was saying to Marina.
What do you remember?
Oh, it was. I'm trying to recall myself. Actually, I'm trying to just say, by point. It was to do with it wasn't to do with it wasn't anything to do with your being the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler.
Of course not. Oh, of course not.
No, that was the other lady, wasn't it? That was the other lady's question in the chat. No, could you please enlighten me with Brendan or Aristides? Please?
No, he was with which thing, Douglas? I mean, it's so much.
Yeah.
So basically, he, for one, he was saying, "Oh, Douglas can relate to you, Marina. He was raped by his grandfather," and then he went to gruesome detail while she was telling about his whole situation, and then we were just like, okay. And even Marina.
All right.
Brandon's not lying. I went back. I looked it up. Yeah, Brandon's not lying. Or go on mute.
No. It's like, what?
And Douglas was like, okay. And even Marina was laughing that it was just so absurd. And then on top of that, Pete was like, psychically, I don't know how to put it. Like
no, I know how to put it for you too. It was like straight up what it was. It was like Peter showing around some new chick he picked up at a party and showing around the house that he didn't live in. That's what it was like.
Yeah, but the most egregious one, which I thought was extremely rude, was she went through this whole thing saying, "Oh, I was abducted at 15 and put into my lab, and it took me years to recover from these traumatic implanted memories and all this." Her whole spiel that she has about her situation. And then he was asking her, "What were you wearing when you were in this lab? What did they put you in?" And like asking, basically she's implying that she's naked and kidnapped, and he's asking, "What were you wearing when that happened, when you were 15 and kidnapped?" And what there was or not doesn't matter. It's like, this is just ridiculous. Why are you asking her that? So, yeah.
But Aristides, tell George how many times. He kept saying orgy and orgasm again and again. Peter kept saying orgy and.
It was sort of like
he was
projecting something, wasn't he, onto it? My God.
Look, in Marina's defense, I've heard that story a couple of times. In Marina's defense, I've heard that story a couple of times. I'll go on mute.
Well, actually, in all fairness, when she says she was in my lab, that is actually something that would explain a lot of her, shall we say, stories. That would explain a lot of her stories because she has imprinted memories. The point is, we can.
She said this was her high school experience. That was what the point was.
Yes. I've heard that story. I've heard that story before.
Yeah.
And straight up, if you guys don't believe me, go find this dude named Torrey Smith. Torrey Smith tells the same fucking stories. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And Torrey Smith, by the way, is someone who speaks about. By the way, one of the last emails that Peter sent, he started saying, "Good cue," and even though most people interpreted that as "good question," there really wasn't a question that had been asked. It was almost like
it was the last message he typed by his own hand.
Yes.
And it was
maybe.
Wait, Ian. Let Brendan talk. Yeah.
No, you'll like this, Ian. It was literally like psycho babble, like from like when you descend into madness from the anti-gods, like the
like the Lovecraft novels. Gods. Go on.
Yeah, when they scramble your brains, the way he was typing was just bizarre. It was like good cue, and then a few letters and dots, and then slight response, like a half a sentence. Yeah. It was like his mind was like soup. It was like a soup brain kind of situation.
Doug, you got to put that in the book. You got to put that in the book, man.
Yes.
You got to put that in the book.
Agree.
I hate to say this.
I agree.
Hate to say this, but yeah.
It's true. It's true.
It's like in the mouth of madness in real time. Like straight up.
Yeah, no, it truly is. See, what happened, George, was that he said, I've learned from Douglas that there's only so much someone should learn. And he actually said this, paraphrasing, but that's what he said. And it's just like in the Lovecraft novels where you learn too much and you go insane. He has manifested that. He is symptomatic of that. He basically had completed the book, was just going to slap on an afterword where he would narcissistically and delusionally connect it to himself and Dr. David Lewis Anderson, his version of an ascendant master, his personal guru. And then he completely collapsed mentally, physically, and is now all over the place. He's like claiming now it's all his. Regardless, as everyone agrees, he's not going to live to probably follow up on that.
There's nothing for you to worry about in the fucking first place, because the dude's full of shit.
Thank you.
That's all there is to it. So don't even waste airtime on it. Like, straight up.
No, I appreciate that profoundly, and I see the merits in what you're saying. So with all of that being said, the weird part about it is he we'll get into it as time goes on, but basically what I want people to know is I have all of the chapters that he and I were supposed to edit together so he could finalize or polish the final product. I will work with those to produce something, but in the interim, he definitely severed. He said, I won't be on Douglas Dietrich again. He wrote that in his time travel newsletter from his time travel educational center. He made it seem as neutral as possible, but I do want people to understand that is abusive in its own right. It's like somebody who is putting forward a front that they're a good father when they're actually an incestuous abuser. Because what he's saying, of course, directly through the interventionist who has been communicating with him has been far more negative and far more he's attacked all of us, saying that we are quote unquote attacking him when as the interventionist tried to explain to him that wasn't the case at all. What was interesting was it was the last few episodes where, I don't think you're aware of this, George, Peter went so far as to talk about a developmentally disabled child who he called retarded, who was working at some golf/yacht club, who the Ivy League frat boys who had grown up now and were all MBA or Masters of Business Associates mafia, they all paid him to stick various implements on vegetables up his ass, using peanut butter or oils as lubricant. And Peter was started to relay this in, again, so much detail, you would assume he had been there. It was that bizarre. And so he got very detailed about it, very visual, very graphic, as if he were there. And he started going into this, and none of us remember why he went on this tangent. There was no connectivity between his former narrative and what he started to say. But he went on about this and then felt that we were attacking him because we were trying to cross-reference each other with our notes, like, where did that come from? Once he was gone, we were asking each other, where did that come from? And so he felt we were...
Yeah, then the subtext was that someone had told him that we were attacking him on air after that. But it was just, I was just saying, like, what the fuck was that? You know, that's all I said. I didn't say he was weird. It was just, like, bizarre.
Well, we all said, what the fuck was that? We were all trying to figure out, do you remember what brought that up?
I was trying to be tactful. I just said, look, I've never heard Peter talk like that. That was like, something was up with that. And we were laughing, but it wasn't like an attack. But someone was listening to every detail we said and went and reported and said we were, like, just making fun of him.
Well, let's be honest about this. We know it wasn't Maria DeAndrea because she doesn't listen to the show. It's Richard K. Cole Jr. that called him, and he keeps referring to Richard K. Cole Jr. as my secret friend. He keeps referring to these secret new friends of his. He keeps saying, all my new secret friends. He's talking about Jameson Reese and Richard K. Cole Jr., Salman Sheikh, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, and instead of saying he has a caretaker or someone helping him, the cryptic words he's using, like in the newsletter that he sent out, like, which was a public email, he said, what did he say? Friends and healers.
Yeah, weird things like top healer friends. Like, literally, I believe that was the term, top healer friends and shit.
Yeah, that's a little goddamn, what's the word I'm looking for? That's a little goddamn conspicuous.
Yeah.
But, hey, you know what I gotta gotta say, after thinking
It
about
says,
what you
he
guys,
says, I'm being cared for by practitioners and friends.
yeah,
Practitioners of
that's
dark
total,
magic.
that's total fucking double speak. That's total fucking double speak. Don't even listen to that shit. That's total fucking double speak. That means I'm fucking my secret gay lover, and fucking his boyfriend is
practitioner
fucking
means
cooking me
magic.
breakfast.
Practitioner means magic. Douglas knows that.
Yeah.
No, that's just
No,
some
but
fucking
everything
faggot
both
talk.
of you
That's
are
just
saying
some
is
faggot
right.
talk.
No, it's
That's
true.
what-
Both of you are right. Both of you are right. It is faggot talk about his new faggot friends who are practitioners of magic. And yes, all of it's true.
Yeah, that's pure faggotry right there.
Yes.
Right there. That's pure faggotry.
Well, he always
Anyway.
was. He always was. And it's always the repressed,
But,
suppressed. Yeah. Go
Doug, hate to cut you off. I gotta say, I gotta back Brooke up on something. Now that I'm thinking about everything you guys are saying, fucking when I first landed here in Mississippi, I was calling Brooke on my smoke breaks and shit because who else am I gonna talk to? Come on. So anyway, I call Brooke up to hear her fucking white trash drama, and fucking she's like, yeah, man, Peter Moon, total fucking creep, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, what do you mean he's total? I was like, because I've been out of the loop. But now that I'm hearing everything you're saying, it's totally making sense now, and I gotta forgive Brooke, or I gotta apologize to Brooke because she's right. Yeah, I see what she's saying now. I didn't see it at first, but now you guys are putting all this together. It's like it's matching up with everything she's saying, just in a simpler, dumber redneck way.
And you know why Peter hated her? Because she stood up to the cult. It was Richard K. Cole Jr. and Jameson Reese both called her personally, tried to double team her, called her multiple times, and she deconstructed them, left them crying, slobbering in tears. And Peter Moon after that said, Brooke Gibson has to die!
Only a Carolina girl could do that. I'm telling you, those bitches are fucking fierce as shit, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, Peter kept saying she's got to die, and it was one of the most embarrassing moments on air when he went into it claiming she was the anti-gods. She was of the anti-gods. She was a
that's what she was saying. That's what she was saying. That's what I'm saying. I got to back her up on her shit.
Yeah.
Like, I owe her an apology. Like, I totally dismissed it. I thought it was her being redneck and southern and stupid, but no, I totally see it now, and I owe her an apology. Shit.
Well, I hope she hears this, and hopefully you're listening, Brooke, and hopefully she can join us soon. So, George, I notice you're going on mute. Is everything okay with you, or did a family member walk into the kitchen? Or I'm sorry. Everything all right?
No, not at all, Douglas. I'm out and about in my on my duties. So just before I start work. So yeah, no, it's all good. I was just on mute because I'm making some background noise.
Oh no, whereas you notice Ian West doesn't go mute when he's making his background noise, and it sounds like he's constantly orgasming. And but go on. So George, you're pretty caught up now. There's a lot of other gruesome details, but if you review the beginning of tonight's episode, you'll get them. And for your own morbid entertainment, you can review the Peter hours on the last 4 episodes. But all that would just be, just context and morbid entertainment. You would just see him spiral. You could hear how he's spiraling on air, like not remembering that I was a cop, and he came across extremely skeptical. Yeah, so you remember that. You remember my relating that?
Yeah. Thank you for jogging my memory, Douglas. Yes, when he was skeptical of that. But that's why I outlined that, you were trained by the same, what was it? The same, sorry, it's still...
No worries. It was the man who, criminology courses at City College of San Francisco, the man was training us in forensic photography. Yeah. So the same man who, his first course that he ever taught, he trained the satanic mages Anton Zandor LaVey in that skill, and he trained me in that skill with the last course he ever taught in his career.
Just before he retired. When his retirement. Thank you, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was what I was trying to remember, which college it was. So thank you so much.
City College of San Francisco.
Yes. City College.
Yeah. And
thank you so much, Douglas. Yes. Yeah, and he went in denial mode about that. So
it was all indicative of it was almost like at that point he was trying to how would I say it, like trying to, what would you call it when you're like somebody is presenting a false front and you're a skeptic and you deconstruct them. I forget what the term. It's almost like he was trying to expose me in a lie. It was almost like he was trying to expose me in a lie. He sounded so patronizingly sarcastic when he said,
a straw man
Yeah.
Like a red herring. They're trying to like.
Yeah, and
red herring, but
his
yeah,
tone of
alter
his
ego,
voice
yeah.
when he said, "Oh, that's another incredible episode in the mysterious life of Douglas Dietrich."
Yeah.
Remember he said that shit? Yeah.
Yeah, he said at the end of it. Yeah.
Yeah. What a piece of shit. And it truly just.
But the thing is, you had brought it up in front of him. I'm not joking. At least half a dozen times.
Oh yeah.
Minimum.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely, and everyone remembered that. I mean, it's like everyone who's on Team Dietrich and on this call right now remembers that brought it up repeatedly. And the fucker, not that this is a bad thing, but it goes to show you his state of mind. He actually looked it up when I said it's on LinkedIn. You can look it up on LinkedIn, and went to look it up.
Yes.
Like he expected not to find it because that's
Yeah. And oh, I hate LinkedIn.
Yeah,
Like, what did that have to do with anything?
That's right, thank you. Yeah, you know why he hates LinkedIn? He's never had to look for a fucking job.
Of course.
Yeah. It's just, but the more you find out about him, the more you hate him. The guy who acted as our interventionist said this much. He said, "My wife hates Peter Moon." He said, and he also said, "He's an easy man to hate."
You couldn't hear me laugh on that, but I died laughing when you said
Yeah,
that. Anyway.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Also appreciate your being on mute so we don't hear all the heavy breathing. It's somewhat obscene, but hey, we love you, Ian. There you have that. By the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox was on earlier and gave us some fan service, and
greatly appreciated that.
Yes, there we are.
Hello, Nemo. Yes.
Hey, George.
Where's that
I
little
missed
star? Where's that
missed
little
your
star?
kids.
What's that? Oh, well, Ian, we'll hopefully you'll get her next time she's on Wednesday. Nemo.
She is the sweetest little thing.
Yeah.
She is the sweetest little thing.
Yes. Yeah, Nemo, what were you going to say to George?
Oh, I just said hello, George.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Oh, yes. Wonderful. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, what else was going to... Sorry, Douglas, I was going to say something as well. It's just, it was...
Was it about when we were talking about...
Yes.
Go on.
It was the counter-argument when people make these claims about, Douglas, he wasn't here, he wasn't doing this. And it's just like, well, what was he doing? If you're so sure and then where was he? What did he do in the past several decades? Where was he? And it's like what you said before, Douglas. What convenience store were you working at?
Yeah.
Whereabouts was he? If he wasn't where he was at the Presidio, doing what he was doing, where was he? And what was he doing? There should be mountains of evidence.
Thank you. Where was I bagging groceries? Where was I bagging groceries? Where was I pumping gas? Thank you. And they have no answer, of course.
There's no answer, no, because of course, but these are all sophisticated investigators that know everything. They can dive in and know everything about you, but they can't provide any evidence where you were.
Thank you. That's the amazing part. There's never any photographs of myself bagging groceries or pumping gas or anything like that. It's incredible.
Yeah. Well, what? Where was he? What was he? Who is he? Like, where's the evidence? There is none. They don't provide any evidence.
Thank you.
It's like it's the people that make the claims. They're the ones who have to provide the evidence.
Yeah.
It's not us making outrageous claims of anything. That was what I was going to say, Douglas. Sorry. Because I've just come on
I know, it's terrible. George is terrible. I know.
Go on. Yeah,
so go on. Just for a general chin wag, but there was something I wanted to come on just to say briefly. There's this, what's her name? I think her name is, I'm trying to remember. I can ascertain it through my messages. 2 seconds. It was Christine Joanna Hart. She appeared on a show, a podcast. I don't know if anyone's aware of it, but our fan friend in the UK brought it to my attention where she brought up the Third Reich in exile, but she didn't refer to it as the Third Reich in exile. She just, because she was asked
What did she do, George?
So what she was basically asked by this interviewer who's got like a large following, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. So I'm actually just trying to ascertain what the show is called. Let me just, I'll bring up. It'll be with you in a second. Her name is Sonia Poulton.
Okay, I haven't heard of her.
Right, if you look up Sonia Poulton on YouTube, one of the latest episodes that she uploaded, she had Christine Joanna Hart appear, and it was on camera. They're both appearing on camera. I think it's through Zoom, possibly. I think they use the
Okay.
Zoom
So she's got her
application.
own little podcast show. She's got her own little podcast shit.
This Sonia Poulton has. She's got a very large following, but she also about UFOs and extraterrestrials. And she brought up, we all know Christine Joanna Hart's stance and her perspective. She's someone she's interviewed Stephen Greer, so of course, and then what stance she has, or trope or trip that she's promulgating. But yeah, she did go, but there are people out there who believe the Nazis went into a different galaxy, relocated to
Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh no.
But that's her statement.
That's the way she filters it. That's the way she filters it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So yeah, she
George.
did, and that was brought to my attention.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate that profoundly. It must be why she's been repeatedly trying to get back into contact with me, because she wanted to be able to present that concept in a more accurate manner.
More accurately, yeah.
Yeah. So she's
Nemo, Nemo, you following her on Facebook, you saw my comment to her, didn't you, as well? Which she then responded with a heavy question.
Okay.
So
Nemo is bringing up. Nemo, could you just vocalize this? Just tell us what you're trying to say, Nemo.
Oh yeah, Christine also brought up Marina Sarin recently on her Facebook page, asking people what her thoughts about it, or what people think of this girl currently doing the truth circuit rounds.
Okay.
I just put in
Nemo, you are worse than the NSA, man. God damn.
I just put in she's a sweet girl, hot as hell too.
Yeah. So just so everybody knows, Christine Joanna Hart's stance in the past was very pro. Believe me, she does not like Dr. Stephen Greer. Just so you know, she was rejected by him, so she hates him. He's gay as hell, and she hates him for that because he rejected her.
That's obvious.
Yeah,
dog. That's obvious.
Thank you. But I do want people to know that she's very essentially pro-Reich, and also takes a stance of Judeophobia. And believe me, people, that's not necessarily a combination that is mandatory. But I do want us all to answer Troy Bellamy. And I want to relay to Heather Holman, if she's still there, that the wonderful young lady Elizabeth Beam said to Heather Holman, beware of prenuptials, and wishing you many blessings. I'm sorry, Heather, just look at it in the chat and answer her. She says, wishing you many blessings on your wedding, Heather. So Heather, do answer her in the chat. Carl Lindbergh put up the bunny, obviously in reference to Ian. And Troy Bellamy says, am I understanding that Peter has been kicked off the island? Now, Troy, don't make assumptions. Peter was never kicked off. Peter severed. So you'll have to listen to the opening of the episode to hear what happened. But everybody give Troy a kind of summary. How about Brendan gave it last time? Aristides, if you're still awake, give our man Troy Bellamy a summary of what happened.
A little bit. Peter excused himself. Yeah. Really, we didn't ever up and decide to not work with him. He had a problem. The reasons for that problem are perhaps many and complicated, and then he excused himself from the equation. So
thank you, and damned us all on the way out.
Now we're okay.
Hold on. No.
Wait a second. Our man George Knight says 2 minutes. Douglas, does that mean you have 2 minutes left with us that you want to talk to us in, or that you'll be back in 2 minutes? George. I guess
Peter Moon is under arrest.
Wait. Yeah, George Knight. Go on. Yeah.
I do apologize. There might be background noise. Yes, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Okay, so go on, Ian. What were you going to say about Peter Moon? Peter Moon's under arrest, you said? Or
no, Peter Moon's under duress, and he will no longer be able to attend the show for time being. That's all. That's all you got to say,
It's like, I don't think that's all we got to say. No, we thought of that.
Right,
we did that.
We try to be the better man and not drag the man's name through the fucking mud on the last day. But anyway.
We did that with the last episode. With the last episode where Peter was not on, we told everybody he's indisposed, and we left it at that. But after that,
How are you but not defending him at the same time? Like, what's the problem? Why not?
Well, it's best to be our Christian selves, and like as we worship this pedophile fucking drug dealer.
Kill people like Brooke. What? It destroyed her life. What don't you get about that?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear about all that. I didn't hear
but
about all that.
you just said I need to apologize. You just said I need to apologize to Brooke because everything she told me is true.
I do need it. Yeah, but she didn't say it was that bad though. She didn't say it like motherfuckers casting spells on her and shit. That's some fucking
dude,
nerd shit right there.
You have no idea how bad it's been for her and what he's been doing. We would hear him lighting the curse candles on air. Aristides, right? Tell him about the cigarette lighter.
George, did you? George,
he's not smoking.
George,
he's not fucking smoking.
All right, fuck all you guys. No, George, did you hear this shit?
I feel like I heard
George, did you hear this shit? Fuck all these guys. George, did you hear this? George's the only one I can trust in this matter.
George, did you hear what?
Did you hear this?
Hear what?
George, did you hear this?
I'm listening. Yeah.
Yeah, George, did you hear all this bullshit?
I'm listening.
What are you referring to specifically, Ian?
About the Moon Man. Like, did he really get that? Did he slip up that much? He got sloppy that bad?
Yes.
That's terrible. That fucker.
Why are you you're like an angry drunk or something? What happened?
No, I'm not. I just give everybody the benefit of a doubt,
Yeah, by the way, people could not hear while you were raving, Ian. People could not hear Aristides. So, Aristides, do repeat that. I apologize, but do please repeat yourself. Let people know we could hear his cigarette lighter going off constantly. We know he doesn't smoke. Yes.
Yeah, I did know to you that I thought I heard one, and that's all I know. I thought I heard one, but like I'm extremely familiar with the sound of a cigarette lighter.
I gotta make another drink.
Yeah. Yeah. So in other words, Aristides does smoke, and so he knows what a cigarette lighter sounds like. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I do. Don't tell my insurance company.
Yes, understood. And we would hear him lighting candles. These candles were not innocuous. It's not ambience. He has used candles for cursing, binding spells. He was actively cursing people while he's on air. He's resealing binding spells over myself while he's on air. This is a man who came head to head with Lucifer himself in trying to possess me. I'm already owned. I am possessed. That's in every sense of the term. But he wanted me for himself, and he's struggling against the Peacock Angel for who owns me. There's only one winner that's going to come out in that contest. So
who would think they could tangle with the Peacock Angel / Lucifer? Like, who in their fucking right mind would think that?
There you go. It shows you how insane Peter truly is, because he thought he had, the L. Ron Hubbard Scientology power, where his will, his thelema,
perhaps,
would overcome it all. That's a mere demon, a mere fell angel. I've got this. And now he's gibbering and gibbering, and there you have it. He's where he belongs. So all we can say to Troy Bellamy is try to listen to the opening of tonight's episode, and you'll hear the full story. Peter Moon had a heart attack / brain attack, a stroke cum myocardial infarction. And he refused to seek help. There were several factors involved where I could not help him because my communications had been cut. By the way, I want people to know that's not my breathing. That's Ian West, who's either snoring or orgasming. It always sounds like he's like coming. Honestly. So all that being said, dear George, it's been quite the roller coaster ride. And I'm glad you brought that up about Christine Joanna Hart. I want people to understand that she's probably the worst thing I can say about her is that she's heavily involved, last time I checked, with Sarah Rachel Adams. And Sarah Rachel Adams, of course, is bad news. Not that, I don't hold anything against Sarah Rachel Adams personally myself, but she holds a lot against me. So, I mean, Sarah Rachel Adams has despised me ever since I brought on Crystal River because Crystal River was one of basically the last emotional intimate with Max Pierce. Yeah, and so there you have that. And so Sarah resents I brought Crystal River on the program and then began to attack myself. And along with Peter Moon and Crystal River. And now I'm really the last one standing, but then I'm always the last one standing. And, so that being said, so there, George.
Hey, Doug, let me cut you off. Let me tell you something. You know what? When you're talking about the peacock angel and shit, can I tell you something that I kind of put together, like a 2 and 2 thing in my life?
Sure.
So, in downtown Orlando, for some reason, all these peacocks just fucking swarm the area. So I swear to God, they swarm the area. But later on in life, I learned that there's a fucking dome underneath the Orange County, Orlando County Command Center.
Okay,
There's a huge
just for our listeners, DUM is an acronym for Deep Underground Military Base. Continue. You feel the peacocks are attracted to this?
Yeah, and I think that is so fucking ironic that out of all the neighborhoods of the world, the peacocks all go to where there's this dumb.
Because it's a luciferin magnet, no doubt. Yes.
It's something. But I just think that's goddamn ironic, man. That is so fucking ironic that the only spot in the world where peacocks fucking roam the neighborhood is where there's
I wouldn't say it's the only spot in the world, but
not in the world, but in Orlando at least. The peacocks always go to where the dumb is. It's fucking ironic.
Yeah, thank
well,
you.
I'm not in fucking India, dumbass. I'm in fucking America. I mean, come the fuck on, Jesus.
There are peacocks. I have a neighborhood near me with a bunch of peacocks.
Trust me, your dick's 5 inches bigger than mine. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
Not that deep.
It's a luciferin conspiracy.
They're birds that they flock together. Birds and feathers flock together. It's not any
well,
kind
they're
of
flocking to dumbs. That's what they're fucking doing. They're flocking from
Yeah,
dumb
there
to
you
dumb.
have it.
That's
Ian has just given us the secret. It's like dowsing, people. We bring peacocks with us and see where they swarm, and we can identify where the dumbs are. The deep underground military bases, like finding water with a dowsing rod.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead fucking serious with you. I'm dead serious.
They're just getting food or water at that area. It's got nothing to do with the base.
Yeah, not with like 4 months out of the year, though. I mean, come on.
It's
But
there
anyway.
we go. Thank you for sharing that, Ian. At any rate,
Hey, if you don't believe me, you can look it up. Look it up.
I believe you. I just don't.
If you don't believe me, look it
I
up.
just don't feel
It's
the
just
connection
ironic.
is
It's
necessarily
ironic.
that profound. It may be ironic, yes, but not necessarily that profound. But
Maybe they're the little spirit suckers that absorb all the souls of the dead babies and the dumbs.
See what
you know?
drinking
Maybe
does
that's
to
what
you.
it is.
See, kids, don't
It's so
do
much
this.
fun.
Drinking alone. See, it's symptomatic. It's symptomatic. But we love him. Yes, we Ian is still. I still take Ian over Peter Moon in that sense.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's how I lasted so long over the years. I swear to God.
It's
I
honestly.
gotta say, I kind of fucking get a kick out of George Ivey here. I get it.
That's big of you. Yeah,
I do. I get a good kick out of it. I mean, I'd rather have Princess Prixie Starfox, whatever the fuck her name is. I'd rather have her up here, but But
I'm sure George is just broken up over that. He's just weeping. He's devastated.
Heartbroken.
No.
Yeah. So
one day I'm waiting for George to say, "Yeah, we had to get this chip in our hand to buy food at the Aldi's." That's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on that.
It's at any rate. So George, what else comes to your mind to bring to our attention?
Oh God, no. We'll save it for when me and you have an episode together, Douglas. And
well, you know what the beauty of it is? When you and I have our episodes together, Peter Moon will no longer be preempting them by staying on hours after his time. Yes. And yeah.
Oh God. One of the things that Fangirl would always say, the fan person in the UK, please don't let him speak. Otherwise, I will never speak ever again. Literally.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. No, he would just drone on for hours. Knowing you were coming on is when he seemed to want to preempt it, and then he would like juice himself up and then, go on throughout the night. He's disgusting. Anyhow, so
I'm sorry.
No, but it's true.
yeah, and
dude, Brooke tried to warn me. I owe her the biggest apology.
Yes, thank you.
Straight up.
See, no, but notice
I owe her an apology.
Yes, notice the fractured personality with Ian West that parallels Peter Moon's, where one moment he's defending, don't drag the man's name through the mud, he's not here to defend himself. And then after that, damn, I owe Brooke an apology. Yes, she tried to warn me. Yes, it's like, anybody notice any phasing in and out here?
Yeah, well, no, obviously, but no, honestly, no. Now that I think back on it, like I gotta say, I owe her an apology. I do.
You do.
I do owe her an
Yes,
apology.
you do. And her phone bills paid. She should be able to talk by tomorrow, and she should be on Wednesday, so we'll be back at it again. And
Doug, shut up. Let's be serious here. Come on, shut up. Well, don't even be that optimistic. Come on, don't even do that.
Oh, really? Now you sound like Richard K. Cole Jr. Brooke Gibson went over to his website and he said, before the book is finished, Peter Moon will die of old age, or Douglas Dietrich will die of all his drug abuse. And I'm like thinking,
well, dude, goddamn, come on, dude. When you have two outcomes like that, it's like, really, can you try a little harder to fucking pass yourself off as a fucking psychic? I mean, like, come on, let's be real. It's like, this or this will happen, and then nothing fucking happens, and you're just a fucking bigger moron than when you started. But anyway.
Yeah, now you'll learn Richard K. Cole Jr.'s ire, but yeah, there you go. At any rate, as we pointed out before, we know that Peter Moon was contacted by Richard K. Cole Jr. because the way Peter Moon manifested his assault on us was this point-by-point saying, this is where Douglas Dietrich and Team Dietrich attacked me. And he wrote it point-by-point, just the way Daniel Arola and all the rest of these Richard K. Cole Jr. and Stephen Outrim cultists do. Brendan Zogan backed me up here. Tell George how this...
Dude, those guys were just doing that as a fucking repressed homosexual way of asking you to come rub their pussy. That's
there's that. That's true, too. That is also true. So, dear Brendan, yes, back up what I was saying about how there was this point-by-point attack on Peter Moon, by Peter Moon, saying we were attacking him, trying to point out all of where we were attacking him, saying, yes, there we are.
Yeah, they were doing like play-by-play, kind of how Daniel Arola was.
Yeah.
Where it was like, they said this, and this proves that he was against me, or he was trying to say that there was going to be he got blowback from basically Douglas's team. That's what he claimed.
Yeah.
That we were blowing back at him, which kind of proves that he was casting spells if he used that terminology.
Thank you. That's true.
But
and also, go on.
Blowback. Yeah.
And did he also said he fears blowback if he publishes the book. He also said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was ultimately his conclusion.
Those boys were begging for a hand job for Doug because their pussies were hurting. That's exactly what it is.
That is true, too. But I appreciate Brendan muting Ian, despite the fact that is true. Yes.
Like George, he's turned into like one of those guys at the bar, like we got to get the bouncer.
Yeah, it's true. No, he is like a guy at a bar. Yeah, he is like, he's in that frame of mind right now. He's at the bar.
The gin is so bad. It's like
my job.
Yeah.
Hey, George, about like the way gin make people like,
So
gotta be one of the strongest alcohols.
Yeah. So George, tell us, what's your opinion on gin? And tell us, if Ian were in the bar right now and you had to deal with him, is he at that bouncer level, like where you need to bounce him, or what would you say? Just curious.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Yeah, I've encountered that many times. I would always diffuse situations, and if it needed to, if they had to, you would have to ask them to leave the premises. Thankfully, I've never had any hostility to that malevolency of where it got violent. Thankfully, touch wood, never got to that point. I had threats, but never to that point. But yeah, no, it's called barman discretion. If you think the it would be the recipient, but the client is over intoxicated and they are unable to fully function. I know some people that I work with, they would give a pint of water and they would demand for another alcoholic beverage. And but this other person I used to work with would always give them the option: you have to drink this pint or you have to leave. Drink a pint of water, H2O, just to what's the word? Revitalize themselves, to try and
rehydrate.
Rehydrate. Thank you, Douglas. And and they would always, like, if they refuse, then you have to leave. And that was one way of that was his way of doing it. But I'll just literally say to him, look, I think you've had enough here. I don't, think of yourself. You're here by yourself. You need, you probably need, if you
escort.
don't, if you carry on drinking, you're gonna have to have an escort to come and collect you. So there were ways, there were means and methods. You have to go by each case as unique and as their own. So every case was different. But I would think Ian was just, to me, he would just be morbid entertainment.
I agree. I do agree. He's not violent.
Unfortunately, one of my roles, whenever you get these individuals that come in on their own, you would have to listen to their story. You would have to, play the role of, I'm interested, because what else are you going to do? You're not going to do anything
tell
else.
us, George, here's the issue. The biggest challenge you had to deal with is the false sense of intimacy that when you listen to these people, they would automatically think you truly cared. Now, did you have a case where any females felt at that point that you truly loved them, and at that point kind of really glommed onto you in this sense that they misinterpreted the fact that you're listening to them as some genuine intimacy? Tell us about this.
Yes, it has. You know what? I can recall several times that happened, especially my earlier years on the bar. Yeah, certainly happened many times. But it's the same when you go abroad with males. You got all these girls that these clubs hire to try and get you to come into the club, and of course the men think that these girls fancy them. They're approaching them and saying, "Hey, come here, come into the club," and then they think they're hit. Or they think, "Oh wow, we've just won. We just hit on them."
Oh God,
they're hitting on us.
That's so pathetic. That is so pathetic. That's like Peter Moon thinking Paola actually loved him. Yes, but go on.
Yes, but they're actually exploiting you. They're actually taking full advantage of your naivete. That's what these girls do. And so it's similar to, with my experience. These girls thought, just because I am sat at the bar, I'm leaning in, I'm listening to them, speak, and I'm acting as like a therapist or a counselor. Or as in their interpretation as a friend, quote unquote, and they would take things the wrong way. They would just take the wrong impression. They'll misinterpret it, and so it's unfortunately that happens. And then at that point, when it gets over that line, when it gets too much, then you just gotta no, that's enough. You got to tell them bluntly, or just block them. Just be like, no, that's it. That's you've drawn it. You've gone over the line now. You've gone too much. And so, that had to happen occasionally as well, Douglas. Oh God.
What about and were there occasions?
15 years. Yeah,
go on. Were there occasions?
So
how about men? There were occasions where men also had this kind of response where it's like, oh wow, you really care, and they just thought that you loved them or something.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just like it's just really pathetic. It's really
so
pathetic.
Sad.
I look back on it now, it's so sad. Yeah, with so many individuals. Well, when you work for like it was just a privately run, family run business, a chain. It was a chain, a small business. But when you had all the locals just come in, they'll go from bar to bar to bar on their own. And you knew that these, they're not accompanied by anyone. Nobody wants to be with them. Of course, when they come to the bar, the only person, you have to serve them. And so you're the only person, you're the first point of contact. If they're not talking to somebody else, they're talking to you, because there's nobody else that wants to listen to them. So it's kind of sad. Yeah, really. But that's all part of the job.
And you know what?
Yeah.
We all played the part of the bartender to Peter Moon for years. He came in.
Tolerated it. Listen, patience. Yes.
Yes.
I would. Do you know what? I think there is a story that I will share with you. It's to do with my cousin who was a Marine, and I had a paratrooper come in, and I remember that so well because it got to a bit where.
But by the way, I want to clarify for our listeners that your cousin was a Royal Marine, not a member of the United States Marine Corps. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, for the British. Yes, absolutely.
Continue.
Yeah, just to disambiguate that. Yes, and we'll. Yeah, it was because I relayed to him the death toll of what the death toll, and this paratrooper got really, really he got really uproared about this, about because he killed people, and I was like, really? You're that's what they're trained to do, is to kill. And he just went in, but I'll share that. Yeah, when we have more time, Douglas. I do have to depart in a minute. Okay. So yeah, but thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure, and thank you.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and make certain to review that link. Not only the emails, but I sent you a link about COVID is now genetically confirmed beyond a doubt. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So bring that up next time you're on too. Yes.
And Ian will go into that as well. Yes. Oh God. It's one of the struggles and battles I've had with many people about COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, it's yeah. Oh, but we'll go into that another time.
I love you, George. I love you, George.
Yeah, love you too, Ian. Yeah. Thank you for your support.
Yes. All right, we all love you, and stay safe and be well.
Yeah, take care, gentlemen. Yeah, good night, and good night, Heather. Thank you, Douglas. Take care of yourself. Bye bye.
Good night, George.
Thank God, Doug. Thank God you got some intellectual here. Thank God. I was getting bored with it for a second.
Oh yes,
well we bored.
Well, when we don't have George in, we have yourself.
Yeah. Well, thank God. God damn. Let's save the fucking show right there. Let me tell you.
It's when you're not dragging in the ratings, we've got George. Yeah.
Thank God.
There we are. So
I gotta say that, dude. I do miss that little hussy, Miss Brooke Gibson. I gotta say, I miss that little hussy, dude. I do.
Now we're back at the bar. We're back at the bar again, and
we're back at the bar with Ian West.
Ian West.
Dude, I'm so proud of myself. Like, I got this little fucking little drinking shanty. I call it a drinking shanty.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Brendan, tell him about the, what do we call it? The tea. It's a little tea animal. And all the girls were coming to you over this little tea animal, and all the guys got all pissed off. Yeah. Tell him about the tea.
You were setting jealousy traps, Brandon. You were setting jealousy traps.
Yeah. No, it was totally. It was just pure.
You're breaking up a little bit, Brendan. Get closer to the mic, and I'll just mute Ian.
It was pure serendipity.
Yeah.
Like, I was at a friend's house. I was like, look, this is my new Chinese tea set. Like, do you want to try it? And he was like, okay. And then his roommates all came home because it's like a party house. And then all of them had girls with them. And the girls immediately abandoned their drunk retard asses and then were like, oh, look, some culture. And they were like talking to me about Chinese tea. And I was giving them the spiel about this is like 3,000-year-old culture. And they were loving it. And then the guys came and just got so fucking jealous. They were like pulling them off, like, you gotta go, we gotta go, it's time for us to leave, and all this.
Did you get that tang? You got the tang?
No, the owner, like, my friend didn't own the house. I was like a guest at their house. Like, I couldn't wreck the house.
You could have got that tang. You could have got that tang.
He could have.
You know about tea, you could have got that tang.
It's true.
Yeah, I could have. But the point is, like, even one of the girls left. They were like the neighbors or something. The girls left, and then she came back on her own, and he came back and was pissed.
Oh man!
Nice. Good job, man.
The owner of the house,
dude. That's some jealousy trap shit. That is good, man.
It wasn't deliberate.
That's good.
And then the owner of the house, he got super pissed because his girl wouldn't drink with him anymore.
Oh,
she was like, keep pouring me tea, and then I went outside by the fire, and she was like. I kept moving away from her because I was just trying to, I like my personal space bubble. I don't really care about people being near me. And she's like, why do you keep moving away? And it was like right in front of him. And I was just like, oh, fuck. Like, ridiculous. I was like, it's just getting ridiculous. So I told my friend, I was like, I'm going to pack up and go. And then basically I got blacklisted.
You had that tank coming, man.
I got blacklisted from the house because of that. Like every time I go there, he wants us gone. He's just like, you guys gotta go.
Oh man. So there you go. I mean,
well, Brandon, that dick must be big. Let me tell you, that dick must be big.
Well, what does that have to do with tea? I mean,
you know, Ian West and that Christina chick could get along well together. They both had this thing about dick length or dick width.
Like that's how you remember.
No, I'm just trying to keep the show going, Doug. I'm just trying to keep the show going.
Well, we're probably going to close the show off soon because you know,
Ian probably has that. Like, what is it? What was his name? Preston or Sam?
Duncan Cameron. Cameron.
No,
Preston
the neighbor.
Nichols.
No, Christine's neighbor.
Oh, 9-inch Dick Joe and shit. Everyone had their the inches of their penis was the precursor to their name. Yeah, 9-inch Dick Joe, 6-inch Dick John.
And one of them was like, I have the glass version.
Amazing.
That he gave me.
Amazing.
It was what was it? It's the mold, the glass mold of his penis.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
shit.
that was so bad. That was just they should be just. I mean, you know, ridiculous.
Yeah, it was Christina, and she was this bitch who was so bitchy. She decided she was Jewish. Like somehow that would rationalize her bitchiness.
Makes sense.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, she was not even Jewish. It was a notional. Yeah, tell him.
The notional strain of 23andMe Jewish DNA. But the worst part was that she left southern India to go to Pakistan.
Yeah.
She was in fucking food heaven, and she tried to tell us, "Oh, I went to Pakistan."
What the fuck?
She said they had such good food, but they were so abusive, and when my hair would fall out of the hijab, they would yell at me, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Duh.
Yeah.
Well, fucking duh.
So she left like the best food in the world for some.
Sorry, I hate to be this brutal. But fucking duh. I mean, come on.
Anyone knows that. Anyone from the West should know that if you're already have made it through India, you don't go to Pakistan. Like,
thank you.
Exactly. That's my point. It's like, goddamn, that's why I'm not here in the fucking first place. Let me go fucking back to it. Come on.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Now, Heather's giving us some interesting photos of herself and Vinny. She says, everything in moderation, including moderation. Now, there's this other, you would recognize this image, Brendan. Oh, that's that sacred cow. What is beneath the sacred cow? Is that a container for sacred milk? I'm not being facetious. What is that? So, our friend Brendan.
It's milk.
It's milk. It's for milk. Yeah. Oh, it's milk in a sacred container.
I don't know what that is.
What it is she's overflowing with milk.
Oh.
But
that is the worst depiction of the sacred cow I've ever seen.
It's got peacock tails.
The only one I could find.
It's got peacock tails and weird ass wings like parrot wings. It's got parrot wings.
They're peacock feathers.
This is like what the Indians do. They take like these. They make like the most cringy image. I don't know like how the Indians can handle it.
It's pretty repulsive. Yeah.
Well, the actual cow has different.
This is not Kamanadu. This is like they took like. It's almost like they took the 4 celestial animals and just crammed them together. Yeah. And it's like pissing on a shivlingam instead of putting milk on it. It's bizarre.
Well, the only other ones I could find were heinous.
Okay.
They're worse than this. Here, wait, let me find you one. I'm not trying to be rude. Let me find you.
Good luck.
Yeah. It's this should be interesting.
Those are parrot feathers, yes. Yeah. Parrot feathers.
Yeah, parrot wings and peacock tail. It's got parrot wings. Yeah, go on. And she's
overflowing with milk, it looks like, and she's milking onto the lingam, the Shiva lingam.
Yeah, like Bren says, it looks more like she's pissing on it.
Right. Well, and I've seen pictures of her actually with human breasts as well as the cow breasts.
It is technically Kamanadu, but this is like a really strange sculpture of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Doug, I hate to bring this up. But, and you know what? Brandon, go ahead.
Nothing.
I'm amazed he didn't actually acquiesce.
No, I want to say, Doug, check this out. I want to refer back to an old episode of yours where I warned Peter not to hang out with fucking Sasha Stone.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember that episode?
Yeah, I do.
And he was like, "Yeah, you're right. Goddamn, blah 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 blah."
Yeah, I remember that.
I think. Yeah, remember that. Okay, now I want to say, in Peter's defense, Peter took me at face value when I said two of my friends have been killed after they went on tour with Sasha Stone.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I want to say that, yeah, Peter might have been a misconstrued bystander in all this, like straight up.
Ian.
I know, straight up. Not trying to look. I'm not trying to fucking. I'm not trying to fucking. I'm not trying to justify him, Brandon. I'm not trying to justify him.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to justify him.
By the way, I'm looking at the other image of Kamadenu. Is that how I pronounce it? Kamadenu? Kamadenu. Okay. So there we are. And Heather gave some nice response. I'd like to heart Heather's response, but it's so cute, but I can't heart it.
That looks very similar.
Well, that's not the one I'm trying to send. That was just that's the article.
Sometimes sometimes it has a baby cow accompanying it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Boom Devi. This is what I'm trying to send. This is the image here. This is Boo Devi, the Earth itself that supports us and gives us everything.
Okay, let's take a look at this.
This is
okay.
The real sacred cow with all.
There we are. Thank you. That looks so much more, shall we say, tolerable. It's less offensive to the senses. Okay. There we are.
Less offensive to the senses.
Yes.
Well, look, straight up. Douglas and Nemo, I know you two can back me up on this because you guys were both on this episode. Is when I say that I warned Peter about Sasha Stone and how he was really a Rothschild and shit, and fucking he thanked me on air and he's like, "Yeah, don't let me get involved with these people." Blah 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 blah. I think that's part of the innocence in Peter. Now, yeah, he might have had a bunch of fucking sick desires, but straight up, like, I don't think he was a part of that fucking inner circle cult to where he was getting
it's like, please.
Yeah.
You are now at this point, you're rationalizing Peter when we know for a fact he was part of this cult by his own admission. So
yeah, you're right. Okay, Doug, you're right. Doug, you were right 100%.
Why do you feel to him? He wasn't very nice to you.
It's not like except for that one time.
He's an old bitter man. Why would I expect him to be nice?
Yeah, he's an old bitter man. He couldn't. I said no to him when he wanted to fuck me. Yeah, he's all pissed off.
Doug, do you think I give a shit if you're nice to me or not? No, I don't.
I think you care. I think you seek approval. I think you seek people to like you and acknowledge you.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. No. This is just fun for me. Like, straight up. That's all it is. It's just fun for me. So, but my point of the matter is that if you could point out to that Peter Moon that I could say stay away from Sasha, that makes all the difference in the world. It makes all the difference in the world.
I don't see how. No, it doesn't. No, it does.
It does.
But by the way, this is I'm preoccupied at the moment because I'm trying to look for my image of the sacred cow that I want to share. But at any rate,
if I'm saying though, Doug, I'm serious though. I'm serious.
But
like, if Doug, if you could tell Peter that said, "Hey, Ian says that the Sasha Stone guy isn't legit, blah, 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 blah," and he adheres from it, and he thanks me for it, that he maybe saw...
Peter is incapacitated. He is not responding to anyone's calls or anything.
Thank you.
What are you not getting about this?
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
the what I'm getting from this is that he lasted this long. He lasted this long. I might be in serious.
He lasted.
Come on, Doug, back me up on this.
He lasted this long because I was trying to get the book out, and the moment he completes the book is when he pulls the plug. It's like there is no redeeming features to this son of a bitch. Everything about him, he's just a filthy piece of shit.
To your perspective, yes, and he is a piece of shit. You're right. Okay, I give you this.
Okay, so enough of that. Let's mute you for a little while. Calm down, and that handles Ian. There we are. Thank you. He left. There we are. Thank God. Okay, so I'll probably be ending transmission in just a few moments. I'll if I find the sacred cow image that I prefer, I'll share it on Wednesday. In the interim, you've all been wonderful. I love you all. Stay safe and be well, and that's to all our listeners who support us, as well as, of course, Team Dietrich, everybody with us on call. Nemo, Brendan Zogit, Heather Holman, Aristides. None of this would be possible without any of you. And any last thoughts, all of you?
It's just how could you care about someone that wouldn't give a fuck about you?
Yeah, seriously. It's like, well, you know what it is? He's a drunk guy who's remembering something that he felt was touching, and then at moments of drunkenness that overwhelms you, and then you think of these, I remember he was kind to me. That's what it comes down to. It's like the Hunchback of Notre Dame when Esmeralda gives him water.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. And
it's like when Ian, it's like Ian was abused, that like he feels the abuser should be sympathized with or something.
That's what it's like. Yeah.
It's like, but he was a good man, but he just did that one, did 100 rapes, but he down, he was, it's just, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he gave me candy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, it's shall we say it's a Stockholm syndrome.
And people think, I'm sure by now they understand, but I'm not being hard on him. It's like he was so rude to me for no reason, and then also casting spells is just like, I really don't care at this point. It's just
well, he was so.
And then on top of that, he wasted your time with the whole book and pretending to help you, never gave you money. I mean, it's just so offensive.
Yeah, everyth about it.
Meanwhile, we all work for free, and I've helped Peter for free many times.
Yeah, tell him about how you asked him for the books. That was you helped him with his computer.
He said, since you helped me, I helped him like organize something on his website or something where he was having trouble fixing it. This was years ago when we were still on good terms. Yeah. And then he said, for doing this and helping Douglas so much, I'll send you 2 copies of any of my books. And I said, okay, well, send me both of Douglas's books. And I gave him my info, like my mail address and my email, send it to me electronically. However, he never sent me anything at all, ever.
Yeah.
And then he sent Marina Saren like the full collection.
His full library, except for my books, overnight. Yes, go on.
Well, there you go.
To Spain.
Yeah, to Spain.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed as well. I think we've had enough of this. It's like at this point we should just forget him, like he's a ghost, like a ship passing.
I could go not shitting on him, but
I could too, truthfully. But yes, I get what Brendan's saying at this point. Yes, unfortunately,
He's a ship that's passing into the underworld. That's all I care about.
Yes, that's true. Like Nemo said, he's in hell with them. Like Nemo said, he's in hell pumping shit up his ass. He's okay. Well, all right. My love to you all. Good night to you as well, Ian.
God damn it, guys. God damn it.
So
please remember, just quickly tell the people, please remember to send any amount you can afford towards Douglas via PayPal and buy his books on Amazon.
Thank you. If you're
thank you. Yes, thank you.
And if you're still with us, dear Aristides, feel free to share a final thought.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah. I'm still here, but put the link in the chat to donate and order the books now because who knows what's going to happen after they sell out of inventory.
So,
yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
I think the book is going to
wait a second.
epic.
Wait, Ian, for just a little bit. Let Brendan complete his thought.
Heads up. Just buy them electronically because he's the one who was personally sending them.
Yeah.
So if you buy them now, you might not even ever get your money back or anything.
Yeah. So understand this much. Do not buy from SkyBooksUSA.com, not because we're trying to prevent him from getting business, but understand he was personally mailing the books. Yeah. So if you send him money and order from SkyBooksUSA.com, you're not going to get anything, but your money will be kept by him. It's that simple because the money will go there. He may not even be in any shape to spend it. It's just this guy is dying, and he's not going to be mailing any books anymore.
He has no staff. We know he has no one working for him.
Yeah, he's got no staff. Yeah, there's nobody there. Somebody, however, hacked into his computer so they could type shit for him. But there's nobody physically there taking care of him. So yes. And as for, any books you order, just get from Amazon.com. But I'm not getting any payment for this. I never did. So such being said, we'll just say we're going to deal with this as time goes on and just move on to a different system. Peter Moon's system was so anachronistic and so archaic. He pioneered only one thing. He was rejected by the publishing community, so he pioneered his own little publishing house, but it was a shit operation from the beginning, completely ad hoc, where he was personally mailing shit. And it's like, well, he's never going to be doing that again. So if you order anything from SkyBooksUSA.com, you're just throwing your money out the window. It's not even that it's going to him where he's spending it. You won't get anything, and the money will not be in a place where he can use it because he's not capable of using it. So there you go. It's just get it through Amazon if you wish, but we're trying to set up our own system. And, it might take a little time. As Ian West said, we got to do this as soon as possible. But, you've got to be patient, and we'll do what he said he was going to do, but never did. And it's like, this was like when he said, oh, then we'll work on the vampire book next. I knew he was lying. And, the way he fucked that up in the beginning was incredible. He only published half the book. It's so disgusting. Everything about him is so disgusting. There's
look, if you can prove a disinfo theory, then fucking do it. Seriously.
Say what?
If you can prove a disinfo theory, then prove it.
Prove a disinfo theory, then prove it.
Yeah, like
get some sleep.
No. No, what I'm saying is that if Peter can fucking put all this disinfo and you can counteract it, then do it.
John says, Pete sent me a Qigong thing. I like that. He says, Pete sent me a Qigong thing.
That's fine.
Was this recently?
This is in the chat room.
YouTube chat.
Yeah, the YouTube chat.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, I'm asking John, did he send it to you recently?
Yeah. Was this recently, John? That'd be funny.
Because if he sent it today, then he's really like in Zombo mode.
Yeah. I doubt it was today, or maybe he got some email of some weird Qigong thing. He sends people stupid videos of himself doing Qigong, like anyone would want to look at that withered old gnome. Anyhow, John says I didn't read it. I didn't read it.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the perfect note to end this with. It's midnight here. I got to get up early in the morning. Love you all. And El Nemo says for the best. He says last December. He says like last December. Yes, thank you, John. We appreciate you sharing that.
Good night, dog. I love you.
Yes, love you too, Ian. And love you all. We'll end the call first this time because I don't want to be tempted to go on talking. So I'll end the call first and then end the stream. But everybody stay safe and be well, and we'll see you all soon enough. Okay, bye for now. All right, and now we're going to end stream. And here we are. End. And now we